as excited as what I am, and I'm sure you are, and you want to find out more, you can go and find out more from our sales representatives, and all you have to do is go to cisco.com/go/sales. Now we're going to switch over to the Cisco Small Business and see what was going on earlier in the week.
We're here at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020, and I'm one of the hosts, Nish Parker. So we're going to be turning our focus now to small business. You may have heard a lot about Cisco Design for Business, and we're going to go through what that means for those customers in that segment as well. But first, before we do that, I believe the rest of the guys are out on the WOS, the World of Solutions, and you're trying out the escape room. How's that going, guys?
We are having so much fun out here, Nish. This is great. I just love to see the World of Solutions so packed with people having a phenomenal time, playing the games and enjoying themselves. What you can do here is you can challenge yourself in the small business escape room while interacting with the full Cisco Design portfolio of products. This whole thing is curated to help a small business customer be more successful with technology. And Zane, I mean, once you're standing out here and really start to get the feel of it, it's pretty impressive, right?
Steve, this is my first time at Cisco Live, and I've never done an escape room before either. I just can't wait to get in. I'm super buzzed for this.
You've never done any escape room?
No, I've never done any escape rooms in my whole life. This is my first ever time.
You're in such trouble. There's no way he's going to make it out of it. I'm going to turn down this way. We've got Zara over here who actually is responsible for everything happening back behind us. So, David, you had a couple of good questions for Zara?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much for doing this, Zara. Firstly, I mean, this obviously looks amazing, and we heard that you were involved in designing it. Tell us a bit about why you're doing it this way and what's going to be in store for us or the other people that are going to take part.
Right, yeah, so what we tried to create was a totally immersive experience into the world of small business. So starting from a small startup, what do you need? Internet, you need to connect with others around the world, and you're going to grow your business via the Cisco designed solutions as you go through the escape rooms. We launched Cisco Designed in Partner Summit, some of you may know, and we're actually just showing that here in the escape room so that you can feel, touch, experience all of the products.
Perfect. And obviously this is all pretty new. And what's the sort of business concept, the technology that you're showcasing here today?
So you're going to start, as I said, from a startup where you're going to work with a Meraki Go access point, use WebEx to connect with someone else. Then you're going to actually be en route to a meeting at the airport, and you're going to see how Find It can help with our firmware updates while you're actually mobile together with WebEx Teams. And lastly, you will have made it. So you're going to be using 2 VPNs to connect with each other, and then of course you want to do things securely, so integrate with Umbrella on top of that.
Awesome. And I see you mentioned before Cisco Design and also Meraki Go. How do those two parts fit together, I guess?
So Meraki Go is super important for the Cisco Design portfolio. We see it as really the first step into the portfolio. A really simple solution. We're kind enough to be giving away a Meraki Go access point at the end of the escape room, if you can escape. And yeah, we'd like you to go away, test it for yourself and experience it.
Well, that sounds pretty awesome to me.
I have one more question that I have to ask.
Okay.
If we're going to actually go through and do this, are there going to be snacks inside? Because I don't think we're making it out. It's a confidence thing more than anything else.
I don't know. There are cameras, so we can see how you're doing. Meraki cameras, actually. So, yeah, you know, just wave at the camera if you're finding it difficult.
Just get ready for us to do a whole heck of a lot of waving. That's all I'm saying. If we're going to be doing lots of waving. So, should we check this thing out? Can we go through and do it ourselves?
I think you guys have got this. Try it yourself and we'll see how you do.
Lead us in. All right, we're following you. We are in your hands. This is really exciting stuff. Now, Nish, all I have to say to you is if for whatever reason we can't figure this out, we're going to be relying on you to keep an eye on everything for us, okay? Please, make sure you pay attention. Hold this for me, would you?
Steve, did I hear a free Meraki access point? Because I'm definitely going to make sure I get my hands on one of those. So we'll go over, check in with the guys, see how they're getting on in the escape room shortly. Remember, if you're here at the show, if you're watching the broadcast, hashtag CLEUR. I'm excited to see how other people are getting on with the escape room and throughout the show as well. But first, a little bit more on small business. So you might have heard Cisco Design for Business. That's really a curated portfolio that's designed specifically for those small to medium-sized businesses that may in the past have thought that maybe their Cisco is too big to work with them. And this new product range that we're launching is really showing how Cisco can be addressing all the business needs of some of those smaller businesses as well. So we've built these purpose-built solutions. Just taking a look here, products such as Meraki, WebEx have been specifically curated and packaged together specifically for those customers, and also at a price point that works for that segment as well. So we're going to have an innovation talk coming up that's covering topics such as how to enable customers to securely connect, collaborate, compute as well in a way and in a price that works for them. So showing how some of those most innovative technologies can be scaled down and be just as effective for those small business customers as well. And showing just another way in which partners as well can be working with Cisco to address that segment. So let's see how the guys are getting on in the escape room. So I'm taking a look at what's going on in the escape room. It looks like the guys are a bit stuck. That's it, I'm coming over. I don't know the code, but apparently it's open.
Take a seat, figure out the code.
Figure out the code, and it's right there.
Just go ahead and do it.
I'm just going to pretend that I'm
Pretend that you're doing something.
No.
Seriously? No. Oh, come on, fine, go, open the door.
I don't believe you.
Okay, let's go, let's do it. Absolute idiot, thank you.
And I think actually Nisha's the only one who deserves a Meraki Go.
Oh, wait a minute, so we don't get toys?
No.
That's it, I'm out of here, I'm done. No, unacceptable.
Hello everyone, welcome to Cisco Live. Thank you. I need the phone. So as Toby said, I'm the CTO for commercial and small business. And that's a funny term because many small businesses may not think that Cisco has a portfolio for them. They may think, and I would understand it, that Cisco, being the large technology vendor that we are, make technology that is too complex, too expensive, or too difficult to buy and too difficult to install for them. But actually, that's not true. Sure, some of our products are exactly those things. They are too big and they are too expensive and too complex, but some are not. And I'm here today to talk about the subset of our portfolio that we have built and curated specifically for small businesses, which we have called Cisco Designed. It's the right price, the right feature set, the right size. It's easy to buy, it's easy to install, it's easy to manage and support, and it's thus perfect for small businesses. I'm going to explain all of the technologies that exist in that portfolio that enable them to connect to networks, secure those networks, collaborate with their customers and with each other, and to use and compute their applications. So let's get started. First of all, let's start with this little person. This is our small business user, and they want to get onto the network, or their employees want to get onto the network. But before we let them get onto the network, we need to make sure that they are who they say they are. One of the easiest ways to hack into any network is with a weak password. 81% of data breaches happen for a weak password. But more than half of small businesses say that actually they don't have any password control policy in place. So what we need to do is authenticate the user. And authenticating using only one password, one method of authentication, is clearly not enough. We need two or more. And that's called multi-factor authentication. So it's authenticating a user with a password and a PIN and another product and in some other password sort of way. So you have more than one method of authentication. And the way we do that at Cisco, in the Cisco Designed portfolio, is with a product called Duo. We bought it for over $2 billion a couple of years ago, and we authenticate users for our small businesses before they even get onto that small business network. Then we need to let them on the network, and the first thing you're going to hit when you get to a network is the wireless network, the Wi-Fi. And we have a number of choices because it's our ethos here at Cisco that no matter what size of customer you are, whether you have a preference for cloud or a preference for on-premise, we have a product for you. So if you're a small business customer, we have the following. If you have a preference for on-prem, we have on-prem access points called the Cisco Business Range. Fun fact, the Cisco Business Range actually has 30,000 Instagram followers of its own already. But what's really great about it is that they are new access points that were launched just a couple of months ago. They're the smallest form factor Wi-Fi access points in their range. Very simple to install, very small, very easy to install and easy to manage. They're at a price point of around $120. They have mesh extenders, a full feature set, and a really good range of access points in that $120 and above range for the small businesses. And at the next Cisco Live, being held in Melbourne in 2 months, we'll be launching a mobile app to manage those access points also, making it very easy for customers. Now, if a customer prefers cloud, and many small businesses do, then we have the Meraki portfolio. The very ethos of Meraki is simplicity. It has to be simple to install, simple to manage, simple to monitor. And the way they do that is with a Meraki dashboard in the cloud. And when you buy access points or switches or routers, as you'll see, they connect to that dashboard, and you can manage and monitor them, requiring very little IT expertise, which is often a feature of small businesses. So you can see there are a couple of the smaller MR Meraki access points that will connect to that dashboard. But if you are an even smaller business, and you have, say, 50 employees or less, you probably want something even easier and even simpler to install than that Meraki. And that is where we come in to Meraki Go, the true low-end small business portfolio for the customer that has 50 employees or less and prefers cloud. Now, rather than me just tell you about Meraki Go and tell you how easy it is and how fast it is to install, I'm going to invite someone up stage to show you. So please welcome on stage the product manager for Meraki Go, Lee Peterson. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. So, Lee, we would really like to show how fast and simple it is to install a Meraki Go wireless access point. So the challenge is, I'm going to give you a completely brand new, unboxed Meraki access point that arrives in the post for a small business user. And I'm going to ask you to set that up as quickly as you can. And I'm going to time you to do so using my stopwatch, because we want to see how fast you can go from a box arriving in the post to a working Wi-Fi network. Can you do that for us?
I think so. I think I can do that.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. Hi, Barcelona. How you doing, everybody? I'm here today to talk to you about Meraki Go, which is our newest small business offering. We took, like Sarah mentioned, a lot of the simplicity that Meraki is known for and that we stand for, and had to reevaluate some of the assumptions we make as part of that. You know, what is simple to an IT professional is not necessarily simple to a small business owner who has no idea what an SSID is, or what DHCP stands for, or even what an Ethernet cable is. And so really this is the essence of that, everything the customer needs in this box to be able to get up online and running. Can we change the screen over?
Can we change the screen over, please, to take a look?
So the way we do that is by using the Meraki Go app.
And just to say that what we're doing right now is showing you on screen the screenshot of Lee's mobile phone with the mobile app, correct?
This is the actual mobile app being used, which we're going to use to install this access point right here, which we've just taken out of the box.
I've started the timer. No pressure.
So the first thing the customer will do is download the Meraki Go app. We have some instructions here to guide them on where to get that, available for iOS and Android, obviously. And we even tell the customer how to plug this thing in. They've never done anything like this before. To take the intimidation factor out of setting up this sort of technology, we give them very guided step-by-step instructions to do so. So take the device out of the box, remove the mounting plate. So they have the option to wall mount this. We have the power supply. We have everything they need right here in this box to get connected. The next thing we do is we want them to add this device to the network, right? So something traditionally that would rely on ordered kit numbers or serial numbers having to be manually answered. With Meraki Go, what we actually do is we take a QR code on the bottom of the device, just to show you this is live, that this is not, I'm not cheating. We can just look at the device here, scan the QR code, and that'll add that device to the customer's network. Within this process, we want them to name the devices. They may be adding multiple devices, not just a single device. So we're going to give this one the name Cisco Live for that access point. Now we're going to look at the step of plugging this device in. And so again, like I mentioned, the customer's not done this sort of thing before. We need to give them a very simple set of instructions to follow. We also explain to them the difference between mesh and hardwired access points and where they might want to use each of those, and point out, of course, that at least one of these has to be hardwired. So I'm going to take this access point now and connect it here. We have an Ethernet cable that's providing PoE, so these can be either powered over the included DC power adapter, or we can use PoE to power them.
So just to be clear, if a customer has Meraki Go or Meraki, they get PoE, and that PoE will power this access point as well as connect that to the internet.
Now, because the last thing we're hitting the 2-minute mark. The last thing anyone wants to do is sit here and watch this thing to turn on. You know, why don't we let them get on and do some more setup? So within here, we can actually connect, and the customer can choose to watch this, or they want to wait and see this device connect. It's connecting to the Meraki cloud, and as part of that, we upgrade the firmware, and we push the correct configuration down to this device. So customers never have to think about, am I running an older version of firmware? Is my security compromised because I've not flashed this to the latest unit? We take care of all that for them. But what we're actually going to do here is skip through that. We'll let this happen in the background, have the push notification to tell us when the device is ready, and then let them get on with setting up their first Wi-Fi network. So quite often with these sorts of devices, you take them out of the box, you plug them in, and they advertise an open SSID that anyone can connect to and now get on your network and be able to compromise your devices. So we actually want to guide the customer and make them set up a secure network. So in this case, I'm going to set up a SSID for Sarah to connect to. We're going to give it a very simple password. And
I always wanted my own network at Cisco Live. That's how you know you've made it.
Making your dreams come true.
Thank you.
We're going to create the actual network there. And so not only have we set up that Wi-Fi network, we've also given the customer the ability to share that with other people that may need access to it right here throughout the app. So this is connecting to a network that already has some devices on there. So Sarah mentioned some other parts of the portfolio. We're looking at the wireless access point here, but we also do have switching and a security appliance as part, or a security gateway as part of this portfolio. And as you can see here, that access point I just set up is already connected. I've got a green light here on the device, and I can see in the application that it's connected, up and running with that SSID we just set up. You can look on your device and see if you can actually see it.
Should I check? So we're at 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Can you just show that? And if anyone wants to just check this, you can go to the network, and you can see that the network Sarah is available. Yeah, 4 minutes and 1 second. So if we stop there. So in 4 minutes and 1 second, if only you'd just done it 1 second quicker, we went from a box coming through the door in the post to having a Wi-Fi network set up with so little IT knowledge, literally my mother could have done it. Is there anything else we need to know about Meraki Go?
So some other things the customer might want to set up. Typically you want to set up multiple different networks for your employees to connect to, for guests to your business to connect to. And one of the ways we make that easier is by making a set of assumptions about how the customer wants to actually set these up. So within this network we just set up for Sarah, if we decide that wants to be a guest network, rather than have the customer have to know, well, how should I set a guest network up? It's as simple as hitting the slider, and we do some smart things you would expect a guest network to do. For instance, devices on a guest network can't talk to other devices on my network. They can't talk to each other. So it's simple things like making the set of templates of how we set that up that the customer can be able to get online and be able to run that device like that.
And thank you, Lee. The most important thing is, what's the price? Is it in the small business customer price range?
So the starting price for the access point is $149 US. I won't translate it into euro or pounds for you, but it's in the ballpark of being something that represents good value to these small business customers.
So it's $149. It's a one-off price, no license, no subscription. You can keep it forever, and it will be supported forever, all for that first purchase of $149, yes?
Correct.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Lee.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. So you can see how easy it is to set up that Wi-Fi network. And now at the back end of that Wi-Fi network, we've got to talk to the LAN. We've got to have a switch. And we have the same stack. For the cloud preference customer, we have the Meraki stack. It connects to the same Meraki dashboard. You see here some of the low-end Meraki switches. If they want the on-prem, we have our small business portfolio, like the SG350. Over 100 million ports of small business switching from Cisco has been sold in the last 5 years. Fantastic switching portfolio. And for customers who are small businesses, but maybe slightly bigger small businesses, or no matter how small a business they are, they still want the Cisco Catalyst brand, and I can understand that. We do have 64% market share with the Cisco Catalyst, and some customers want that. We have the Catalyst 1K, which is the lowest enterprise switch for them. And as Lee said, if they're a Meraki Go customer for Wi-Fi, if everything you just saw is exactly the same for switching, and you can set up a switch just as quickly using the same mobile app on the same device. We still haven't got you on the router onto the network yet, though, so we need a router. Same stack. Meraki Go, Meraki MX, and the on-prem routers. The MX is actually a security UTM, which has routing functionality in it, ideal for the small cloud customer. Meraki Go is the router that connects to the same app. And then the RV345 is one example of an RV router I have put there. The RV router, and please bear in mind routing is what Cisco has always done. The RV routing is our Cisco Business small business portfolio router, but it's the best in class by a really long way. As an example, 3 times the speed of IPsec throughput of any other router in its class at the same price, 650 meg throughput. The RV router also has a 16-port integrated switch on it. So for a truly small customer, they don't need a switch and a router. The RV345 will do both. And some of the other security features that I've shown you have also been integrated onto it. So our small business routing portfolio, like the RV, really is leading industry class. So we want to get you onto the internet, and we've got the network to do it now, and we've authenticated you are who you say you are. But before we let you on the internet, we need to make sure that where you're going is safe and not malware. So what we do is we're going to do that by using a product called Umbrella. An Umbrella is a DNS lookup that checks that when you type www.something.com, we will go and check that it's a safe place to go. It's not going to return with malware. It's one of the best-selling security products in the small business space at Cisco. And we do it. We go off and check that that address is safe for you and route your traffic there, but without any delay. Quicker, in fact, than Google will route you there. We then need to put you through a firewall. And for that, we have 2 firewalls. We have the ASA, which has been our firewall for a really long time. But in the last 12 months, we launched the next-gen firewall, which basically means it's a firewall that's coded to secure applications, because, of course, that's what the world's about. And for that, in the small business space, small business size and price, is the Firepower 1010, and that's the router. We will then take it even further, because if, despite doing that, we do let any malware through, because perhaps it's a new virus that hasn't yet been found, we will remember we let that firewall through. So we will remember we let that malware through. And a couple of hours later, if we see that it is indeed a virus, we'll come back and tell that small business customer, we let a virus through earlier, here's how to remediate. That's called advanced malware protection, and it's also in the small business portfolio. Of course, not all small business customers sit in the office all day. They're out and about, they're traveling the world, they're working from home. If they're really good, they're working from their yacht. And so we need to enable them to connect to their network in the same secure way from wherever they are. And the way we do that is by establishing a VPN tunnel that connects them into this security network from wherever they are. That's AnyConnect. And it ties in to the Firepower 1010. It is also integrated into the RV router that I mentioned earlier. Okay. I need to just take us off at a tangent for a moment to talk about security, because the point is, okay, small businesses can buy from Cisco, but why buy from Cisco? Why buy from a large vendor? And the answer is precisely because we are a large vendor. As we increasingly use AI and machine learning in IT networking, bigger is better. Because the more intelligence we get, because we've got more boxes out there and we've got more customers and more market share, the more intelligence that comes back into those AI engines, and the more intelligence we can therefore deliver to a customer, even if they're a small business customer. And therefore deliver intelligence and AI that a small business customer couldn't actually afford any other way. That's precisely why to buy from Cisco. And a great example of that is security. Because watching all of us right now, overlooking the internet right now, is an analytics engine called Talos. It's a security intelligence engine, massive analytics algorithm, and about 550 people. And it's watching. And what it does is every single security product out there, and not just the Cisco designed small business products you see now, but literally every security product that Cisco makes, and all of them that are out there for all customers, we are the largest security vendor in the world. Every time they see a breach or a piece of malware, a virus, ransomware, spyware, any kind of malware, it tells Talos up there in the cloud. And Talos, in return, then uses that intelligence, computes that intelligence, and tells every other security box out there in the world. So if you're a small business customer, and all you bought was one Firepower 1010, then you will get that same intelligence that the Bank of America would get for having an entire security network with Cisco, because you're talking to the same Talos, and it's getting all that intelligence from everywhere else. So however small a business you are, and however few products from the security portfolio you're buying from Cisco, you get that intelligence of the largest intelligence security engine in the world precisely because we're a large, big vendor. It's the power of Talos, which is why, because we're so large and we have such a market share, we actually block 20 billion malware threats every day. And our nearest 5 competitors, which you can see there on the chart, put together, block less than 10% of that. That's the value of a large vendor such as Cisco. OK, so we've now got this wonderfully secure network. We've connected, and we've done it securely. But before I move on to compute and collaborate, there is one other product I'd really like to show you. Because if that customer was a cloud preference customer, and they had that preference for Meraki, that same Meraki dashboard that manages the network will manage something else called Meraki Vision. And you may think of Meraki Vision as a CCTV camera, but there's so much more than that. And to show you how much more and how clever it is, and again, how much it benefits from the AI of this enormous dashboard in the cloud with a large vendor like Cisco, please welcome on stage the product manager for Meraki Vision, George Bentink. Hello.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. So what we'd like to do, we're here for a small business focus. So we'd really like to show the audience today a small business type CCTV camera that I know is more than just a camera. It's a sensor with a camera in it, and you're going to tell us about that. So what can you tell us about it? And first of all, how small exactly is this camera?
It is really small. So there you go.
So it's pocket-sized. So if I can just show that. So this is the small business camera that we're going to demonstrate to you today, and again, demonstrate how easy it is. It's a fisheye lens, right?
Yep.
So one camera in any premise is all that a small business will need. Let me hand over to George, and he'll show you what's great about it.
So if you're not familiar with the Meraki camera, essentially we've tried to get rid of everything else that you needed to have a camera system that works. And that's because we put everything you need in the camera. So you don't need a server, you don't need anywhere to store your video, and we don't use your WAN to upload the video either. And that's because everything, all the smarts and all the storage is in the camera. And we've been able to do it because it's basically built off the advances of the mobile phone industry. So this camera has 256 gig of storage in, it has an octa-core Snapdragon processor, and all of those sound like incredibly great specifications, but what does that mean? It means you get a really simple, easy-to-use security camera where you can just have one for your small business, and it will secure it, while also giving you some really cool analytics. So we're going to go look at that demo now. So can we go to the demo, please? So I'm logged into the Meraki dashboard. So if you have some of those other Meraki products, you will see them in the same interface. You don't need to go and do anything else to start working with your camera. And we're going to go to a small retail store in San Jose. And I'm going to go back to, let's say, Thursday. And I'm going to go look at noon. So one of the things that is really useful about cameras is you can see what's going on when you're not there, or somewhere that's really far away. So this camera is in San Jose, and I've connected, and I'm looking back in time, and I haven't needed to do anything to make it work. I don't need a VPN. I don't need a special type of connection. We create an HTTPS connection to the camera for you, so you can watch video from anywhere. And so we have a small restaurant chain, for example, where the proprietor wants to make sure that his employees are making the food correctly. So they just put one camera in each kitchen, and then he watches the chef, making sure they cook the food according to the standard he's set. So not a security use case, but just that very simple visibility allows him to know what's going on. So we're watching this, but I want to get into more detail. I just saw that lady walk through that door. So I want to find out who else has walked through that door. So I can go and search this area, and if I scroll down, I get these incredible composite images. So these take all periods of time, cut them into pieces, and assemble them as one frame. So you're looking here at 30.1 seconds displayed as one image. And all of this was done in the camera because the camera is so powerful. And so then we're like, OK, well, I want to see this. I want to see what happens. So I can hit play. And it's now going to play that video for me. And we can sort of see these guys walking around. It's much slower watching it in real time. But maybe we want to sort of go in and track them. So we can start watching these suspicious people here. But now they're splitting up. But with this one camera, we can see to the very back of the store. And if we come around here, we can see to the very front of the store. And because everything is in the camera, if you just want one, that's fine. But if you want more, you want 5, 10, that's also fine. You never throw anything away as you grow or if you scale down. So the last piece I want to go through, because it touched on certain things Sarah was talking about, which is the power of a big company, and this idea of bringing analytics, especially machine learning for artificial intelligence to play, is that we also do machine learning for computer vision in the camera, again, with no servers and without sending your video to the cloud. So I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to go back, and go look at one of these days here. And the graph you're seeing here is the camera's detection of people using its object detection algorithm. So what's useful about this? Well, you may not care, but it allows you to do much more advanced alerts for a security use case, or it allows you as a retail customer to have some understanding of when you should open and when you should close. And I want to sort of finish with probably my favorite story, because it's on a topic that I'm quite keen on, which is this idea of democratizing AI. AI is in the hands of these really, really big companies, and it's quite hard to get that incredible technology providing an advantage to the smaller customer. And so we have a customer that is a library, and they bought some Meraki cameras for safety. But because this technology comes in the camera at no extra cost and with no extra servers, they were able to use it to understand how busy the libraries were. And that was important to them because typically they got their funding by looking at how many books they'd loaned, how many CDs they'd loaned, how many DVDs they'd loaned. But people don't take those things out of a library anymore, but they still go there for the Wi-Fi, they still go there to use the computers and other things. So you don't think of the library as this cutting-edge area of technology, yet by embedding this artificial intelligence in the camera, it means even the smallest or low-tech of customers can get advantage from it.
Thank you, George. Thank you. Oh, I've lost my mic. And I want to pick up on this low-tech customer because it is a feature of some small businesses that they don't have a lot of in-house IT experience. So the camera needs no IT knowledge.
Needs no IT knowledge.
It has no back-end systems, nowhere that it gets stored. It all gets stored on the camera. No back-end infrastructure, no cabling, nothing more than that camera that you got out of your pocket today.
That is a good point. I forgot to say that they're all Wi-Fi. So we are not magic. You do still need electricity. But if you want to connect them to Wi-Fi, all of them are Wi-Fi. And sort of going back to that point about how easy they can be,
yeah.
My 75-year-old dad has a few of these at home.
There you go.
And when a van drove into his fence, he was able to find out what happened without my help.
So the innovation was worth it.
Yeah.
George, thank you very much, indeed. Thank you. OK, so we've connected, we've done it securely, and we've added this nice, great little feature of a sensor in a camera with Meraki Vision. Now we need to use applications. Every business of any size uses applications to run its business. But it's unlikely that most small businesses would go out and build their own data center. They probably use a public data center and probably also have some private in that they probably run some applications in the branch called hybrid data center, a bit of public and a bit of private. So let's have a look at that private data center. They're not going to build a data center, but how do they run those apps in the branch? Well, at Cisco, we've had for a long time the UCS portfolio. Over 55,000 customers already have UCS compute servers computing and running these apps out there in small businesses already today. But the industry moved to hyper-converged, where we converge, put together, the compute and the storage into one box. And the Cisco solution for that is called HyperFlex, and it was way too big for small business customers. So we brought out HyperFlex Edge, a smaller 2-node version, perfect for small business customers who, with just one box, want to run any applications in their branch and store the data that goes with it. But you've got to manage that. And again, it's about doing it simply because you have low IT resources, and you want to do it as cheaply as you can, but you also want that clever intelligence of AI that comes from a large vendor. And so that's what Intersight does. Intersight sits in the cloud, and because we have such enormous market share, it's collating all the data of all of the HX Edge and all of the HX and all of the UCS servers that are out there, and it's taking them up into that Intersight cloud. And what it's doing is it's very simply giving back commands and direction on how to best manage your network. So if you have no IT skills, you get that AI which keeps getting bigger and better all the time as more and more devices are connected to it, to go back to a small business user to say, here's what to do with your network, here's how to make your compute efficient, a little bit more efficient. It's even been integrated with Alexa, so that you can say something as simple to as Alexa as, tell me how my network is running. And Alexa will tell that small business user how well and how efficient their compute network is running. That's Intersight. Again, this is why to buy from a large vendor like Cisco, because we have 450,000 devices out there being managed by Intersight right now, collecting intelligence and becoming more and more intelligent about how to run networks as I'm standing here. From an app dynamics perspective, if you're a small business user, let's say you're a pizza delivery company, and your business is an application where people order a pizza using an app on that phone, you want to know how well the app is running because that app is your business. And to do that is app dynamics, and you can buy as few licenses as you like for that. So it is as relevant for small business customers to understand how well their app, i.e. their business, is running when their business is an app, which is often. So that's our compute. That enables them to compute their applications and run their applications. But we also promised we would enable them to collaborate with each other and with their customers. And we have a wide portfolio of products in our collaboration space that enables them to do calling, meetings, messaging, have video endpoints, have phones, have headsets, have dongles, all these kinds of things. And any small business user could go out and buy all of those things from lots of different vendors today. But to show you the benefit of why to buy them all from Cisco, please welcome on stage Mark Needham. Come on up, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So Mark, talk us through, what is the value of buying all of those things from Cisco from one vendor?
Well, one of the big changes we've made of late is we're moving the entire collaboration platform onto the single platform. So what do we mean by that? Is there are 5 critical collaboration workloads. You've got your meetings, your messaging, your calling, your devices, and your contact center. And by bringing them all onto the single platform, there are a number of huge benefits. For the users, it's a common UI, a common experience across the entire portfolio. From an IT perspective, you'll have a single point at which you'll apply your integrations via the cloud APIs. You'll have a single point where you'll apply your security and compliance. A single point where you'll have all your management and analytics for the entire experience. And finally, you have a single point where you'll have the application of AI and machine learning, what we call cognitive collaboration.
Okay. And so you talk about cognitive collaboration, which is our term for AI and machine learning and clever collaboration, if I can call it that. Now, I've talked about the benefit of having a large vendor like Cisco that provides more and more AI because of our dominant market share and because we're such a large vendor. What does that offer customers in the collaboration space?
So it's a massive topic for us. So the last few years, we've been building more and more AI and machine learning into our collaboration experience. And some of the most recent acquisitions we made included Vacia and A Company. And what we've done with those acquisitions is really built AI natively into the single WebEx platform. So I'm just going to give you a taste of a couple of those highlights very briefly. So what Vacia brings to the experience is intelligent translation and transcription. At the end of a meeting, it will package up and summarize what's just happened in that meeting. what the transcript was, the recording, what the actions were, when they're due by, who said what. So all that's within a single platform. Additionally, that acquisition allows us to enhance our voice assistants, so OK WebEx, to control your meeting experience. And with the A-Company acquisition, this is about how you build greater affinity and greater rapport with the people you're meeting. So it will go out onto the internet and pull business-relevant insights about the person you're meeting, what they said in an annual report, when they spoke at an event. It will also pull through information from your Active Directory, so you haven't got to go into your intranet to find out what your phone number is, Sarah, when we're in the office. But the really important thing is you own that information. So Sarah can unsubscribe, you can edit, you can enable which elements of that experience you want, so it meets all the requirements for GDPR. And the same applies to companies as well. It's not just about individuals, it's about the companies you'll be working with additionally. Now, the final element here is some of the ways we've used AI for quite some time now is within facial recognition, within the meeting experience. So you know everybody that's in the room. Equally, it does people counting. So you look at your optimization of your spaces. You've got no meeting rooms, but you've got 5 people in a room for 10. What do you need to do? Build some walls. So that rich insights that allow you to drive your organization forwards and be more successful holistically with collaboration.
Okay, sounds fantastic, but a key requirement for the small business portfolio is that it is in the right price range. Some people will be sitting there thinking this sounds very expensive. Is it?
Not at all, and we hear that sentiment quite a lot. There was a time where to get started with collaboration in Cisco, you'd be spending hundreds of thousands of euros. You'd need a massive on-premise infrastructure. But now with all the workloads moving to the cloud, you can start for zero. So you could go to webex.com now, and by the time this session's finished, download the fully featured enterprise-grade WebEx meetings experience via webex.com. And then as you wish to have greater abilities, you can add that into the experience online and direct. So that's what you need for the software experience. But then you're also going to have your meeting rooms, your meeting spaces in your offices. And we've got a whole suite of products which have been designed to take into account the needs of small business. We do have at the high end video endpoints that cost hundreds and hundreds of thousands. But when we look at smaller businesses, there are a couple of key products which are really, really popular. The first one of those we recently launched is our 700 series headset. This is that luxury blend between what you use on a plane to when you're in a cafe working from home and when you're at your desk paired with your phone or with your laptop. Equally, this pairs with our video endpoints. So this is the Desk Pro, which has been launched and we're demoing on our stand. So again, all these are designed for small organizations in mind. What you also have, for any space with a screen, we have the WebEx Share, where you can wirelessly share with the same consistent WebEx experience in each and every room.
So you can just plug that dongle into the back of any screen in the office and start sharing.
Exactly, straight into the HDMI and you're good to go.
Yep.
And also then when you look at a more video conferencing experience, this is the RoomKit Mini. This is our entry-level video product that has the same full experience as what we put into executive-level boardrooms. And this is very achievable for smaller organizations. And in fact, this week there'll be an announcement which will make this even better for small organizations. And finally, when it comes to the hardware, we have the WebEx board. This is a single experience that does whiteboarding, co-creation, iteration, full video, and everything you need to drive entire projects forwards.
Okay, so it's in the right price range. Is it also easy to buy? If everybody wanted to go out and buy one right now, how do they do it?
So as you've already said, you can go straight to webex.com for your software. You've got that there. What you can also do very soon, you'll be able to go to Amazon for Business and buy your video endpoints from Cisco via Amazon. And there will be some times where you're looking for more of an integrated solution, maybe something that's a bit more complex. And that's when we're directly to our partner network. So in Europe alone, there are 30,000 collaboration certified partners. Within walking distance of where we are here, there are 5 that are certified for collaboration and working with smaller businesses.
Brilliant. Mark, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Okay, so I am going to finish with 2 final points. Let's make 2 points. The first one is, as you look there at that full Cisco-designed portfolio, we're not just a networking company. We've enabled customers to authenticate users, connect to a network wirelessly or with switching and routing, no matter what their preference, cloud or on-prem. We've made sure that where they're going on the internet is safe. We've run them through a firewall. We've remembered if we've let some viruses through earlier and we've gone back and told them, and we've allowed them to do all of that from anywhere in the world. And then just to make it even a little bit more clever, we've added a camera with a sensor and AI in it that suits the small business portfolio. We've enabled them to compute their applications in the branch, and again, manage that from anywhere that they wish in the world using Intersight in the cloud to manage their compute and how they're running their applications. And we've given them App Dynamics, which tells them how well their app, their business, is running. And then we have the full collaboration suite that Mark just talked about. And the first of my points is this. At no point at doing all of that did we have to go off to another vendor. We stayed with Cisco the whole time. Every product that we just went through is the Cisco-designed small business portfolio. They don't have to go off and review 20 different vendors. It's entirely within the Cisco-designed portfolio that is right for them. It is the right level of simplicity, the right price, the right product, the right feature set, the right level of complexity, and as you can see, can be done by your mother or your grandmother in many instances. But it was all in the Cisco-designed portfolio, one vendor. And that's the power of Cisco. Here's the other power of Cisco. The other thing that we talked about as we went through that is we showed you that small, it needs to be simple. Simple to install, simple to manage, simple to operate. But it isn't stupid. And with a vendor and the power of a vendor the size of Cisco is how you get access to that intelligence that a small business otherwise couldn't get. Through Talos, through the Meraki dashboard, through the AI in the Meraki Vision cameras, through the intelligence that Intersight is collating. And it's all happening while we're sitting here. And it's precisely because we are a large vendor with the market share we have that our intelligence engines get to be so intelligent, that our machine learning is so effective, and that our small businesses can have access to that in all of these ways through the Cisco-designed portfolio. And that is what Cisco has designed and what we have made possible for small businesses. Thank you very much for listening.
So we're here at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020, and we're going to continue talking small business. So to help us do that, I'm thrilled to be joined here by Sarah Eccleston. Sarah, you're the Managing Director and Global CTO for our commercial and small business segment.
That's right.
And Mark Monday, so you're the Global Head of Small Business for Cisco. So welcome both, how are you doing?
Thank you, we're good.
Yeah, great to be here. Hi.
Is this your first Cisco Live?
No, I've been at Cisco quite a while, so no, this isn't my first one. You?
Yeah, I'm a newbie. For me, it's my first one.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well,
I'm
welcome.
excited to be here.
It's very exciting, and I've heard a lot of buzz going on already about small business.
Right.
So, Mark, we keep hearing that small business is very big business for Cisco, and actually it takes up half of the world's global GDP, right? So how are we showing Cisco's commitment to the small business market here?
Yeah, I mean, so beyond half of the global GDP, it employs about 2/3 of all the employees in the world. So what we're doing today is we're really focused on loads of small business sessions. We have an amazing booth in the World's Showcase. It's an escape room. It gives you an opportunity to experience our technology in a bunch of different ways. It's incredibly interactive and exciting. I highly encourage people to come and visit.
And I actually had to go at that small business escape room just now, won myself a Meraki Go point. So if you haven't been already, you definitely need to make sure. We did it as a team. Okay, so small business tends to be concerned a lot about complexity, about implementation, and sometimes Cisco can be seen as quite big to actually work with some of these companies. So how is Cisco responding to this?
Well, there's virtue in big. I mean, the reality is we are a big company, but we deliver excellent support. We deliver excellent support, we deliver excellent warranty, and we have technology that can fit any need. And the mission for us is to meet the customer where they are with the technology that they need for that day. And yeah, we can be complex, and that's great for big companies, but we can also be small for small companies.
And I think from a technical perspective, we do quite a lot in this area. So for a portfolio, a product to make it into the Cisco design small business portfolio, it has to be simple, and kind of almost simple enough sometimes that even my mother can do it. And you saw that in the presentation, right? Even my mother could have installed that wireless access point. So we do things in order to make it simple to buy, simple to manage, simple to install, So that gives you the Meraki dashboard. The whole ethos of Meraki is, simplicity.
Yeah.
Meraki Go, even easier. We're launching a mobile app at Cisco Live in Melbourne, which I talked about, which is to manage the Cisco wireless access points for Cisco Business. The Intersite GUI is really simple and a really lovely GUI to manage your compute and your Hyperflex estate. So we try and really enable anyone, no matter how much or how little IT expertise they have, to deploy our systems in a really simple way, as well as buy them simply. We're increasing our e-commerce so that people can buy them really easily. The support, we give 24/7 support. We have various local languages. So we really try and make it as easy as possible for people to buy, to support, to use, and to install and configure themselves, even if they're not an IT guru.
Well, you have me sold already. So I've heard a lot about Cisco Design for Business. I've seen at intern, external events, really exciting. So what does it take to make the cut into this portfolio? What is it that's special about it?
How do you get there? So of course at Cisco we've got an enormous portfolio, and it's a fantastic portfolio, but we curate that to Cisco Design. So what do you have to do to be in Cisco Design? Well, you've got to be, again, easy to buy. So we look at e-commerce platforms and simple ways of buying, and also simple to buy through our partner landscape. So easy to buy, again, easy to install, easy to manage. It has to have the right feature set, not too complex. A feature set, we have products that are fantastic for larger customers, or products that are fantastic if you happen to have a chief security officer, to look at your security network as a holistic view. But if you're a smaller business, you don't need that level of feature set, and that feature set comes at a price. So it's about giving it the right feature set, and only the feature set that's needed at the right price, and then making it really easy to buy, easy to manage, easy to support. And if it's all of those things, then it can go into the Cisco Design portfolio, as well as, is it something that a small business needs? Does a small business need tetration from Cisco? Probably not. Does it need Cloud Center? Probably not. Do they have the IT skill set to deploy DNA Center? Probably not. But if it's something that they need and it's at the right price and the right level of simplicity, then into Cisco Design it goes.
That sounds great. And Sarah, your innovation talk earlier was about how Cisco's Design for Business is about connecting, computing, collaborating securely as well. So obviously security is a big part of that.
Security is massive.
Exactly. So what are some of the highlights and key takeaways from the keynote that you did? What do you want people to take away from that?
So I think take away two big things from that keynote. The first one is, as I said in the keynote, at no point when articulating that portfolio of all the things, we know all small businesses want to connect and secure and compute and collaborate.
Yeah.
And at no point when I articulated that portfolio did I have to leave Cisco and go to another vendor. It was all Cisco. And that's the first key takeaway, because there is no other vendor on the planet that can say that, or even do half of that, or even a quarter of it, frankly. So the power of Cisco is the fact that we can do all of it. And then the second key takeaway is that because we are a large technology vendor and we do have high market share, that's the value to the small business. It shouldn't be off-putting. I can understand why it might be off-putting to a small business, but actually it's the value, because all of these systems, the Meraki dashboard, the Meraki vision cameras, the Intersite, the Talos that I talked about, these are all huge analytics engines and dashboards sitting in the cloud, collating all that intelligence that goes into AI and machine learning. And the more that goes into it, the better it is. So because we have that massive market share that we do, because so many of our wonderful customers are so loyal to us and we have such great market share with them, because of that, our AI just keeps getting bigger and better, and our machine learning just keeps getting better. And so a small business customer who buys just one product from us can benefit from that intelligence. And they couldn't get that any other way. They couldn't buy it, they couldn't get it from a point vendor, they couldn't get it from a smaller vendor. So the key takeaway is almost buy from Cisco because we're big, even though you're small.
Yeah, and I might interject. Small companies get big. And again, we're calling them small, but it's really someone's vision, someone's passion. They're taking risks. They want to build a company. And so they don't think of themselves as small. They think of themselves as incredibly important, and we do too.
Yeah, we do.
We want to make sure that we can help them achieve their vision. And so if it's starting small and working your way up to levels of complexity with our dashboard, with our analytics, with our instrumentation, that's perfect for a business that's growing. And so we really want to make sure that we embrace them as a business where they've taken a risk and help them grow to wherever they want to be.
And you know, I find it really fascinating being here at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020 and seeing some case studies, maybe around some of the bigger enterprise customers that we have, but it's amazing and fascinating to know that just even if you're an entrepreneur roaming around, you're a one-person business, there's something here for you that can actually help and make a big impact. So
there really is. And you know, I talked about app dynamics in the presentation, and just to drill a little more on that, because many small businesses, we talk about digitization, which is the concept of doing something you used to do with people, but doing it now on the web or doing it in an app. You used to bank in person in a branch, now you bank on an app or online. That's digitized banking. And you know, some of our small businesses are the leaders in that. They're the first to do that. Many small businesses, their business is an app. I use the example of a pizza delivery company, but there are many retailers, many different small businesses. And so you want to know how your business is running. You need to know how your app's running. You need to know, you know, in the pizza delivery example, which area of the city are people ordering the most pizzas from? Which flavors are most common in these areas? What's your delivery time like in different areas? And App Dynamics can give you all that insight precisely because you're on the internet. And so as you're walking around here as a smaller business, you may look at App Dynamics and think too complex for me, but actually some of this stuff is perfect for you. And just because someone is a smaller business, as I said in the presentation, you know, small means we need to be simple, but it isn't stupid. And just because you're a smaller business doesn't mean that you don't want that level of intelligence or clever products to help you run your business well.
Yeah, I mean, the fastest growing segment for cloud adoption is small business. They're the first to adopt. And so the reality is that Wi-Fi is their lifeline. The connectivity is everything for their business. If they're running instances of cloud services, they have to be connected. And there's sort of this new Maslow's hierarchy of needs: air, food, water, shelter, connectivity, secure connectivity, and collaboration. And I think that's what we bring to a small business.
And just to kind of wrap up on that, because you mentioned obviously some of the technologies, so we're adding some of the latest additions to the portfolio, the business wireless access points, the new Meraki Go, the new Catalyst 1K switch. So tell us a bit more about those technologies. Is there anything else that's really worth a mention?
So the new Meraki Go. So Meraki Go has been extended. So we have had Meraki Go wireless, which you configure on the app on your device. For a while, it's been extended to include switching and routing. The new access points are part of the on-prem Cisco portfolio. Great development, new hardware, smallest form factor, as I said, just in the right price range for that small business customer. So new access points launched there, and what's coming is that mobile app to manage them as well, so that's going to get better. And we will see more developments in that small business on-prem range throughout the course of the year as well, so look out for that with switching later in the year. The Catalyst 1K is an interesting one because many customers want that small business switch, right feature set, right price. Other customers still want that feature set, but they want the Catalyst brand. And so previously they were buying a switch called the 2960L, the Catalyst 2960L or the Catalyst 2960P. And that was due a hardware refresh. It needed a refresh. So we've upgraded that now. We've refreshed that to the Catalyst 1K. So the on-prem switching portfolio is Catalyst 9K, you know, for our top-end range of switches, the Catalyst 1K, which is that lowest Catalyst enterprise-level switch for the smaller customer or mid-sized customer, and then as we go down, it's into then the small business premise switches, or if you want cloud, it's Meraki switching and Meraki Go. And so in that way, we've got a really nice, easy, simple chain: 9K, 1K, small business, Meraki and Meraki Go.
It sounds like small businesses are sport for choice with everything that Cisco's offering at the moment. Lots of exciting developments as well. So if people want to learn more and they're watching the broadcast at home, where should they go?
So you can obviously always Google and we'll route you that way, but if you go to cisco.com/smallbusiness, you'll get much more details on all the things I've talked about.
Great, well thank you both for joining me.
Thank you for the time.
And if you're here at the show, make sure you check out the Small Business Escape Room. Watch the space, we'll be right back.
that I'd like to show you after all.
I'll join you remote for the meeting.
Tim, we're on in 2 minutes. Can you review the client deliverables?
Okay, WebEx. Start my meeting.
Okay, joining meeting.
Hey, Lisa.
You ran Asia Pacific.
Yep.
Do you know Henry?
I sure do.
Getting to know you, getting to know all about you.
Getting to like you, getting to hope you like me.
Getting to know you, putting it my way, but nicely.
Let's try to straighten it.
You are precisely
Our
cup of
tea.
Getting to know you.
getting to feel free and easy. When I am with you, getting to know what to say.
Haven't you noticed? Suddenly I'm bright and breezy.
Because of all the
Beautiful and new things I'm learning about you day by day.
Introducing Cognitive Collaboration, the right information for the right people at just the right time to build stronger human connections and help teams work smarter together. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I really do love that cognitive collaboration video. Every time I'm standing up here and I hear it playing, I have to dance and I have to sing along. That's the way it goes. Welcome back to the broadcast. Thank you so much to all of you for being here with us. Remember to keep reaching out using hashtag CLEUR. We want to hear from all of you on all forms of social media, but we're just glad to have you with us here on the stream. My name is Steve Moulter. So we just played the Innovations for Small Businesses talk that happened on Monday afternoon. Sarah Eccleston, our Managing Director and Global CTO for Commercial and Small Business, and we are going to talk about small business here for the next few minutes as we head toward the 2 o'clock innovation talk with Michael Beasley about transforming your IP infrastructure and leading market disruption. But now first, SP, service providers, who really represent some of the largest enterprises in today's changing world. They're the ones right out there on the forefront, on the precipice of network transformation, which is what's driving the internet of the future. It's new silicon, it's new optics, it's new software, systems, 5G, and here at Cisco, we are addressing all of it. And we're going to talk about that for the next few minutes with one of our great customers, Turkcell. I've got Batur Genç here with me. How are you, Batur?
Good, thank you.
Thanks so much for taking the time to join us in the studio. We appreciate it. You are an IP network manager for Turkcell, which is based in Istanbul, and you are the largest mobile phone operator in Turkey today. Let's start by talking about some of the goals and the vision of Turkcell.
Sure, Turkcell is a converged telecommunication and technology service provider. With headquartered in Turkey, Istanbul, operating in 5 countries. With more than 48 million customers.
Wow, excellent. All right, let's begin with the SPNA. So last year, you signed the very first SPNA with Cisco in EMEA, which is amazing, and thank you. We're glad that you're leading the way on that. What were the key drivers that attracted Turkcell to the SPNA program, and why? Why us?
Okay. This is actually the common challenge of all service provider companies on the industry is that traffic is growing so rapid, but revenue is not that much rapid. Revenue is that. And this affects some critical financial KPIs, such as CapEx over revenue or EBITDA. And SPNA helps us in this way. SPNA helps us to keep CapEx investments more flattish. Also helps us to simplify our investment planning strategy. So even with significant traffic growth, we can keep our CapEx more flattish. That allows us to keep investing on more capacity, more new technologies without sacrifice from quality. So we can keep our high quality services with enough capacity without make budgets explode.
Absolutely. So, which easily translates out to what's happening within the customer experience. What does the customer benefit from the SPNA capability?
Actually, we serving our customers voice, data, TV, and value-added services for both mobile and fixed networks. We also offer digital OTT services globally, such as instant messaging, music platform, personal cloud, and we have a huge service variety. So with this such a huge variety, it brings us to big set of different requirements, different network segments, different network technologies, especially an IP network. SPNA helps us to keep everything simplified, keep planning simplified, so we can keep going on investing on new technologies without concerning about complex software licensing models. No need to spend time for this complex, so we can focus on our technologies.
And I wanted to ask you, do you believe that complexity is the largest challenge that you face, or are there other important challenges that SPNA is helping to leap over?
Sure, actually, we all live in a digitalization era now. And in this era, as a proven innovator, Turkcell is enabling digital lifestyle for consumers and also digital transformation for our customers. Our company's vision is superior digital services for better future. So we had a state-of-the-art 4G network now, and we are ready to launch 5G. Also, we are heavily investing on virtualization and cloud technologies. And as I said, also digital OTT services we are really focused on, and we have a big variety of, big portfolio of digital services. For customer experience part of this, SPNA helps us to keep it simple, more focused on technology, instead of investment, budgeting, or licensing models. We have time to spend more focus on technology, improve the technology, improve our services with this huge variety. So customers also benefit from us superior quality services.
So as the 5G rollout continues, let's look at your 12 to 24 month plan, your general scope and your strategy. Right now, we still don't know entirely what 5G is going to look like. We're starting to see aspects and elements of 5G, but we're not 100% sure where it's going. What is the Turkcell plan for the coming 1 to 2 years?
Actually, we are totally ready to launch a 5G network, because all elements are, in technical point of view, we are ready. We are just waiting the licensing period. So we are, in next 1-2 years, we are focusing some services of 5G. Of course, it's not 100% ready at the first day with all services. We thought that the key points are NB-IoT is a key driver for 5G. Also, fixed wireless access with 5G is a killer use case of 5G. And beyond that, we are ready to invest on this autonomous cars, low latency applications, which a lot value-added applications and services that makes people's daily life easier.
Excellent. I want to end by talking about the relationship between Turkcell and Cisco. What is particularly unique, why you chose Cisco for partnership in this particular arena, and the type of support that you feel you're getting at Turkcell?
Actually, we've been working with Cisco for so long time. It's always we are being strategic partner with Cisco. It's high quality products. We want to make high quality services, so Cisco is better. With this SPNA model, it also helps us to make longer term plans. It's instead of annual basis planning, with Cisco SPNA model, we can see longer term. We can foresee longer term, so we can make mid-term planning. So it also gives us as agility, and more of that is give space and time to deal with other things.
Last thing that I want to ask you, your golden piece of advice, from your particular perspective, if you're talking to other service provider organizations about their SPNA journey and their experience, what advice can you give them based on your own?
As I said before, the key word is agility for all service provider companies in this era. So with SPNA, it helps you to align your IP network to company's overall technology strategy. So this gives us more agility. It simplifies your planning and operations, and it adds agility to yourself. On the other hand, if you evaluate the SPNA model, SPNA offer effectively, and align it with your investment strategy, you should define a good break-even point. And after this break-even point, it's a commercially and technically true win-win model for both Cisco and the service provider.
Excellent. Batur, it has been such a pleasure to talk to you. Congratulations. Thank you for what you're doing at Turkcell and for the power and the great stories that you're bringing to us here at Cisco. We truly appreciate it. I hope you have an excellent show, and I'm glad that you came in today.
Thank you. It was a pleasure for me.
Thanks so much, Batur. So glad to have you with us here on the stream. We are going to continue talking 5G as the story continues to build and adapt, and as we head toward the new mobile standard. And the more stories that we can hear about this 5G innovation and process, the better. We're going to share one of those stories with you right now. A great company called Resumen. Enjoy the video. We will see you right back here in the studio 2 minutes from now.
So when it comes to different sectors which are already experimenting 5G, it covers every single activity you can imagine, whether it's public sector, private companies. We're already working in Industry 4.0. We're working across automotive, smart agriculture, smart farming. We're also working in the field of education, so you can name it.
5G is very important for mobile industry. We've enjoyed more than 20 years of evolution that has made a massive change to our lives. We're going to be experiencing faster connections. To start, 10 times more than what we are used to experience today with 4G. Latency will go to very, very low figures, 1 millisecond. On top of this, the network will be very flexible. It will be capable to adapt to every service you demand. We will be able to operate in much higher frequencies, which will give us more capacity and faster connections as well.
"5G will bring to the first and exhibition sector quite a lot of things. Firstly, it will provide the speed that we need. We're managing hundreds and thousands of data to provide the service. Also, it's something that we will need for making just not only an exhibition for 1 week, but an exhibition for 365 days per year.
We believe 5G is going to have a very relevant impact on the world economy. The number of 5G users in the following years is going to explode. Basically, around 1/3 of the world population will have access, at least, to 5G.
We are the European leader, managing 138 million mobile customers across our 14 operations, including our joint venture in the Netherlands. Our credentials, having been already the leader over the past years in 4G business, which puts us in a fantastic position to lead the 5G opportunity.
And welcome back. Now we get to talk with one of our favorite partners here at Cisco, Vodafone. I've got Daniel Jimenez, CEO of the Vodafone business here in Spain with me. Hello.
Hello.
I'm so glad you're here today. All right, so Daniel, let's get right to it. There are so many promises surrounding 5G. In a long time coming, what will 5G really mean for businesses?
In my personal point of view, and probably from the Vodafone point of view, 5G represents a new paradigm for how to do business in B2B or in B4B, business for business. In my view, we have the opportunity to change the ecosystem of developers, the ecosystem of platforms, and the ecosystem of telecom. So I think that we have the opportunity to do things that probably 4 years ago, 5 years ago, were unimaginable for companies and both for telcos. So it's a huge opportunity.
Excellent. How are Vodafone and Cisco partnering to create the 5G for the future?
I think that we are in the right model. We are co-creating new services because it's impossible to launch to the market one services being alone. It's impossible. So we are working with you, with Cisco, doing things like, for instance, connecting WebEx with 5G, trying to do how to explode in the case of on the north of Spain, how to do the crops better using both solutions of software and our network, and we are combining platforms. That's the idea.
Give us a great use case for Vodafone here at this point in terms of the development opportunities that you're creating around 5G.
For instance, Spain is a touristic country. More than 80 million of people came to Spain every year to visit us. And we are developing with different measures, with different cities, how to explore augmented reality or virtual reality to explain better what Spain has in every city, in every museum. It's something simple, it's to understand, it's something different from what we are doing here, and it's something that every city needs. That's one simple example. Other experiences, how to improve surgeons, how to improve medicine, doing things where the latency or the distance, it doesn't matter. Why don't we can use the best surgeon in the world to attend you, independently if he's living in Spain or not? So we are working this, the 5G surgeon is a project, and many things about this.
Excellent. People are paying such close attention to what you're doing at Vodafone. We are as well here at Cisco. I wish we had more time to talk to one another, but thank you again for the great work that you're doing. Thank you again for the great partnership, and we're very excited to see what Vodafone is going to be bringing into the 5G sphere.
Our pleasure, and we find in Cisco the partner we need. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Daniel.
Bye.
We are about 10 seconds out from the next innovation talk. Michael Beasley, our VP and CTO of SP Networking, transforming your IP infrastructure and leading market disruption. Enjoy the innovation talk. We'll see you on the other side.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Innovation Talks Theater. My name's Toby and I have the pleasure of being your host today. And it's so good to see everyone here at Cisco Live 2020 in Barcelona. And there's so many of us here, but together we're going to build that bridge to get where you want to go so you can accomplish anything. And here at Cisco Live, you'll learn new things, be inspired, and create a path to endless opportunities. Now, we have 14 innovation talks here in this theater this week, where we will share with you our latest solutions, innovations, and of course, best practices. By 2020, nearly 850 zettabytes of data will be generated by all people, machines, and things, up from 220 zettabytes in 2016. This exponential growth is requiring service providers to rethink how they effectively build, efficiently build, effectively support, and cost-effectively manage their critical IP networking infrastructure. Cisco is leading disruption in this mass-scale networking industry. In today's innovation talk, we will discover how the company is enabling service providers, media, and web companies to transform their businesses. We are fortunate today to hear from Michael Beasley, Cisco's Vice President and CTO of the company's service provider business. He leads technical direction, architectural transition, solution architecture, and roadmap planning for Cisco's SP networking portfolio. Please give me a warm welcome with Michael.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for joining me today as we discuss Cisco's latest innovations in the SP space. By way of introduction, my name is Michael Beasley. I am CTO for the service provider business at Cisco. We're the part of the company that are focused on driving the innovations up and down the stack with regard to technologies, solutions, and products aimed at service providers, content companies, hyperscalers, and others that are building some of the biggest networks in the world in preparation for the Internet of the future. As we know, the service provider space is an interesting, challenging business with many opportunities in front of it. As far as the Internet's growth is concerned, we're really in the teenage years, if you like, with regard to the Internet. Despite exponential growth over the last 30 years or so, the network and the connectivity continues to grow at record levels. And as we see continued innovation in the access layers, whether that be innovations in DOCSIS for cable, innovations in PON, innovations in Wi-Fi, and of course innovations in mobility with regard to 5G, we see the ability more and more to bring more bandwidth, more connectivity, more users, more devices onto the network. We certainly, over the next few years, we expect the percentage of people actually connected to the internet to go up to 60%. The average number of devices per user will go up to roughly 3.5 devices per user. And of course, we will see exponential growth with regard to machine-to-machine connections as the fourth industrial revolution continues, and as every device, both in the consumer context as well as the enterprise context, becomes smart and connected, driving more connections and driving more bandwidth onto the network, with average broadband speeds getting up to 75 megabits per session by 2022. As we see this exponential growth in bandwidth and connectivity, there remains a set of economic challenges for our service provider partners. They need to deliver this increased bandwidth, this increased connectivity, with relatively flat capital budgets. That means that every dollar of CapEx that they invest, that dollar invested in equipment, invested in transport gear, needs to move an order of magnitude more bytes across the network than it did just a few years ago. Today, most service providers have a ratio of 5-to-1 with regard to operational expense to actual CapEx on kit and transport equipment. This obviously puts a significant burden on the financials of the service provider and on the business model. Driving that number down from 5-to-1 down to 3-to-1 or 2-to-1 is a priority for Cisco as we innovate across the portfolio, and making sure that all aspects of the operational cost come down, both the human operational cost, the automation in the network, as well as the actual power budget for the network. As we look forward, it's imperative that we address both the CapEx and the OpEx challenges, and we create new revenue opportunities and new business opportunities such that service providers can produce new revenue streams and new profit pools off of the significant investments that they make in their networking infrastructure. Recently, we launched a set of innovations up and down the stack that are really aimed at changing the economics of these networks, of these mass-scale WAN networks that are the foundation of the internet and will be the foundation of the internet of the future. These innovations span the silicon domain, where we have announced a set of silicon technologies that have been many years in the making to really revolutionize the economics and the bandwidth that we can deliver. A set of routers, a set of infrastructure that uses that silicon to deliver best-of-breed bandwidth and connectivity at industry-leading power consumption levels, along with the next generation of our embedded operating system, XR7, streamlining and simplifying that OS, making it easier to use, making it smaller, faster to deploy, more reliable, along with a set of optic modules and new business models around optics to be able to drive connectivity and cost-effective connectivity to the routers at 400 gig and beyond, as well as continued evolution of our subscriber management stack, all wrapped in the industry's most comprehensive automation portfolio to ensure intent-based, seamless, cost-effective, and reliable operations of the infrastructure. With Silicon One, we're very proud of what we've achieved with regard to this silicon. It is industry-leading, both in terms of bandwidth, being twice as capable as the next silicon in the industry, as well as being able to process packets at an elevated level, 3 times faster than the next competitor in the industry. The silicon is also unique in the ability to be able to operate in different modes depending on how it is used. It can operate as a standalone network processor in a small pizza box router. It can operate obviously in line card mode, where half of the silicon is dedicated to running the front port Ethernet interfaces, and the other half of the chip is running the fabric interface from the line card to the fabric element. And it's also able to run as a standalone fabric element, being the fastest fabric element in the industry today, used within a modular chassis. The Silicon One family comes with a unified SDK along with a P4 forwarding interface that allows customization and easy programming of the actual device. Along with the innovation in the silicon itself, we also have innovated with regard to our business models. And we're happy to announce that we are now willing and capable of providing the Silicon One family as a merchant chip to partners, to vendors, to large customers that want to build systems themselves around this silicon. Obviously, we use it internally as well for our own products, but we are also announcing the ability to provide it as a merchant chip along with the software SDK to allow others to build systems and to build solutions around that actual silicon engine. We also last month announced the 8000 series of routers that are built with the Silicon One engine at the heart of these systems. This is a full portfolio of routers spanning 1RU integrated systems all the way up to modular chassis that are both 8, 12, and 18 slots. These systems are high performance, optimized for 400 gigabit and beyond connectivity, with the 1RU system being able to deliver 10.8 terabits of bandwidth in a 1RU system at 500 watts, which is significantly industry leading. The system has been designed to be operationally efficient, in particular, very power efficient. It has industry leading power consumption per gigabit transmitted, allowing for greatly reduced operational costs. The other aspect that was a priority for us as we were designing and developing the 8000 series was to ensure that it is the most trustworthy and secure family of infrastructure products in the market. All of these products have a hardware root of trust embedded within the actual system design that can be used to verify the authenticity of the hardware, ensure that all modules inside of the system were manufactured by Cisco, were authentic, and were correctly supplied by Cisco, as well as being able to use that hardware anchor to do full measurement and full attestation of all software that is loaded onto the system. These measurements and this attestation can be used to send the telemetry northbound to a cloud service that we use to verify and to attest to the integrity of the system and to ensure that all software running on the embedded systems is authentic, is malware-free, was properly published, assigned, and released by Cisco, making the 8000 series the most trustworthy, the most secure routers in the industry. Along with the Silicon and the 8000 series, we recently released the next version of our embedded OS, XR7. We've worked to make this a simpler, more optimized, more reliable embedded software. It takes from a memory footprint point of view, it is 50% less than previous versions of the software that results in boot times that are 50% faster. The image sizes themselves have been reduced greatly with a reduction of 40%, and that results in increased efficiency and faster load times. XR7 is a modern network OS with several layers of APIs allowing easy configuration, easy management, and easy customization of the actual software. It also supports the ability to have the customer can customize images, selecting the subsystems and the modules that they need and that they want inside of their routers, depending on the feature set and the services that are being offered off of that network and off of those routers. As I previously noted, the 8000 series comes with a hardware root of trust. The XR7 software takes advantage of that root of trust to be able to verify the signatures of all of the software being loaded onto the device, ensuring that that software was correctly published and correctly signed by Cisco. It also offers the option for customers to self-sign, in addition to the Cisco signatures, to be able to self-sign their images such that we can do a double verification of the signing of the software, verifying the Cisco signature as well as the actual customer's signature. As XR7 runs, it continues to take measurements, it continues to verify the integrity of the software down at the process level and sends those measurements, sends those attestation records northbound to a cloud service that is used to visualize and to verify those signatures to ensure that the software is as it was intended to be on the actual devices, that it remains malware-free, and is exactly as the customer configured. With regard to optics, we continue to make significant investments in optical modules. It's interesting, as each generation of technology has come and as we've stepped up in speed, we've seen a significant shift of total BOM costs with regard to the solution towards the optical modules. In previous generations, the router itself was actually the majority of the cost, with the optical modules maybe contributing 10 or 20% of the cost. As we look forward to the 400 gig era, that equation has flipped significantly to the point that the actual cost of the router is a minority of the total BOM costs, with the optical modules representing a significant portion of the actual total BOM cost. As such, driving innovation, driving cost reduction, driving integration around the optical modules is a significant priority for us. We continue to make significant organic R&D investments, as well as you can see on the slide, significant inorganic investments with regard to mergers and acquisitions to make sure that we've got the most compelling and the most industry-leading solutions around optical modules. We also are expanding our business model in this regard as well. Obviously, Cisco-sourced optical modules are certified and verified for use on Cisco hosts. We have expanded that to the point that we now are willing and able to certify Cisco optical modules not only on Cisco hosts, but also on third-party and sometimes competitive equipment, such that if a customer so desires, they can use Cisco optical modules on third-party platforms that are not from Cisco. That really helps to drive the reliability, the levels of integration, and the total cost-effectiveness of the solution for the customer. As we go forward, we've got a significant focus on being able to provide wafer-scale integration of the optical technology and the silicon technology that is used for network processors, as well as driving towards a highly automated manufacturing process to the point that we can take significant cost out of the process of assembling and testing optical modules, resulting in a more cost-effective solution for our end customers. Along with those innovations in silicon, systems, embedded software, and optics, we continue to drive the industry's most complete automation portfolio, such that our customers have all the tools they need for day -1 operations with regard to architecting, designing, and planning the network, day 0 operations with regard to driving intent-based configuration into the network with regard to the services that the customers are offering off of that network, and then the day 1 tools to facilitate correct and cost-effective operations of that network, taking the analytics off of the network to allow rapid fault detection, rapid understanding of the underlying root causes, and then the rapid remediation of problems in the network. As part of the XR7 launch, we also are bringing to market 2 new cloud services to augment and to facilitate the operations of these networks. The first is the Integration Qualification Environment, which is a cloud-based SaaS service that allows our customers to upload their network topology, their equipment choices, their services, their features, and their configuration into a cloud service, along with a set of identified test suites that we will then run on their behalf in the back end of that cloud service, either in a fully virtualized manner or using physical test beds that we have in our test labs that allow our customers to rapidly verify new hardware, new configuration, new embedded software that they are then going to use in their network. This greatly reduces the time to qualify, the time to test both new hardware and new software in the actual network, allowing our customers to deploy more rapidly the new technologies that we are delivering to the market. The second cloud service that we recently announced is a service called Trust Insights. It is the SaaS service that takes all of the telemetry, all of the attestation measurements off of the XR7 equipment that is using the hardware root of trust to take all the signatures of all the packages and all the processes and all the software that is running across the full fleet of routers that make up the network, such that those attestation records can be visualized, you can run analytics on those records, and you can do alarming and alerting on any software processes or any software packages that are actually inside your infrastructure that have unknown hashes or incorrect hashes, such that they can be verified, they can be remediated, ensuring that the network runs malware-free, remains as trusted and as secure as possible. As we drive all this innovation with regard to the fundamental transport, being able to produce a very high bandwidth, very cost-effective transport fabric, we continue to drive innovations with regard to the subscriber management stacks across cable, wireline, and mobility. Our customers have asked for significant simplification and significant unification of, in particular, the control planes for these subscriber services. When we continue to evolve all 3 of our offerings to a consistent design pattern where we offer the control plane as a fully cloud-native, cloud-resident control plane that is built with containers with a microservices design, allowing ease of deployment and very cost-effective deployment onto commodity x86 hardware. Along with that, we continue to evolve the user plane functions of all 3 of these stacks, allowing that user plane to be deployed onto remote compute and or into network elements themselves to actually augment the processing and to be able to facilitate the high bandwidth and low latency requirements of the user plane function, allowing that function to get distributed into the metro and the aggregation parts of the network, much closer to the consumers, much closer to the eyeballs and to the users of the actual network. And this is very significant given the trends that we see with regard to traffic patterns, in particular the continued rise of consumer video being the dominant traffic pattern on these networks, with some analysts saying that by 2022, up to 80% of all traffic on the network will actually be consumer video. So being able to do that termination and having that user plane function much further out in the network, along with CDN services and other caching services, allows that traffic to be dealt with in the most cost-effective manner, also with the highest levels of customer satisfaction and quality of experience for the actual end user. As we drive towards cloud-native subscriber management on top of a next-generation silicon-driven software-defined transport network, we're also driving the distribution of compute and storage throughout the network. we see several usages for this compute and storage. The first is infrastructural components of the network, whether it be the user plane function, caching and CDN services, subscriber management stacks, and so forth. The second usage that we see for the compute and storage is actually the emerging space of third-party applications that can take advantage of this edge cloud as it develops. The applications that facilitate autonomous cars and autonomous transportation, AR, VR, higher levels of quality and fidelity and resolution with regard to the consumer video, and so forth. All of these innovations combine to form a solution that has powerful economic advantages to our service provider customers. We see an up to 39% improvement of OpEx with regard to the full automation and the significant power reductions in the network that technologies such as Silicon One and the Cisco 8000 deliver. With the automation portfolio, along with our software-defined transport, we see up to a 60% improvement of total cost of ownership with regard to our network and the operational costs that our customers bear with regard to deploying and operating these networks. With regard to being able to pre-verify and run automated test suites in a cloud-delivered manner, we see the ability to deliver services much, much faster, with up to an 81% improvement in time to service. With that, I'd like to run a short video that demonstrates the power of all these innovations combined with our customer success portfolio that allows us to partner with our customers to drive innovation and technology and to be able to produce next-generation networks that they themselves will become part of the internet for the future. With that, could we run the video, please?
April 16th, 2018. This is Tokyo. This is Rakuten. These are Cisco executives invited to a meeting with Rakuten. This is Tarek Amin, CTO of Rakuten Mobile. This is Prakash Suthar, team leader from Cisco Customer Experience.
Namaskar. Good morning.
This is a story about doing something that's never been done before.
Prakash, I need someone to help me build the world's first end-to-end cloud-native network. We need a partner.
Let's do it.
In order for this to work, it has to be optimized for 5G.
We'll design it from scratch.
Fully automated.
Fully virtualized.
Cloud.
Core.
Transport.
Virtual RAN. Everything.
It will be the first of its kind.
Oh, yeah.
You can figure it out?
We can figure it out.
This is their idea. It's an ambitious idea. An unprecedented idea.
It's true.
But this is what industry executives called it.
Impossible.
Impossible. But that didn't stop them. That just made them hungry.
So, Prakash, how about developers?
We'll create a platform.
Different systems.
Different partners working together. What else?
This is the plane that took the Rakuten team to San Jose.
Okay, so it takes 3 weeks to implement a traditional radio site.
With automation, we can do it in 10 minutes. And more secure.
Zero touch.
Zero defect.
Ready for 5G.
Just upgrade the software.
This is Tarek's impressed face. This went on for months.
We're gonna need new hardware.
Then we'll partner with your vendor.
But our design?
You got it.
Then Tarek said.
And we want you to manage the whole chain, oversee the integration of vendors and partners.
We're on it.
February 3rd, 2019. This is Rakuten and Cisco and their impossible idea, making their first call.
Oh my God.
And the world just changed. Rakuten and Cisco Customer Experience. The right solutions, the right technology, most importantly, the right people. Between ideas and invention, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Very good. Indeed, Cisco. And all of you, you make it possible. With that, thank you very much indeed.
And we are back in the studio live, coming to you from the hub here on the broadcast. We have just completed our service provider innovation talk with Michael Beasley, transforming your IP infrastructure, leading market disruption. We're going to continue to talk service provider all the way up until our next innovation talk kicking off here at 2:45 Barcelona time with our very own Todd Nightingale. We're going to move things over into the Meraki realm. But before we get to that, I want to remind you, keep reaching out on social media using hashtag CLEUR. We do want to hear from you. I'm Steve Moulter, and I'm joined in studio by my friend Zane Powell. Mr. Zaney.
Steve, how's it going?
It's going great. It's been a really fun day. I've been seeing you off in the ether somewhere. Hello, hello.
I'm sorry, Steve. How happy are you on a scale of 1 to 10 that I'm back here with you?
I'm bursting with pride, bursting with joy. Does that work? Something like that?
That works. I like that.
All right.
Good friends again.
We'll go ahead and we'll burst together back in here. All right, so talk to me about some of the experiences that you've been having while you've been out. So either you've been here and I've been there, or vice versa. What's been exciting you here today?
So guess what, Steve? This morning I built a bicycle.
I saw you build a bicycle, and at the end I saw Nish was like, do you think it's actually going to spin? She spun the wheel?
Yeah, so the thing is, it really upset me because no one believed that I could build the bike. But in the end, I built the bike, and the guy who was the expert, he said it was perfect.
You are corporate social responsibility here at Cisco. I know it's a big passion piece for so many of us, and we talk about it frequently here in the studio. We like to get out there as much as possible and talk CSR, but the things happening in the park across the way are just fantastic. And I want to talk to you more about that, but right now it looks like our very own Nish Parker is out there somewhere on the World of Solutions show floor. How are you, Nish?
Yeah, good. Just a reminder, guys, I do have an earpiece so I can hear everything you were saying.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My apologies if we said anything.
No hard feelings. I was very impressed by your bike building. So I'm here in, I think, what is the busiest booth I've seen so far here at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020. I'm in the service provider area, and I'm joined by Ben Colling. Hey, Ben, how are you?
Yes, great. Thanks,
Good.
Nish.
Good to have you here. So you're the manager of the specialists for service provider here in EMEA.
That's correct.
So tell us a bit about your role, what you do at Cisco, and why is this booth so busy?
Well, we're all interested in how we can build an end-to-end infrastructure that delivers 3 key benefits for our service provider customers. So growing revenue, of course, top of mind. We'll be building more agile, strict SLAs from which our service provider customers can monetize, improve existing services, but also break into new markets, reducing costs in terms of controlling CapEx, actually aligning it to those revenues, and also really focusing on how to ultra simplify, automate operations to target a reduction in that all-important OpEx. And then we're looking at mitigating risk, providing a very secure platform from which to deliver those services. So we built out this world to try and convey all of those key factors. I'll start off with a key kind of commonality across all of them, and that is segment routing. We've now been able to deliver segment routing all the way across the portfolio, right deep into where the actual customer will connect into the network. So perhaps at a cell site, perhaps at a business access point. We're able now, with advancements in iOS XR, release 7, we've reduced the memory footprint. We're able to squeeze it into much more power-effective, power-efficient, cost-optimized, compact systems, just like this NCS 540 here, from where we can start to deliver and deploy those strict SLAs. At the same time, and dovetailed with that, we've really streamlined our telco cloud offering. So we're able to deploy it much more effectively into deeper areas of the network. For example, this new UCS platform, it can fit into a standard 600mm rack. So we can deploy applications, for example, latency-sensitive applications, deep into our customer networks and close to those subscribers. After all, 5.5 microseconds per kilometer adds up when you're talking about, for example, a cloud gaming application. The closer that application is to the end customer, the more reactive, the more real-time that experience is for the end customer. So we're basically portraying those SLAs in these paths here. For example, if we're talking about that cloud gaming application, we'll deploy it in an edge data center probably, at which point we'll gain all of the ACI programmability benefits we've used to have in the larger data centers in a core data center environment, but we bring in those benefits out in terms of edge fabrics, in terms even of remote leaves, so we can program a single switch and we can also basically gain all of those programmability benefits wherever that data center lies. Crucially, from a routing perspective, there can be a lot of paths to that particular application. We want to make sure we're always on the lowest latency path. We can monitor that latency. If there's a change in it, due to a change in congestion, for example, we can make sure we reroute that traffic in an automated fashion without having an operations person manually configure that change. So that goes to obviously the grow revenue capabilities. We're delivering much deeper SLAs, much more agile, and crucially, segment routing is stateless. So we can have many of these SLAs right across these networks, and that ties into saving costs because we can have all multi-access, we can have wireline, wireless, we can have business services, all converged on this network with multiple SLAs with this stateless solution. The next way we can drive down cost is by simplification and automation. We can probably save 70+% of the time of your operations folks in terms of deploying these networks in an automated fashion, and we're able to basically converge layers. So not just network access, but layers. We're taking basically a full line card in a transponder shelf. We're delivering it today in a pluggable this big, and then by the end of the year, we'll be delivering a full equivalent line card into a pluggable this big. And then all we do is slot it into a router, and you've converged a whole transponder shelf into your routed platform, and you probably save in excess of 40% in terms of CapEx. It's actually one of the reasons we've announced our intent to acquire Acacia, because they're leaders in building these silicon photonics that's really going to be a game changer and help that SP to reduce those costs. Thinking about cost as well, you may have seen our Cisco 8000 router. You may be looking at it thinking, wow, 36 by 400 gig line cards, that's far too big, especially when I need line card redundancy. Don't worry. We've got very flexible consumption models, so you can buy those in bite-sized chunks, and only when you're actually using those ports and making money out of them will you pay for them. But you actually make sure you're investing now in cutting-edge technology that's got extremely efficient power consumption, and you're able to build for the future now, but pay for what you need today. Final one, mitigating risk. All of the platforms you see here have what we call a trust anchor module embedded in it, so we get an immutable device identity, so we can check that the hardware is legit, but also that the software has been completely untampered with, and our orchestration systems can continue to monitor that to ensure you've got a secure baseline for those services. And then actually one last thing, we can monetize that security for the SP. We can build those paths, those segment-routed paths, so that traffic just traverses MACsec-enabled links, which won't be everywhere in your network, but your bank traffic may be very sensitive to that, and we'll want to travel over those MACsec links, so we can push that traffic, again, in an automated fashion along those links, and that can be monetized accordingly. So, Nish, I hope I've given you a bit of an idea of how we can grow revenue, we can reduce costs, and we can increase security.
Absolutely. I love that whistle-stop tour, and that's a massive reason that people come to Cisco Live, right, is to actually see the technology, speak to the experts, and learn a little bit more about how customers are using our technology. Now, you and I speak on a regular basis, so I'm really excited to see security here, because obviously I work in the security business. So it's interesting to see how all of this is kind of all tied together. So obviously the booth here is really busy. How many Cisco Lives have you been to now, Ben?
Oh, I've been to probably 10 now.
And does it get busier and busier every year? Our presence gets bigger in service provider?
Every year it gets significantly busy. We've probably times by 3 our presence in the last 3 years here. And if you look around, I think it's one of the busiest stands.
Amazing.
So please, if anybody's out there who's interested in what we've gone through, come over and talk to us.
Absolutely. And if you're not here at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020, make sure you get here next year to Cisco Live, because there will be another service provider booth so people can learn more. Let's head back to the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Nish. Appreciate it. Thanks for the great talk, and thank you, Ben, as well, for helping to walk us through all of that. You know, Zane, it's interesting. If we look at what pressure service providers are under these days. They are right out there on that leading edge of the internet of the future. They're the ones who are building network transformation. They're working in such a fiercely competitive global market today, and when you think about that challenge, how do you get out there and meet the needs of an incredibly data-hungry public? It continues to grow and grow. You can't compromise on performance, you can't compromise on service, but the pressure to deliver is unbelievable, right?
Steve, I completely agree. And the thing is, right, networks don't just connect, networks. It doesn't just connect computers, it connects people, governments, countries. It's how we go about our daily life. And I think Cisco's really taken a multi-cloud approach to really making all of this happen, creating an open and a programmable network. And this is why we're talking about delivering the network of the future, or the internet of the future.
Indeed. And we've been hearing about so many new technologies that are connecting into this as well, right? As we take a look at Cisco's cloud-to-client approach, it does unify all of those multi-vendor solutions. We've been hearing this yesterday, starting certainly from Dave Geckler and all the way down. Applications, applications, applications. But it's not that simple. Those applications have to communicate with one another. They have to learn from each other, support one another, and operate together. This is where the Cisco depth and breadth comes in with regards to our open network architecture. But how about the new technologies? We're hearing a lot about Silicon One. We're seeing these new investments in optic technologies as we move toward the 5G future. The release of iOS XR7, our latest network operating system. There are so many great aspects to what we're building here at Cisco. The trick now is to tell the right story to the public that demands it.
100%, Steve. And you mentioned the word story. Sometimes we talk technology, we go into the bits and the bytes, but at the end of the day, as a user, as a customer, we want to hear that simple story. And I think that's what we need to do now here at Cisco. Tell that story of the future. Really show our customers how we can change their business and change our world.
We were talking earlier today about the customer experience and how it really is a people business when you get down to it. You alluded to that a moment ago as well. It's when you get onto the show floor here at Cisco Live that you discover just how much of a people business it is, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if we just look around us, we can see here in the studio, everyone is talking, people from different companies, small companies, large companies, people from Spain, Africa, America. It doesn't matter where you're from, but it's those conversations that they're having now that will lead to relationships and future business, maybe in 2 weeks, maybe in 2 years. It's all about the people.
Sensational. Couldn't have put it better, Zane, myself. We're going to go back out to the World of Solutions show floor. Nish Parker's hanging out there. You got a new friend, don't you?
I do have a new friend, Steve, thank you. So I'm here in the launch zone, and I'm joined by Greg Smith, who's our Global Campaign Manager at Cisco. How are you, Greg?
I'm fantastic. Really excited to be here. We've got so much going on. We had, I think, the biggest launch in 15 years for Cisco Service Provider last month in San Francisco, and I'd love to show you what we had to, what we did back then.
Yeah, I would love that. Obviously, in the keynote as well, we had so much, and I guess this area is a great place to showcase that. So what do you want to show me? Over to you.
Okay, so I think the first thing to understand is why Cisco felt the need to build the internet for the future. So if you want to go back 15 years, back before we had smartphones, we had apps, there was no Netflix, there was no YouTube, Cisco introduced the CRS-1. And the CRS was the industry's first purpose-built carrier class router for massively scalable systems, and it really set the underpinning for the internet as we know it today. But we realized that what we've got now isn't going to continue to work moving forward. We've got to continue to drive down the cost of bandwidth. We've got to continue to drive more simplified architectures, and we've really, really got to make the network more secure and easier to operate for our carrier customers and the web providers as well. So what we did for our big announcement, there's actually 4 big trends, so I want to talk about the innovations really quick. The big areas were around silicon, optics, software, and systems. Let's take a quick look at the silicon. So what I'm showing here is Silicon One. This is our new ASIC architecture. This is the highest performing routing ASIC in the industry. Twice the performance, the switching power, the power efficiency of a switching chip, absolutely unprecedented. It's now powering our new Cisco 8000 series, which I'll talk about in a moment. We took on the hardest challenge first, which was the needs for the carriers and the web operators. So that's silicon. The second thing was around optics. So as the network gets faster, optics becomes a greater and greater cost driver for the cost of the network. And so what we've done here, and partially this is through some of our acquisitions in the optical space, is how do we drive down the cost of optics and how do we make them more reliable? And so what we're actually seeing here is is a wafer from our Luxtera team. We're actually showing we've got this is 100 gigabit. There's a large chip, which is the signal processor, a small chip, the laser, and then there's a photo detector all underneath that. They can stamp these things out like chiclets, very reliable. We make the best quality optics in the industry. And you can see these packages over here. We're showing, you can actually see some of the insides as well. 100 gig, 400 gig. This is how we're going to drive the industry to 400 gigabit and beyond. But there's more. So Silicon Optics software, we also introduced the iOS XR7 operating system, which is the next version of our carrier class operating system, cloud enhanced, built for simplicity, use of modern tools, and trustworthiness. And then lastly, and the thing that is by far getting the most attention in the launch zone this week, is the new Cisco Cisco 8000 series. I'm misspoken. The Cisco 8000 series router, powered by the optics I talked about, powered by the Silicon One chip, and powered by our XR7 operating system. Comes in 5 sizes, really small, and they were showing some bigger and all the way up to an 18 slot, 260 terabit per second carrier class behemoth.
Awesome. Well, Greg, I'm hearing that we have to go back to the studio, but thank you so much for joining me and for showing us around and giving us some of the highlights of these service provider launches. Back to you, Zane, in the studio.
Very good. Thank you, Nish.
Welcome back. Thanks very much, Nish. Look, that was super interesting, and it's all about optics, transceivers. It's all about Silicon One. Now, if you're excited about this and you want to know more about it, you can go to our website, www.cisco.com/go/sales.
Absolutely, and again, as always, hashtag CLEUR. We are all watching. Zane is watching, I'm watching, our social media people are watching, so keep connecting with us as much as you possibly can. We are just about 15 seconds away right now from our next innovation talk with Todd Nightingale, our Senior VP GM of Meraki. We're going to talk about simplification, a big theme throughout the entire event today, smarter solutions for the digital workplace. We're excited to hear the talk, and we'll be watching it right along with you. Enjoy.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Innovation Talks Theater. My name's Toby and I have the pleasure of being your host today. Now we're so glad that you made it here to Cisco Live 2020 in Barcelona. There's a lot of us, but we're going to build the bridge to get you where you need to go to make anything possible. At Cisco Live, you'll learn new things, be inspired, and create a path to endless opportunities. This week we're hosting 14 talks here at the Innovation Talks Theater, where we will share with you our latest solutions, innovations, and of course, best practices. Today's innovation talk is titled Keeping It Simple, Smarter Solutions for the Digital Workplace. And to tell us about it, please welcome Todd Nightingale, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Cisco Meraki.
Thanks, man. Thanks so much. And thank you so much for attending Cisco Live. I have to tell you, I think this is my 7th Cisco Live Europe. And they've been in all sorts of interesting places. But for the last 3 years, we've had Cisco Live Europe here in Barcelona. And I love Barcelona. And I feel like I've gotten to know this city. Last night, I went to a restaurant I had been to before. It's like I'm a local. And every year, I get to take a little bit of a look at the city, and just about every year I make it to La Sagrada Familia, which I think is the most famous landmark in Barcelona, but I don't really know that much about the city, so maybe that's not true, but it's my most famous landmark. And I think anyone who's an engineer, anyone who comes from an engineering background, has to have some reverence for this thing. People have been paying money to come and look at an unfinished church for the better part of 100 years. That is amazing product marketing. Like, that is phenomenal. And there's something brilliant about the fact that the most famous thing about this church, about the most famous landmark in Barcelona, its most well-known attribute is that it is yet unfinished. And that's always been intriguing to me, to get a glimpse at what the work is that they're doing now, how it is being improved every day. And to be honest, Maybe I'm a little bit disappointed when they told me that they're about to be finished. In 6 years, they plan on finishing this thing. There was something special about it being unfinished, and I think in a lot of ways it talks to the work that we do. I don't think anyone here building the technology and the infrastructure for schools and businesses and governments around Europe, I don't think any of you imagine that one day you will be finished. You will have deployed all of the technology and no work will be left to do. And that's exactly how we feel about Meraki at Cisco. Meraki is yet unfinished, and it is not meant to be finished. Gaudi worked till the day he died, I guess got hit by a bus, which is unfortunate. He worked till the day he died on a project he knew he would not see completed in his lifetime. I hope I'm working on that same project. I hope there's no way that the work that we do in all of your organizations, the work we do at Meraki, that will ever reach completion. It's designed to be incomplete. It's why we focus so much on our mission, because the Meraki product is not about reaching a destination, it's about staying on track, on ensuring that we are always progressing in the right direction, and we are always making our products more valuable to your teams. And I believe the number one thing that Meraki can bring to this industry, to networking and IT infrastructure, it is to bring the value proposition of simplicity to an industry that has been obsessed with power for too long. If we can simplify powerful technology, then we can free passionate people, we can free your teams to work on the things that matter most, to focus on your mission and your passion, to contribute to your organizations in the most powerful way. If we can simplify powerful technologies, we can free you to work on the missions you are really there to drive. And maybe, more importantly, with the innovation of technology and how far we come, not just free you to work on that, but help you drive those missions directly. At Meraki, for years now, we have been focused on this idea of simplicity, but we always knew this was not the last thing we would ever work on. It was supposed to be the direction we were going. And so it has evolved over time. Now we think about adding value propositions of security and intelligence to our platform to build the simplest, secure, most intelligent platform for the digital workplace. And our focus is still simplicity, but we know by making this platform secure, we can make it simpler. By making it more intelligent, we can drive AI and machine learning algorithms in order to make that platform simpler. We can simplify your operations, build you more reliable, secure, and intelligent systems, and it is still a journey. What will the next large value proposition we take at Meraki be? I don't know. I don't know because this idea is still unfinished, and it is meant to be. Meraki started out shipping wireless equipment, and over the years, after Wi-Fi, we expanded the portfolio to include campus switching, UTM security, and SD-WAN. We've expanded into mobile device management, AI-based insight and assurance technology, and finally, the Meraki MV, the Meraki camera portfolio, our first IoT product. And I assure you, there is real simplicity in managing all of this equipment from a single dashboard, but at the same time, this list is yet incomplete. There is more infrastructure that we can simplify with the Meraki dashboard, that we can add to this platform. We're going to need a new graphic because we're out of space on the slide, but this list has to be unfinished, and we have to continue to expand. Meraki has always been cloud managed, 100% cloud managed. And I do get questions about if Meraki will consider an on-premise solution, and I usually say no. But I'm trying to remind myself that Meraki is unfinished. Maybe one day we will learn that the best way to simplify technology for your teams is to provide something like that. But I have to tell you, we're not doing that. So it's not in the cards right now. But every decision has to be questioned over time. We have Meraki Cloud, a best-in-class enterprise cloud delivering a 4.9 SLA, best-in-class GDPR-based security and privacy controls for Europe, as well as a global cloud and a China cloud for multinational corporations, and of course, Meraki Dashboard. And we've always had Meraki Dashboard. All Meraki products are managed from the web. We're going to take a look at it in a minute using the most intuitive interface possible. But just a few years ago, we realized we had to continue to evolve that. We had to expand the way we interact with the Meraki products, and that's why we partnered with DevNet to launch an entire suite of Meraki APIs to allow for automation and technology partnership, to open up our platforms to build into the digitization systems that you are all building and evolving for your organizations, and to partner with software groups building applications on top of this platform. And it was a tough decision because we had been focusing for so many years on the Meraki dashboard, but we had to understand that this concept is unfinished. We have to be willing to take the next step to move forward in order to serve our customers better. And I think a lot about this idea that our true north is this simplicity mission, simplifying powerful technology. But I think anyone who's in business and understands that it's not a destination, it's a direction, you have to also consider the fact that our users and our customers, that has to be the tiller. That has to keep us on track. It has to make sure that what we are building doesn't just serve our mission, but it helps you serve yours. And it's why I think customer examples are the lessons that our engineering teams learn, that our product teams learn. We've had a lot of really interesting deployments with Von Ord. They're a marine technology, marine ingenuity, they call themselves, organization. And some of the most amazing engineering work I've ever seen. You can see there's an engineering theme here. I think they're most known for large-scale dredging operations. They actually dig up the bottom of harbors and move millions and millions of kilos of silt and dirt to make sure harbors still run. It's an amazingly sophisticated organization, and they have construction sites and many, many, as you can see, vehicles, ships that are part of their operation. And now they use Meraki across their franchise. I think what's really amazing is that they were able to drive down how much time was spent setting up these networks because their construction sites are very fluid. They have to be set up and torn down. They were able to deploy this stuff very, very simply despite very, very sophisticated locations like on a high performance engineering ship like this. But I think what was the most unexpected result wasn't how quickly it rolled out, how easily they moved the sites. It was how it changed the conversation between the users and the technology groups at Von Ord. Specifically, dozens and dozens of calls every week that came in because a site network was too slow, because the network wasn't performing, because the engineers weren't getting the performance and the latency that they needed. Those conversations transformed into a conversation about how much social media and streaming video was being used on these ships and using all of the bandwidth and preventing the actual work from being done. Discussions that started with the network isn't performing transitioned to this idea of the IT group already knowing how the network was being used, and in some ways wasted, although social media is not a waste, so maybe it was being used wisely there. But finding ways to control that with this new information, driving new types of bandwidth shaping policies and bandwidth control so that mission-critical business could always be done, and those calls could finally be a thing of the past. We work very closely with McLaren, and I'm very proud of this partnership. McLaren's mission is very clear: to win. This is a company who's designed to win. I want Meraki to be a company whose mission is to win. That's pretty interesting. But it's actually more than an F1 racing group, although they're best known for that. They won their first major race back in the 60s, and ever since then have been really dominating in a lot of ways this motorsport. But they're also an engineering firm. They do outsourced engineering for very complicated, ultra-high performing engineering problems. And of course, now they also have a business selling ultra-high-end cars, which look more like spaceships practically. But this is a group that is maniacally focused on performance, on power. And to be honest, when we first started talking to McLaren, I was surprised to be in those conversations because I know that they are about the highest performing technology in the world. And while Meraki's technology is highest performing in a lot of ways, it's not what we're known for. I know that Meraki is known for the simplest technology possible, but it opened my eyes to hear how they talked about the technology. It has to be high performing, ultra high bandwidth. A race car coming off the track in one weekend generates 1.5 terabytes of data. They have to pull that off the car and transmit it back to headquarters for analysis every single week. It has to be high performing, and it is. But the reason they found that Meraki was the best solution for them was because every week they have to bring up an entire office at a new race site, and they have to run operations for that week for the race at the end of the weekend. And to be pulling up the network and tearing it down, they needed this combination of real power and real simplicity. And without simplicity, the power was useless. They could not leverage the power unless it was simple enough to deliver fresh every single week with very high reliability. If the McLaren race car doesn't race that week because they couldn't bring the network up, I don't want to be a part of that conversation. So I'm glad I never have been. And I think that sort of brings me to this idea, the first bit of new technology I wanted to talk about today is probably the best example we've ever had at Meraki of pairing together power and simplicity. And it's called adaptive policy. We just launched our newest switch, the most powerful Meraki switch ever. It's called the Meraki 390, MS390. And for the first time ever, we've taken Cisco silicon and a Cisco hardware platform, and we've taken the power of that and matched it with the Meraki dashboard, the simplicity of dashboard, and we've really delivered power and simplicity together. The most powerful access switch on the market, bar none. But I think the real value here is in how that power can drive simplicity. And there's a journey that we've all been on, and I'm sure you will all feel the same pain I have. At the beginning, when I was first designing networks, my first job in networking was in 1999, we seemed to build very simple networks. VLANs were obviously an interesting technology, but for the most part, every site had a single segment, and I was able to run my entire network on a single segment with a firewall or probably more likely an MPLS backhaul to the core. And all of the network complexity would be held at the core, but most of my campus and my branch was a flat network. And then, to be honest, my security team arrived and told me that different groups in my organization require different security policies. And I didn't realize at the time what a pivotal point in the history of networking that was. Because the only way that I had to deliver a different security policy to different parts of my network, the only way I could do that was to segment my network in IP segment, in VLAN. And then I could configure my firewalls and my security appliances for different policies per VLAN. The day that happened felt very natural. The security teams built a more sophisticated and more powerful security suite that required different groups to have different policies. And the engineering teams, we had a way, the networking teams, we had a way to segment the network and apply different policies, and that was by VLAN segmentation. And so it felt okay. But in fact, that was a real fundamental shift in the way networks were built. And all of a sudden, IP segmentation and VLAN segmentation became dual purpose. You had to organize your VLANs so that IP segments could be routed, and at the same time, you also had to segment your IP segments for security purposes, and this exploded the number of VLANs required in an organization. I wound up with a VLAN for every group at every site, and the security rules needed to manage that became NP complete. It wasn't until years later that I started to realize how painful this had become. At very large networks, we found ourselves in a situation that adding one security group meant adding VLANs in every single site, and in many times, changing the way routing would work for an entire organization. It brought us to a screeching halt. It made our network still powerful and very high performing, but in a lot of ways brittle. We were afraid to change them. We were even afraid to implement better security policy because it meant massive network change. And that just can't be. We need a way to be able to adapt and evolve our security policies without complicating the network. Better yet, I want to get back to the simple network I had in 1999 without a VLAN segment for every different group of users and devices and logins the world around. And that's where adaptive policy comes in. With adaptive policy, I can get back to my simple network, designed to be as easily routed as possible. And I can layer on top of that security groups using Cisco's proprietary security group tagging, available only on Cisco switches. And it allows us to do micro-segmentation by group, to apply different security policies to every group within our sites without complicating the network. We can deliver both power and simplicity. And if you do it in the Meraki way, by applying your groups globally, once you set up your different groups and group policy in a single site, you can then roll that out across your organization to tens or hundreds or thousands of sites in just a few clicks. And SGT, security group tagging, isn't brand new. We've been doing this at Cisco as part of TrustSec for years. But by making this simple, we can drive the dream of not just delivering this technology simply by using dashboard and making it as easy as possible, but actually simplifying networks back to what they were really designed to be and layer security on top of it. And I really want to take a look at this in a demo. So if we could switch to the demo, and we'll take just a really quick look. My demo team, here we go. My demo team has built out this network for us, and he told me it's supposed to be a chain of burger stores. So that's why it has a burger up there. His last name's also Burger, so I don't think that's the real reason it has that. But this is just a simple test network. It has 3 sites, and the first one is designed as a legacy site. So here's Store 1 in Denver in the US. And if I wanted to set up segmentation here at Store 1, I could go into my security appliance, and very easily, I could set up the different VLANs required to segment into the different groups. This is the old way. Here are the different segments, and you're all familiar with this. I've got a segment for IoT and a segment for employees, et cetera. And then on the Meraki dashboard, it's pretty easy to go into the firewall rules and be able to craft different policies for different group. And here are the different policies, and you can see there's comments. Management to terminals is not allowed, terminals to IoT is not allowed, et cetera. And as the sites get bigger, and as the number of groups increase, then this complexity gets harder and harder to manage. And we need more sophisticated rules and automation. And the complexity can become crippling. It's why most systems don't print out all the rules in a row. It just looks crazy, right? But we can do better, and that's what adaptive policy is about, and that's why we've shifted the Meraki switching roadmap to a Cisco Silicon strategy. Here is what a new and modern site will look like. Store 2, which is in San Francisco. Of course, all the firewall stuff still works, but we don't have to use that anymore. Instead, we can go to our adaptive policy screen. And you can see adaptive policy isn't held in the individual network, but it's held organization-wide. So these groups are true across my thousands of sites, or in this case, just 3. I have unknown, I have Meraki internal employee. I'm going to just add a group for IoT devices. Oops. I was told this keyboard was crazy, and they're right. OK. So here I've got a new IoT group. And that group now is able to, did it add? No. Sorry. I'm going to try again. I'm going to learn how to use this keyboard. But anyway, I can add a group. I assure you, I could add a group. And if I wanted to, I could go back. Alex Berger is going to add the group for me. Oh, come on, man. It wasn't just me. All right. Anyway, don't worry about it. So I can add groups. I assure you, I could add a group. And then I have to be able to assign that group using authentication. Every device has to be assigned a group, just like we would assign a VLAN. Now, many of you use ICE to assign policies and VLANs in your infrastructure. Of course, you can do that now. You can assign a group, an SGT group, an adaptive policy group using ICE. But if you wanted to, you could also have a VLAN set up for a default adaptive policy or a switch port, and it's just the same way you would have done that assignment in the past. In wireless, I can go to access control. And now, in addition to setting a VLAN, I can also set up an adaptive policy group, and I can pick from one of my groups. I can do the same thing with a switch port. I can look at every single switch port in this entire site, whether it be 100 or 1,000. I could pick one of these devices like this terminal device, and now I can pick an adaptive policy group to assign to that as well as just having the VLAN assigned. And that gives me real power, real ability to set not just how the packets are routed, but what tag, what security policy will be applied. And this is the most important part. Organization-wide, I can go in and set up microsegmentation. So now, by switching to my policy page, I can see which groups are allowed to communicate with which other groups, and I can set this globally across my entire organization using secure group tagging and the power of Cisco Silicon. So if all of my terminals today, the terminals are only allowed to speak to unknown devices, untagged devices, everything else is blocked. But if I wanted terminals, for example, to be able to communicate to other terminals or to employees, I could push that change, and off to the races I would be. And now, terminals can speak to other terminals and other employees. And I can control this all globally, and I can do this using adaptive policy, using microsegmentation at a global scale. It gives you an incredible amount of power, and we can use this power to simplify our networks and to use fewer features to do more. And I think that's really the dream of Meraki, to simplify powerful technology. And we can go back to the slides for just a minute. So the next thing I want to talk about is the Meraki Gateway, and there's not too many slides here, so oops. So don't worry. This is the new Meraki Gateway, and we've just launched this 3 months ago, 2.5 months ago. And it's a very simple device. It's a square, but look how beautiful it is. It's so simple. It's beautiful. And I am really proud of this product. And in a lot of ways, it does something that's very simple. It's a cellular gateway. It runs LTE. You could plug it into any router, whether it be an SD-WAN router from Meraki on our MX platform, or an ISR, or a vEdge appliance from Zella, or even a competitor's products, which I know none of you would ever use, but you could. And you could turn into a next-gen wireless WAN device using a Meraki Gateway, an MG21. It has internal antennas, but there's an external antenna system. It's designed to be the simplest to deploy wireless WAN device in the world. It really is incredibly beautiful. I have it mounted in my house, and I love it. But maybe more than that, it's powered by the Meraki dashboard. The real power of this thing isn't that it's a great LTE gateway and a NAT device, and it is. But the power of it is that it inherits 100% functionality from the gateway, from the dashboard, rather. And the dashboard gives it real visibility, real historical analysis, real understanding of what's really happening on the cellular network for the first time. And we need that. We have to take this thing to the next level, and we have to make cellular gateways a mission-critical part of how we build WAN networks. Wireless WAN and mobile gateways like this is the future of SD-WAN. Every SD-WAN site is going to have a mobile gateway, at least as a backup device, at least as a backup connection, if not for day zero or primary WAN. And we have to make this mission critical. We have to automate it and control it using our regular networking expertise. And we could jump over to the demo for just another minute. This is a site in San Francisco that we've been running for a while using the Meraki Gateway. And you can see there's a ton of devices on it. We like to test every product at Meraki, so we have a wired fiber connection, you should know. Cisco sprung for it and everything. But we've been running this gateway for a while. And if I pull it up, of course I can set it up, but you'll see in a lot of ways what we've done is leverage the power of Meraki. It looks just like every other Meraki device. I get this historical connectivity graph. I can see that I might have had an outage in the last day or the last week here. Cellular devices don't identify themselves with MAC addresses on their network. They identify themselves with IMEI identifiers. So you can find that here. And if you needed to know that in order to order another SIM card or onboard in your service provider network, it's available on dashboard. But maybe more importantly, and this was just added recently, we have full uplink statistics available for this device. You can see the signal strength is not that great on this device today, and I've got poor signal strength, but I can see what's really happening. I can look at live data across the network on my cellular links, and I can see historical data for the last day or week or month, and I can really understand what's been happening with this cellular connection. Not just the bandwidth and the jitter, the latency and the loss in the bottom here, but the real RF signal strength on my 4G modem. That's RSRP is signal power and signal quality. And I could see signal power and signal quality over time. I can give real feedback to my service provider, to enterprise service provider who's giving you, real SLA over their wireless WAN. And should that SLA not be met, you can give them real data and show them why, right? And we can finally take the power of Meraki and use it to manage wireless WAN, to hold our service providers accountable to their SLA, and to drive wireless WAN into the mission-critical world, maybe not even just as a backup, but as a primary connection over time. I'm incredibly excited about this because I really believe that this is the future of SD-WAN. SD-WAN is going to have to be wirelessly enabled. Now, obviously, this isn't the last Meraki Gateway, mobile gateway we're going to build. This portfolio is certainly unfinished. There's going to be gigabit LTE and 5G after that. There's more historical analysis. The number one request we've had on the Meraki Gateway portfolio has been about alerts, having live alerts whenever the signal strength or quality drops below a certain threshold, whenever jitter is too high, whenever a backup wireless connection might not meet the SLA should it be called into service. Our customers are looking for alerts, and we're building that stuff right now. Of course, this product is unfinished. And that's really the story of all Meraki products. I get a lot of questions about the Meraki portfolio, especially weeks like Cisco Live. Meraki's come so far now that the Wi-Fi portfolio at Meraki is so complete and so powerful. Do you think you're done focusing on that and you're going to be moving into other technologies? Are you going to start focusing more of your effort in other places? And of course, we do focus in other places, but the wireless portfolio isn't done or complete. Our Wi-Fi 6 rollouts are just beginning. The concept of wireless health and the analytics and machine learning that can be used to drive troubleshooting and understand what's really happening in our networks, that stuff is just beginning. Our wireless... Can we go back to the demo? One more minute. Our wireless portfolio is far, far from complete. And that's the way it's supposed to be. In fact, the dream of Meraki is that when you buy a Meraki product, as powerful and as great as it is today, that is the worst it will ever be. When you buy that product and install it, that is the worst it will ever be because it will always be improving. We are pushing updates and improvements to this product all the time. And in my last minute, this is the demo I want to show you. This is a very, very long-standing customer, and this is one of our official demo networks at Meraki. And I assure you, this will be the only 802.11n 3 generations old Wi-Fi demo you get at Cisco Live this year. These are the APs on this network. And the newest of them, the newest of these access points, was deployed in 2011, 9 years ago. The newest of them. I know because they're noted in the notes, new deployment, 2011. And these access points have been automatically upgraded every 6 months, every 9 months for the last decade. In fact, our newest and greatest wireless troubleshooting applications run on these access points. I still get historical data and analysis. I get usage statistics, deep packet inspection showing per application-based bandwidth usage, and our wireless health product, the absolute highest-end AI-based wireless assurance and wireless troubleshooting product in the market. Wireless health runs on this, the MR12, that's been shipping, that we started shipping more than a decade ago. This one was upgraded just a few months ago on version 25, the newest and greatest Meraki feature. And this MR12, it is still unfinished. We will continue to improve it and roll it out. it's supposed to be unfinished. The portfolio is always getting better, and I can't wait to see what you'll do with what comes next from Meraki. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the studio here at Cisco Live in Barcelona. I am very happy to be hosting the second half of the Meraki show today because Meraki is one of the favorite architectures that we have in the Cisco portfolio. My favorite, I mean. And a great speech just now from Todd Nightingale. I especially found interesting the mobile gateway that he was talking about. Very exciting stuff for our customers that have got sites all around the world and need to connect them up via LTE. We're going to dig a little deeper into the Meraki topics. We've managed to snag a great guest for a Q&A in a little bit. But first, we're going to jump into a short video, and we'll be right back in the studio soon.
Let's talk network security. It's complicated, it's terrifying, and if mismanaged, can ruin your business. The question is, what have you done to prepare yourself?
Our board of directors wanted our CEO and I to meet with a fancy security consultant. So I said, no problem. We've got the Cisco Meraki security appliance. It'll be a simple conversation.
That's it? Does it even have advanced malware protection?
Yeah, and it's backed by Cisco Talos.
But what about all those new sites you have planned, huh? Oh, it'd be a shame if you hurried to get them set up and left them unsecured.
We can connect all our sites in minutes. And it's got built-in SD-WAN, too.
Okay, looks like we're good here. Thank you for your time.
Content filtering.
Got it.
Can you validate my parking?
Welcome back. As I said, we're continuing with Meraki, the topic of this afternoon, and I'm joined today by Lawrence Huang, VP and Product Management at Cisco Meraki. Thank you so much for being on the show, Lawrence.
Thanks for having me, David.
No problem at all. Now, I know Meraki's constantly got new developments. You guys have been very busy over the past year by the looks of it. What else have you introduced since last time we were here at Cisco Live in Barcelona?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, clearly we saw Todd had a lot of passion and excitement for, of course, the MS390, our highest end access switch, the MG, our newest member of the Meraki product portfolio. But we've really been also focused on a lot of software features, really to enhance our simple, secure, intelligent platform. You heard on stage from Todd a lot about adaptive policy, but we've also been building features like Secure Connect, which I could go into. We've been building the tighter integration between our wireless access points and Umbrella. We've been building security certificate-based authentication for customers who want the best secure Wi-Fi without full-blown MDM with trusted access. These are just one of many things that we've been adding in addition to some of this incredible new hardware.
Absolutely. So I'm glad you mentioned the topic security because it's I think, a hot topic, a hot button topic for many customers around the world. Can you run us through those a little bit? You mentioned a specific one. Sorry, I didn't recall it. Secure Connect. Secure Connect. Perfect. Yeah, talk to us about that.
Secure Connect is really simplicity at its finest. It is taking this concept of if you are a customer who has Meraki access points and you want to connect it to a Meraki switch in the most secure manner possible, we do it automatically for you. You plug in your Meraki access point to your Meraki switch, the access point will authenticate against a security-based certificate that we manage on behalf of the customer, and then the profile on the port will automatically be configured for that access point. And this is done automatically without the customer having to do more.
Wow, that sounds fantastic. I know a lot of my customers complain about certificate management and trying to get those all lined up, so that sounds like an amazing feature to add to it. Now, mentioned I think earlier was a switch, a new Meraki switch that's based on Cisco Silicon. You know, we've heard a lot about that. I know there's a lot of excitement internally at Cisco about it. What is that? How does that sort of change the game for Meraki customers and partners?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little cliche to say it is a game changer, but we absolutely believe that's the case. But in many ways, it is a natural evolution of the journey we've been on. You know, as Todd said, it is taking some of the best-in-class Cisco technology, Cisco switching technology, and pairing with the simplicity of Meraki. And so what that means for our customers is for some of that special Cisco-only capabilities, whether it's stack power, incredible stacking bandwidth, and resiliency, yes, you get this in a Meraki switch, but with features like adaptive policy based on security group tags, we can start creating features that solve complex use cases in the simplest way possible. And this is only the beginning for us in terms of how we can solve these powerful use cases on behalf of our customers in a very Meraki-like fashion.
Amazing. And maybe shifting gears a little bit, behind us we've obviously got an enormous DevNet booth. Over the years, we've seen Meraki's presence in the DevNet getting bigger and bigger. Maybe why are you investing in that space, and also how can people that are new to it maybe learn more about it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is an area that we are absolutely proud of. We've been working very closely with the DevNet team, Susie Wee's team. You know, this is like one of our fastest area of growth. We see a large number of our customers starting to develop on the Meraki platform with their APIs. And really, this is the reality for our customers. They're looking at the Meraki platform and they're trying to build on top of it because they have things that they need to integrate in. Maybe it's a ServiceNow integration that they want that capability so you can feed trouble tickets directly into a system to dispatch to your IT staff. And other applications, maybe it's around location tracking, maybe it's around customized splash pages. These type of use cases are things our customers want to be able to build on top of the Meraki platform. And this, along with hundreds of others, are use cases our customers can start exploring on apps.meraki.io. So if you want to learn more about how to start building, visit that site to get started. You can see all the different partners that we have, the different use cases that are supported, and you can start developing on your own.
Amazing. So it sounds like it's all about having an end-to-end automation story, but also unlocking the potential and the value in the Meraki solution that you've got. Maybe for more of a strategic side of things, what do you see as the top priorities for Meraki as we head into 2020?
Yeah, a great question. I think that for us, the true north is always the same. We talked about the direction of where we're heading. Simplicity is our true north, but I think a little bit deeper than that. It is about solving real customer problems. We have a fun saying here at Meraki that it is about solving use cases, not building features. And that is how the product management team thinks about the things that we build and bring out to market. And so for us going to 2020, as we have the expanded platform at Meraki, as we invest more in APIs, we want to make sure that it is a pleasure to still use Dashboard, it is a pleasure to develop on the Meraki platform, but also when you tie these things together, 1 + 1 is more than just 2, it's 3, how we can increase and improve security in the most simplest way possible, and continuing that journey on behalf of our customers.
Okay, and maybe just a final question. Obviously, we're going out to the folks at home that haven't made it here today. What's the best session either that's already been about Meraki or that's coming this week that they can access online after the show?
Well, hopefully you saw Todd's session, but if you haven't had a chance, please stop by, visit the Meraki team at the DevNet booth. It's also a great opportunity to visit the Meraki team at the lounge. You can hear firsthand from our experts to see hands-on demos, learn more about all the different solutions that we have in a one-on-one setting.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Lawrence. And that's a great key word right then, Meraki Lounge, because I believe Zane, our co-host, is out in the Meraki Lounge. Zane, what can we see down there?
Hello, David. And yes, I am here at the Meraki Lounge, and I'm with the lovely Lauren, and she is a top tap dancer at Meraki. Lauren.
Hello, we're so excited to have you guys all here. This is the Meraki Lounge, and we're really encouraging people to come on by, earn some awesome merch, and learn about all the amazing things that Meraki is doing.
Lauren, can you show us your tap dancing skills?
No, not on live TV.
Okay, she's not going to tap dance live on TV, but that's fine. Let's do a little tour of the Meraki Lounge. Lauren? Yeah. Lauren, can you do a little tour for us and just tell us what we can see here and all the things that are going on?
Sure, great. So to start with, we have the Meraki mission, and it's a great way to earn merchandise. And so there are a series of challenges that you can complete, and you can come here to our vending machine behind me. We have merch that is just for Cisco Live Barcelona. We're really excited about. We have socks, we have coasters, luggage tags, all the good stuff. So you can come over here. There is MV demos.
Lauren, 2 seconds. I really want to play the Jenga. Can we play Jenga?
Let's play Jenga.
You go first. Okay, my turn. Oh my God. Oh.
Careful.
Wait.
Careful. Oh no. All right.
Okay, you're good at this. You're good at this. Okay, let's go. Let's see what else we have. I think there's something cool over there. You said there's Oculus glasses, is that right?
There are Oculus glasses, so you can come and have a virtual reality based off our Meraki special smart cameras. Should we go over?
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so guys, we're moving over to the Oculus glasses. Lauren, can I put the Oculus glasses on?
It would be my pleasure.
Okay, okay, guys. I don't know what's going to happen.
C'est le deuxième plus gros utilisateur de YouTube dans le bureau sur le dernier mois. D'accord? Donc Simon qui est représentant commercial.
Are you seeing anything good?
So I can't see anything right now. I can just see darkness. Is this what I'm meant to see, or?
Yes, it's a existential life questioning opportunity.
Oh my God.
It's part of the MV special demo, yes.
Lauren, how can we turn these on?
I'm not entirely sure, but I bet you we can ask Carlos over here. Are we able to get the VR on? Oh, it might be that the settings are changing.
Okay, guys, the settings aren't working, but that's fine. So I'm going to take these glasses off, and we're going to ask what else can we see?
Yeah, so if you circle back around, we actually have an amazing cafe that is open during the morning hours. So tomorrow will be open from 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock. We have the wonderful Alessio who makes coffee for us every day. And on top of that, all of our stations include a touchscreen, so you can see everything that's going on at Meraki every day, all day.
Fantastic. Lauren, listen, get yourselves down to the Meraki Lounge. It's probably the coolest place at Cisco Live. Anyway, we're going to throw it back to David, who's in the studio. David.
Hey Zane, looks like you're having a great time out there. We're stuck in here working and you're just out there playing Jenga, so I guess I drew the short straw. Zane, have you managed to scam your way into one of those Meraki Go switches yet?
Oh, that's true, David. So actually, Lauren, I should say, I got a Meraki Go access point the other day. Can you sort me out with a Meraki Go switch and security box?
Yes. So for Meraki Go, you want to go to their website because they have their own series of devices that we recommend you check out.
I mean for me for free, because I got a free one the other day, so...
Oh, you want your own. I am sure we can make something work. I'm sure of it.
There we go, David. She's promised, and it's all on camera, so...
Perfect. Thanks for that, Zane, and hope you do get that access point that you want. Okay, yeah, there's been an action-packed agenda so far this afternoon. We'll be looking at another topic, data center networking, with applications becoming more and more crucial. The importance of data center networking is rising as well. So customers are demanding higher and higher performance and more flexibility. So let's get a closer look at some of these topics with a DC networking expert. We're just going to have a short video and we'll be right back to talk with that person. Hi guys, I'm here with Danny McGuinness. He's an absolute data center networking powerhouse. We'll be switching over to the data center networking topic this afternoon as we get ready to lead into the data center networking innovation talk, which will be happening in about 15 minutes time. So Danny, first of all, thank you so much for being on the show.
No problem.
Real pleasure to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Last year at Barcelona, so Cisco Live Barcelona, there was a lot of talk about ACI Anywhere. How is that going? How has it been developing? How are customers taking it up, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable that it's been a year already since we launched it. So that was kind of the coming out party for ACI Anywhere. And the whole concept there was that the idea of the data center is really changing, right? We're data is no longer centered. It's not in a centralized place anymore. It's moving out to edges. It's moving out to public clouds. And obviously our customers are trying to accommodate all of this. So the idea behind ACI Anywhere was, all right, how do we extend everything we're doing with automation and analytics and assurance, but bring that out to public cloud environments, to edge cloud environments. So anyway, it's been doing great. We're actually, we've released with AWS, we've released with Azure, we've released with IBM, and there's more to come. So tons of momentum there, customers are loving it, and I think all of the integrations that it's tying with the cloud systems, just making it easier for our customers, right? That's really what we're trying to do.
And a year in now with ACI Anywhere, I imagine there's been some good customer stories and things like that. Where can people go to find out more, see how other customers are using it?
It's a great question. So, I mean, if you just go, just simple enough, Google Cisco ACI, you'll see right on the main homepage for ACI, we always are documenting our customer stories. We love it, and if any of our customers out there want to get showcased and want to share their stories with us, we're happy to help elevate that a little bit and make the work that they're doing known.
Awesome. And moving on, last year you also introduced a few cross-domain sort of integrations, and obviously this week it felt like the whole week has been talking about multi-domain.
It is.
So with ACI, AppD, DNA Center, SD-WAN, all these different kind of domains, specialized areas, trying to get tied closer together. It was mentioned a lot in the keynote as well yesterday, sure. As well as Liz Santoni's innovation talks. It seems like it's a significant endeavor for Cisco. Why are we investing so heavily in this kind of interoperability? Yeah,
I mean, it's no matter where you go around Cisco, if you're visiting us digitally or you're talking to account teams or you're at a show like this, you'll see, I mean, from David Geckler and Chuck down, you're seeing all of the talk being about multi-domain. And so once you do so much within a single, when we say domains, we mean the campus, the branch, the data center, the edge, the cloud. One of the things that Cisco has a unique ability to do is to bring these worlds together. If you're a network operator or a network engineer, you're tending to do a lot of the similar functions, like yes, they're on different systems or different components, but you're doing the similar functions in all of these areas. And not that it gets repetitive, but there's room for error, there's room for incompatibilities. So the more that we can make these worlds integrate, there's really two things happening. You're simplifying how fast you can move and how agile you can be. But then the other thing is you have access to data that you would have never have had access to. So my world's data center, I live in the data center. To know with AppD what's happening with the application and how applications are, what they're doing within the network, and being able to immediately pull that information into a tool like ACI, I mean, what it changes in the way we troubleshoot, in the way we operate, the way we can be faster and have more uptime. It's revolutionary in this space. So you'll continue to see a ton of that. There's a lot of good stuff in the pipe. Thomas is going to talk about it a little bit in our iTalk today, but you'll continue to hear a lot more of that from Cisco.
Absolutely. I think it's a very interesting area. Yeah. Obviously, there's lots of different domains that each have their own peculiarities, let's say, but the more that we can do to make things easier for customers, the better in my eyes.
Yeah, totally.
So last week, you guys launched something called Data Center Network Insights, and I'm sure Thomas is going to talk about that a little later on in his innovation talk. Can you set the stage for us a little bit? Warm us up, I guess, for Thomas.
Yeah, sure. So the other major trend, so the data going anywhere, the public cloud, the multi-cloud, hybrid cloud, that's obviously one major trend that all of our customers are facing. The other one is, if you shift gears into the operations side of the house, it really comes down to this concept of what we'll talk a lot about of day 0, day 1, day 2 operations. And so these new innovations are very heavily focused on day 2. What do we do once the network is up and running? How are we responding to changes in the environment? How are we proactively troubleshooting? How are we remediating? If we can't be proactive, how do we remediate in almost real time so that either we're lowering cost of operations or we're able to provide our customers the ability to give their customers a better experience. So kind of combining what we had launched a couple years ago with Network Assurance Engine, we really expanded that with the Assurance and Insight Suite, and now we'll be able to use more advanced telemetry that we have inside of our products to gain better insights, to correlate that information, and then provide it back to our customer base in a really easy to consume dashboard style, hey, this is what you should do, rather than all that mundane research and trying to figure out root cause analysis. It is amazing how fast the diagnosis and the new tooling available, right? AI, ML, we hear it every single session we go to, but it truly is transforming the way we can build applications for our customers.
Absolutely, it sounds like the kind of thing where, it's almost like a bit of a low-hanging fruit thing, right? Assurance is always one of these things where a customer can get really quick value by implementing something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have those immediate insights into the network. Maybe taking more of a general view of things, what would you say are the sort of top trends to look out for in data center networking for 2020?
I think it's kind of along the lines that I'm seeing, but moving at a faster pace. So like when you think about assurance, or automation I should say, That's that day zero, day one, right? We've, as an industry, maybe not every customer, but as an industry, we've done a pretty good job about being able to automate changes, being able to, instantiate new networks rather quickly. But moving into this world of self-remediation, proactive remediation, taking advantage and actually trusting the tools to get smart enough to do a lot of that repetitive work for us, removing human error from networks. I absolutely think that's one of the most significant trends we see. And then I think the other piece is just in this continued virtualization space. We're going to see a lot more of container workloads. We're going to see a lot more distribution of data. And I think we're going to see a lot more need for comprehensive tooling between these disparate environments. If not, we've exceeded the pace of human scale. Like humans just can't keep up with the pace that we're at.
But it's definitely a bit of a leap of faith, isn't it, to let the machines take over per se?
It is, and that's why I think everything is a learning, machine learning. We're learning, and then we're getting better, and every time we get better, we can provide more advanced tooling or services.
Perfect. I was browsing your LinkedIn profile before. I hope you don't mind. I see you've worked in this field for pretty much 20 years, so you should be an expert, I guess. What would you say is the key differences between how things were done back then and how things are done now?
So I grew up on the customer side, so my career is almost split in half. I spent about 50% of my time evaluating this, coming to shows like this as a customer, and then I started the technical sales and then leading the product marketing team. I have empathy, a lot of empathy for what an IT person has to go through today versus what it was like when I did it. I think the world of CLIs, the world of isolated silos for compute, storage, networking, security, there wasn't as many vectors all converging at the same time. Now that's not the case. The network doesn't get built and then handed off to an applications team. These teams are all expected to integrate. Nothing's static, it's all dynamic, the cloud. And so I do think as much as I meet a lot of customers and there's resistance to doing it the new way, I don't think you can give your company a competitive edge without taking advantage of what's out there. It would be like ignoring what an iPhone can do. Some of us held off for as long as possible, right, of having a smartphone in our pocket, even me. But eventually, you just can't keep up with, work, personal, all the things that everyone around you is doing. So it's similar.
Yeah, at some point, I guess you just have to pull your head out of the sand and accept
you do,
the new reality.
You do, and I think it's it's a personal motivation there as well on what you want to do with your career. I mean, a lot of this is do you want to kind of be the way things were done in the past? I don't want to put a derogative name attribute to it, but do you want to kind of move ahead and start playing with some of these newer, really, really awesome technologies? I think we're standing right around in DevNet. I mean, what an awesome way to kind of get started with programmability and advanced automation and things like that.
Absolutely. And final question for you there. How can customers find out more? Where can they go to inform themselves about data center networking and all the latest innovations?
Well, I mean, if it's a Cisco, if you want to come to Cisco, we're at Cisco Live, so we'll do the commercial for us. I mean, I would start on our data center homepage. So from there, you can kind of navigate into all the different products we have. I think, Cisco's a huge place, and there's a ton of products. There's really three things you should think about. The infrastructure, so we're going to go with a Nexus foundation, Nexus 9K foundation. On top, we have DCNM and ACI. So think about what you're going to do for automation. How are you going to set that automation platform up? And then on top of that, network assurance engine, network insights to do all of the advanced day 2 operations. So those are the three pieces you want to think: infrastructure, automation, assurance, insights, telemetry aspects.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that's all we've got time for, but thank you so much for your time, Dan.
No problem.
We've got a short video from the data center team, and then we're going to head out to see Zane out on the floor if we do have an opportunity. And then after that, we'll be heading over to the innovation talk. So let's have a look at this video.
You've invested a lot of time and money to build a modern data center, but now it's day 2, and the work isn't done. It's just begun. It's up to your team to keep that infrastructure running at its best 24/7. The environment is more and more complex. New apps and devices put constant pressure on your IT teams to reskill and adapt. If you can't keep up with the challenges of today, how can you innovate for tomorrow? Cisco Network Assurance and Insights lets you get out in front of these changes. With network verification that confirms your technology supports your business intent and stays secure. Proactive advisory that discovers and alerts you if something isn't right, all the way down to the system and switch level. And automated intelligent analytics that help you chase down the root cause of issues so you can fix network problems before they happen. Nobody understands the network better than Cisco. We combine our deep knowledge and best practices with real-time telemetry and visibility, delivering the insight you need to be sure your network is totally aligned with your business intent, so your people can fix issues earlier, respond to change faster, and get some breathing room to prepare your network for tomorrow's challenges. Cisco Network Assurance and Insights, transforming day 2 operations from reactive to proactive.
Hi, we're continuing our conversation about data center, and we're about to jump into the innovation theater for the innovation talk about data center networking. But my friend and colleague Zane is out on the show floor in the data center space. Zane, what have you got for us?
Hi David, how's it going? I've managed to recover from the last scene at Meraki. I've made it to the data center space. And you know, if we just pan over there, we can see that we're in the data center area. We have everything data center. We're talking ACI, containers, Kubernetes, workflows. It's absolutely fantastic here. And if we just move to the left, you can also see all the different things that are going on at Cisco. You can see our entire collaboration portfolio, our applications, and our new CX area. We have Orange over there, we have our partners, and this is what you can see when you come to Cisco Live. It's absolutely fantastic. There's so much energy going on, there's so many discussions, there's so much networking. David, it's absolutely fantastic out here, and you know, I'm just happy to be here. Apologies about the tap dancing. I thought Lauren was going to tap dance.
I can see you're very excited down there. What is the best thing that you've seen in the data center networking space? Any shiny new switches, some awesome 400 gig things, or what?
I've seen some really cool shiny switches down here in the data center. Our new Nexus portfolio is really cool, and they're really going to be the backbone of our new data center infrastructure, the application-centric infrastructure, which will really take applications to the next level and will allow our customers to really push their businesses to the next level. So
All
David,
right. Cheers,
we're
Zane.
going to head back out to you in the studio.
Thanks, Zane. I think we're going to head straight over to the innovation talk. So thanks, Zane. Thank you, guys, and we'll be back with more data center content right after this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Innovation Talks Theater. My name's Toby, and I have the pleasure of being your host today. And it's great to see everyone here at Cisco Live 2020. There's quite a few of us, but together we're going to build the bridge. We're going to build the bridge to get to where you want to go so you can make anything possible. Now, here at Cisco Live, you're going to be inspired, learn new things, and create the path to endless opportunities. This week, we're hosting 14 innovation talks here in this theater, where we will share with you our latest solutions, innovations, and of course, best practices. The topic of our next innovation talk is digital transformation, application deployment, infrastructure automation, and assurance. And to tell us all about it, it is my great pleasure to welcome to stage Thomas Scheibe.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. How are y'all? Good? It's going to be a fun 30 minutes, let me just say that. And you're gonna enjoy it. I'm pretty sure about this. So, where do I start? Data center innovation. Really, the way I want to look is really like this gentleman all day long, and I'm pretty sure you want to do this. And so this is more the inspiration where we want to be when we talk about how the network is running. You really want to be in that position and saying, yep, everything is fine. So a lot of the things you're going to see, what I'm going to talk about today and what I'm going to present, and you're going to hear actually from some of our customers is around how do we get to this state that operating the data center is actually becoming easy and pleasant. And this is clearly a task that we need to do across what we're doing on the Nexus switching side, on the controller side, what we do with operations tools, what we do around programmability and APIs to get to that state that it becomes seamless and easy to operate. So with that, come back to innovation. You know, innovation is kind of a funny word. Everybody loves to talk about it. And it's really not about just, oh, I have a cool new idea. It's really about, does the innovation help to get you where you need to be to deliver the outcome? And so that's why what we picked here really is a couple of topics to work through this. But before I dive in, I just want to point back, you know, we have this once a year. There's a lot of things that came out in the last 6 months from Cisco around data center innovation. I just put a couple of on here, whether this is around the ACI extension into Azure, that I don't know whether most of you know, we actually officially announced this in November, and it's available. We did ship our first 400 gig switches, which is a little teaser, and I will talk more. And obviously, we do a lot of work on how do we do hybrid cloud and how do we operations around this. So lots of innovation happening. Again, all of this was to focus on how to make it easier to operate cloud infrastructure. So with that, let me set the scene a little bit, besides it needs to be easier. But there's a second very important piece that needs to come together, which is really the infrastructure automation in itself is important, but it really needs to connect with the application automation in the front end. Because in the end, whatever we're going to deliver as a network service is driven by what the user in the data center, which is the app, needs to get done. And so what I want to talk about in the next couple of minutes is really how these things tie together. What we can do around connecting application automation with infrastructure automation. That's my number one. Number two is what we're doing to help you with the infrastructure automation, in particular day two around analytics, to make this, instead of trying to figure out what issue is where, to make this much, much easier to deal with. And then obviously, I'm going to end and talk a little bit about infrastructure in itself to make sure you see where we're going on that end. With that, let me dive in. How do we link application automation with infrastructure automation? And I picked some tools here. I'm not saying these are the only tools out there, but I picked some tools. And really the buzzword that everybody's talking about is infrastructure as code. And what I'm going to show is how do we use these tools that application developers typically have. And I'm pretty sure if you ask your application teams, they would say, yeah, of course, we use Terraform. Yes, we use Jenkins. And then he says, yeah, I use ACI. And how do we bring these together? And the idea really behind this infrastructure as code is that you can automate the whole stack from the application deployment to the infrastructure deployment. You can translate all the manual tasks in a piece of software and then execute the software. And you can rely on practices that are very, very well known for software developers and application developers, how they manage different versions of code, how they check in and check out code, and actually apply this to how to run the infrastructure. And you're probably looking at me and saying, wow, does Thomas say that I want you to all learn how to code? The answer is absolutely not. What I want you to work out of after this is to see how simple that actually can be when you use tools, actually when the app team uses the tools that they use today, and you actually can plug in with what we have as ACI and seamlessly integrate. And to show you this, I want to actually invite Lionel up to stage. Please join me, Lionel. Lionel is a technical marketing engineer. He used to be out of Brussels, but we got lucky. We moved him to San Jose. But Lionel is going to walk you through a little example how this whole workflow from the front to the back is actually working.
Thank you, Thomas. So first we have, as Thomas was saying, we need to have an app. So the first thing we have here is the app we are going to work with. It's a very simple app. It's a client and an application. The client needs to talk to the application for the business reasons. And we want to have a zero trust policy. We want to limit as much as we can what it can talk to. So we are only allowing them to communicate with each other and to communicate with our application automation platforms, because we need to be able to manage it over time. The things to be able to do that, we are going to need a few tools, the tools that Thomas showed us. We are going to put them inside a workflow. We are going to build a whole pipeline. You will hear that word a lot in the CI/CD world. We're going to build a pipeline of tools that are ingesting each other. We have here Terraform, GitLab, Jenkins, WebEx-Team, and then we have the infrastructure piece. We have the VMware, the ACI multi-site orchestrator or ACI Fabric, and your app. So let's start with the number one, the Terraform. So in infrastructure of code, I had to show you code, right? So here we have the HCL language, the HashiCorp configuration language, which allow you to define infrastructure as code for a whole bunch of elements. ACI is one of them. So in ACI, you can develop your EPGs, your whole configuration using that language. When you have written your language, you have to take version of them to be able to roll back and go forward. So that's where we go around GitLab and Git repositories, where we will commit our change locally and then push them to the central repository. That gives us one auditing, one element to manage. A good feature around GitLab or Git repositories is that every time somebody push code, it can trigger a workflow. And in this case, it can trigger the next step, which is Jenkins, our pipeline manager. Talking about Jenkins, Jenkins also some code. So you can write your pipeline in JSON, which is itself not really code, but text files. And you can pull that in the same repository, because Jenkins can pull that file out of a repository and just use it. So you have one place of all your configuration for the pipeline, for the application, for everything, is that one repository. Every time you make a change, it triggers the whole pipeline. But the pipeline looks more like this when it's configured. It's a series of steps that Jenkins can measure every step, how long it took, did it go well, did it go wrong, and what happened. So for every one of those steps, you are going to get feedback from it. And feedback is quite important. That's why we have added into the systems a continuous feedback loop. We are using WebEx-Team to be able to do something that we call chat ops. We are using WebEx-Team as a feedback loop to users to see how the pipeline went. And if there is an issue, you receive a notification from WebEx-Team, and then you can go see your Jenkins. That's really part of it. Now, the last part is the application itself, right? I have pushed the code, I've modified my infrastructure, and now I deploy my application. And my application itself is also very dynamic. It's its own code.
On that note, right? So you just worked through, I have this application defined, and we know these app developers, they want to change something. What happened?
So if you want to change something, it's all code. So you just modify the code, push it back, and restart the whole pipeline. Everything is the same process, which makes it very easy to just retrigger it, retrigger it, retrigger it.
Very cool, very cool. So, how does it actually look? I think everybody in the room knows how ACI works. I hope at least. So how does it actually look?
Yeah, so the important piece for ACI in this is that zero trust policy, right? So we want to isolate the different elements so that they can only talk to what on the ports they need. In ACI, we have that whitelist policy model. So we create groups, EPGs, which contain each of the elements, and then we define the only element they can talk to each other. So here you can see the 3 EPGs we are using in this element, the admin and the 2 web and the clients. And then we are using contracts to say what they can talk to each other. Each of those elements contain the endpoints that we have defined. And you can see each of the endpoints. They can be container, bare metal, or any different system. So it's really the system, the complete application, and zero trust because it's only supporting those ports that we have defined.
So when you say zero trust, you really mean what I think most people think is like there's a whole segmentation done. Is that really what this is?
Yes. So they are segmented in their own little zone, and they can only talk with the other ones on what you have defined that they can talk to.
That is very amazing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
This is a cool example. I really appreciate you walking us through. And yeah, thank you, Lionel. I hope you took out of this, if you look at this, I really kind of take the tooling on the front end that your app development team has, describe what you want to do, and then just roll it in and deploy the infrastructure, the configuration that you need for the app automatically. And you literally can, as I said, as a code, and you saw Lionel showing us, you can roll and update. The other good piece about it is, and we didn't show this here, the same will work if whether the application sits in your own data center on an ACI Fabric or whether the extenders with ACI Anywhere into Azure and AWS. It's the same thing. There's no difference. So that's the link between automation that your application team wants to do and the automation that you probably want to do on the infrastructure. So now let me come to the second piece. Let's assume you got this all done. You're happy that you automated the first part of your day. Now comes the second part, and the next day, and the next day. How do I make sure that I actually have a good stat on that my infrastructure is running how it should be? And so here's a set of tools that actually we had for a while, which is assurance, and we're adding something called the Network Insights Suite, or Network Insights capability, to make it so much easier to really move from a more reactive to a proactive approach in monitoring the service of the infrastructure. And so what I want to do here is really give you a little glimpse. I don't expect you to actually see all the details, but this is like a GUI front end. It's a software extension that is built into your existing ACI Epic controller and as well the DCNM for Nexus Fabrics. It's the first time you're going to see from us a set of tools that's the same. It works across both Nexus and ACI, and that's where we're going to go. It makes your life really, really easy because you can run it either for one or the other or both. It's the same look and feel. One piece I do want to point out, and there's a little bit of a pride, everybody talks about telemetry, everybody talks about analytics. What is special here, what we can do is, you see this, like you have a good view with telemetry, the standard variety, garden variety one. What you really want is what I call better or advanced telemetry. You really actually see what you want to see, which is the ability to correlate flow information that goes to the switch with the status of the switch. That is something where you do need a sensor in the hardware, and then if you have a Nexus 9000, you have this for the last 3 years. You now can actually turn it on and actually put the amplifier there, and you're going to see it. So with that, I do actually want to introduce a good customer of ours, which is Bosch. And the reason why I want to introduce them, because they're a user of assurance. Bosch, as you might know, German company, no coincidence, I'm German, no. Leading global supplier of technology, 400,000 people worldwide, has different division, mobility, industrial technology, consumer goods, energy and building technology. Bosch was looking for a data center solution that really helps them scale out and map better what they want to do from a business strategy, what they need to do, and what they need to do on the business strategy to map this to what they need to do on the technology side. And so with that, I do want to invite Jan Holzmann up on stage. Jan is with Bosch for 14 years. He is now responsible for designing, building, running
Hello, Thomas.
the network, the central network, and the global core. So thanks for joining me here, Jan. And let's talk a little about, yeah, we can actually just stand here. Yeah. Just talk a little bit about why did you pick, or why did Bosch actually, it was you at that point, why did you pick the Cisco Assurance product? What was the motivation?
First of all, Thomas, thanks a lot for inviting me here on stage with you. So, great question, why did we pick it? So, this was for multiple reasons, to be honest. But the major important reason there is really, for day 2 operations, we want to increase our efficiency in that area.
Yeah.
But let me elaborate a bit more on that one, what I really mean about it. We are now with ACI since around about 3 years in a productive state, and we had been very successfully with that one, and the key for it was automation. Immediately from day 1, we invested in our automation tool suite, and the first part was really having zero-touch deployment scripts available so that we can spin off new ACI fabrics once rack and stack from the DC Op team was completed. On the second side, we also invested in a kind of framework with a front end, with a self-service front end, which we handed over to our customers, to the server teams, to the storage teams. And with that self-service framework, they leveraged our code to deploy all of the ACI configurations on the interfaces they required for the daily use. So earlier, they forwarded tickets to us with requests, please do a configuration on the interface. And now they are doing it whenever they require it on their own. So we had really been successful on that topic.
Yeah.
And we rolled out a lot of fabrics over the years and did a lot of migrations from brownfield into the ACI, spinned up new environments for greenfield topics. But when getting more and more business in the data center, it also means that you need to deal with all the events in the Epic. But on the other hand side, of course, also, we are doing that for business reasons.
That sounds really interesting. And I think what I really just picked up on is you did actually some of this front-end automation to make it work with the infrastructure automation. So looking back, I think you were here 2 years ago when we actually came out with assurance. 2 years in, I know you have a bunch of fabrics. So what's the experience so far?
Our experience is so far really good. So we have deployed around about 30 multi-pod fabrics around the globe, scaling from 20 leaves up to 400 leaves right now. When we started now leveraging network assurance engine for our own purpose, and at this stage, we wanted to do this also very efficient. So we leveraged the scheduler, which is integrated in the network assurance engine, so we could attach multiple ACI fabrics to one single assurance engine. And that's for two different reasons. It's a great way. First of all, it reduces the amount of web front ends, the consoles for our operations center. And on the second-hand side, it also reduces the infrastructural cost because we only have to deploy it once.
Oh, that's awesome.
So this is already a great topic on that side. And on the other hand side, we have a central network operations center at Bosch. And these guys are dealing with different types of technologies. They are not only there for the data center purpose, they do campus LAN, Wi-Fi, load balancing, and stuff like that. So they are now experts of each and every technology. We are now leveraging the ability of network assurance engine and enable them to take over more and more responsibility within our day 2 operation business. And we already started to handing over the responsibility for day 2 operations and event handling for multiple fabrics to them.
Sounds like a real win.
Of course it is.
Very interesting. And what I really like, once Germans are moving, they're moving. So, since I'm here and you're here, you know, that's a chance. So maybe, like one comment, what are you looking for? Maybe what we could do more? What are some of the additional features?
Okay, let me start with that one. I've seen the insights topic, and I also watched it a bit on the world of solutions, what it can do basically. It looks pretty good from this perspective because it really closes the gap in the day 2 operations. So far, you were mainly looking a bit about the configuration compliance or the policy on this side. Now we are getting also tools for the data plane operations. And that's a great opportunity, and I think we'll have there a closer look in. But on the other hand side, one challenge back towards you. It's now really challenging. We have the ATIC, we have network assurance engine, we have enhanced endpoint tracker, we are getting maybe insights. So we have a lot of different consoles, and we have one operation center. They deal with a huge number of consoles. So my flavor here would really be go in the integration way for a single pane of glass or something similar. That's
great feedback, by the way. I can tell you the work is underway. Maybe we're 12 months from here. Let's see where we're going to go. You will see some good integration. We start off as Network Insights. You will see things coming together.
Great.
So, but
Looking
thanks
forward.
for the feedback. So maybe last sentence. If you look like 2 or 3 years ahead, where do you think this is going to go? Where should we go together on this?
Oh, I have a dream, Thomas. Let me tell you the story behind that dream. It's a couple of years back, and I attended an early preview of Network Assurance Engine, which was held by Tom Etzel. And this was in the really good old times. The tool was still called Candid, and we all of my team, they still like this old name.
Most of you don't know this, probably.
No, but the great story at this time was he presented the tool, how it is behaving. So having the policy on the one hand side, the configuration, the intent, having the fabric state, bringing this together, and it immediately was clear, basically, for me, it can become a game-changing technology if you're going in a direction of auto-remediation. You can detect a fault, you could solve it automatically, and then that would be the dream, basically, because we were close to a self-healing network and reducing the downtimes where the customer might not even recognize it.
Okay, that sounds like we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, it's a challenge,
so
I know.
I really appreciate it. Thanks for sharing, Jan.
Great.
Look forward to work closely going forward with Bosch, and it's a beautiful partnership. Thank you.
Thanks
for sharing. So with that, automation on the application, infrastructure automation, data analytics. Now, you probably wonder, this is all good, but is Cisco keeping up with the infrastructure under the hood and modernized? The answer is, of course. And I do not think that everybody of you needs 400 gig today, but for the 50 people I can count that need it, we have it. That was a joke. My last section. So we do invest in 400 gig. You actually see the pictures here. You actually can touch these boxes if you go down to the data center corner. Again, I don't expect everybody to use 400 gig. What I do see is the need for building out an infrastructure that over time can get there. And as you might imagine, every 400 gig port can be used for 100 gig. So if you know that you in the next 1 or 2 years or 3 years need to move there and you don't want to replace, you can actually build with confidence at this point. These are standard Nexus 9000 switches. We have Nexus 3000 switches. you can extend the infrastructure you have today with the same capabilities you have today. Everything you just heard about, how we do automation, will work here the same way. But anyway, I don't want to go really into the switches itself. What I really want to do is actually bring one more customer on stage, which is OVH Cloud. So Alain, join me here. Alain is the, and I'm really bad as a German pronouncing French, but Alain Fiacco is the Executive Vice President of Product and CTO of OVH Cloud. The quick thing I probably should do, OVH Cloud, French company, very, very impressive company. The third largest cloud hosting provider. You have like around 400,000 servers, which is a large number. And what is really interesting about it is a lot of your customers are startups, and you take them when they're young, when they need agility, and then they're growing. But maybe we're going to talk a little bit about what is OVH focusing on. I know it's the customer experience, and you're really not just looking at the data center, but the edge to the data center. Maybe you can explain a little bit why that is, and what are some of the considerations you have there.
Sure. Thanks for inviting me first. So yes, indeed, at OVH Cloud, what we do is we provide hosting services for VMs, bare metals, websites, what the traditional cloud provider would do. But the thing that we are doing perhaps slightly differently from anybody else is we believe that the network is actually a complete integral part of the service. So first, we're not charging for traffic, neither ingress nor egress. So if you bring your workflow into OVH Cloud, you get access to the full capacity of your workflow without having any surprises when it comes to paying the bill, basically. But in order to do that, something that is very important is that we have deployed a massive backbone, and this backbone is actually connected to peering points with no congestion point at any point in the network, which means that we have 20 terabits of capacity in the backbone, which equate exactly 20 terabits of peering points capacity, no congestion whatsoever, all the way up to your servers, and so you have access to the full capacity.
That's a very impressive approach, and I know it's part of it is don't want to have spikes and then don't know what happens, or you don't want to have DDoS attacks, which I know are very common in the hosting world. Great. So that's your concept from the edge to the data center, but then what do you actually see happening in the data center? What is around bandwidth? I know when I first time came out, it was like 1 gig, and now I know we're more like, where are we going?
Well, so 400,000 servers, as you can imagine, not every one of them will be connected at super high speed. There are still a lot of them that will be connected at relatively low speed. However, at the top end of the line, our bigger servers are actually going to be connected 4 times 25 gig, 2 times for public network, 2 times for private network, so that the customers can basically decide where he wants to manage that. That goes into a non-blocking multiple lanes of 100 gig fabric, which is going to evolve over time to 400 gig once we have the need for that. The next phase is going, in particular for storage, we're going to bring 50 gig, multiple times 50 gig to the servers, and then 100 gig. The place where we're going to deploy 400 gig is primarily in the backbone. We have multiple data centers on the US East Coast that we need to connect with much higher capacity than we do today. We have so many 100 gig lambdas that we need to groom that into 400 gig.
You got the big pipe.
Exactly. Step after that is we have campuses where we have multiple data centers. So the entire connect will be 400 based, and then that will move into the fabric and so on and so forth.
And so this is the interesting piece about it is because Alain has the Nexus 3400 in, which is like 400 gig capable, it's like 12.8T. But as I mentioned earlier, not anybody jumps to 400 gig. So really the idea was, can I get large scale 100 gig and have the option to go to 400, right?
So we tested those works with 400 gig, obviously, but the first deployment is actually happening right now. And we're deploying 128 100 gig interfaces on the fabric, right? So that's the current deployment.
That's very impressive. That's very impressive. So maybe to close after this, to close on this, so this is like the bandwidth story. Some other trends, maybe the future of data centers. I know you have a lot of ideas there.
Yeah.
And it's bandwidth and it's services, right?
Yeah. So what happened with when you operate an infrastructure like a mega scale provider, the real challenge is not so much bandwidth. Of course, you need to increase bandwidth over time, but it's actually how do you deliver the services at those speeds, right? And continuously having to increase the capacity of delivering complex services, network services, at higher and higher and higher speed, quite frankly, I mean, the cost is getting out of control, right?
Yeah.
If we continue to grow at that kind of speed, it's going to be very, very difficult to cope with those network services. So the future for us is going to be to disaggregate switching capacity with network services. And in order to do that, it's also going to, for us, is going to simplify dramatically the fabric, the network fabric. And we're going to have network services proxies or servers, if you wish, that will deliver the services to the customers. So in order to do that, a lot of ideas, but we're looking at having an IPv6 only fabric, which we are deploying today already for certain customers, and using SRv6 to be able to send the traffic that requires additional services onto farms of servers. And by this way, we can actually have two different scales that will grow and progress at their own pace.
Interesting. Very interesting concept. I think the reason I'm so intrigued, besides obviously it's a successful growing company, which is awesome, it's a lot of interesting thinking through how to architect correctly. And you're absolutely right. I mean, we see this with a lot of other customers as well. How do I balance the need for bandwidth and where the servers need to be, and how do I build actually really cost effective, which kind of comes back to, in the end, how quick can I get the servers up and running and be profitable?
Yeah.
With that, thanks a lot. I really appreciate the joint partnership, and thanks for sharing today the OVH story. Thanks, Alan. I hope you got a little bit of a sense of all the innovations we have cooking, we delivered. You got some stories from our customers, and clearly there's more to come. And I'm not going to be here and pull like the rabbits out of the pocket, so to speak, but there's more to come, right? There are some of the terms, let's just put them up here, but that's cloud first. How do we help the networking team if they don't want to deploy the fabric on-prem and just try it on the cloud and then make it easy to port it back? There's things around ultra-low latency. You probably heard a little bit about this company that we have around ultra-low latency NICs and switches. There's a whole story on SD-WAN and how we bring this together with ACI. There's edge computing. OVH is probably in that bucket, and there are others that have capacity in the edge and how to build data center service there. And then clearly analytics. We brought out these application set. Jan made the comment, make this easy to consume. And one of a little glimpse, and this is just a teaser for you. You don't have it yet, but you probably saw this Intersight tool that runs as a SaaS. You can log in. Today you can manage your compute and your storage. Imagine there's a little tab popping up and there's networking as well. So that's just an idea what you probably should expect to come from us around analytics as SaaS, analytics as a simple integration. So with that, I do want to say thank you for spending 30 minutes. We're right in the demo floor, the show floor. I think this is a picture from last year, but it's the same thing. The data center demos are all in the corner if you go this way. Everything I talked about, all the products I mentioned, you can actually see, and you can get more detail there. So really appreciate the time, and I will hand it back to Tony. There we go.
And welcome back to the studio, coming at you live here in the Hub. I am Steve Moulter. I'm joined by my friend David Dela Cruz. How are you this afternoon?
Hey, Steve.
We get to be on set together. I
think it's the first time this week.
I think it's the first time this week. I want to remind you to keep reaching out to us all day tomorrow, the rest of the day today, #CLEUR on all social media. We are paying attention, I promise. Anytime you post, we are going to post right back to you, so keep connecting with us. So David, we just wrapped the last innovation talk of today, Thomas Scheibe. Nish is going to be with Thomas in just a moment. We'll keep an eye on things out front. But his real target is digital transformation. And I just keep believing that digital transformation has got to be one of the most powerhouse themes of the show this week, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. I mean, digital transformation is one of those things I think that's on the tip of every single customer's and partner's tongues. You know, in Germany, where I'm active, there's so many companies that are trying to improve the pace of digitalization because You know, it's the opportunities for growth are there, the opportunities to improve your processes are there, and at the end of the day, our customers are demanding it, so it's got to be there to go.
And it's integral to the internet of the future as we continue to talk about what that internet service delivery is going to be. Again, with the rollouts of Wi-Fi 6 and 5G, integrating your network, integrating your operations is going to be a huge part of that. And again, digital transformation, I think, is at the core of that. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I mean, even if you think back 3, 5, or 7 years ago, the pace of change has been incredible. And think about, you know, how you and I used to work 5 years ago. It's completely different. We were just talking about our notes before, actually, how that has been digitally transformed as well, from old paper cards to, you know, digital note-taking system that we have now.
Ooh, talk about your transitions. Nicely done, my friend. I'm looking out here into the show hall. It looks like we have got Nish Parker out there with us, hopefully in the Innovation Talk area, and with Thomas. Yes, Nish?
Yes, I'm here, and I am here with Thomas Scheibe. So Thomas is our VP of Product Management here, covering data center, and he's just finished here at the Innovation Talk Theatre. So Thomas, how are you doing?
Good, good. Thank you for asking.
You're very welcome. So you just talked about NAE, and obviously
Yes.
there's a lot of customer traction, but tell me a little bit more about this topic and what you want people at home to
Absolutely,
take away.
absolutely. So NAE is one of these acronyms. It's really the Cisco Network Assurance product. We actually introduced this 2 years ago here in Barcelona. I just had one of our customers, one of our really great customers on stage, which is Bosch. The product is actually deployed with more than 300 customers at this point. Very well adopted, and customers really like what they can get out of this in terms of assurance function around their intent and what is actually configured in the infrastructure. So yeah, product is well received, and clearly a lot of additional development going on.
Got it. And I think you were teasing at the end of your presentation there a little bit to give people an idea of what to expect next. So tell us a bit more about what's up and coming, what's next for us.
Yes, there was a little bit of a tease, but I think maybe before I go to the tease again, what we basically announced this week is the extension of assurance with Insights. And so we call it the Network Assurance and Insights Suite, which is basically bringing out additional capability that will work with the existing fabrics that our customers have to not just look at assurance, but also do better troubleshooting, as well as a more proactive approach to guaranteeing service quality. And so that is actually more than a tease. That is actually product available. But yeah, there is a tease. There's clearly more ideas around how can customers actually consume this? How can they use this? And obviously there's some ideas around, could we make it easy on the cloud? Can I actually pull out my phone and just look it up here? So there's some of those ideas. And yes, clearly there's probably more to come.
Absolutely. So year after year, Cisco Live, it gets bigger, it gets better. And obviously we've got a data center section here in the world of solutions.
Yes.
So tell me a bit about the data center presence at the show.
Yeah, if you actually want to see and touch these things, everything that we actually talk about in the innovation session is available to see, to touch literally, the switches, the hardware, including 400 gig. Those are actually there. You can see all the controllers, you can also the monitoring tools. You can get a really beautiful walkthrough and demo, interact with some of the engineers that actually built the products. So I highly recommend it for the people that are actually local. The ones that are online, they're a little bit out of luck, but a lot of these are also available as cloud demos. So I encourage you to take a look.
Definitely. So virtual demos online, but also coming to Cisco Live year after year, actually getting the experience, meeting with the engineers and seeing the technology in person. So you had that, guys. Let's take a look at a few videos around data center. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Intent-based networking has transformed how data center applications are deployed, bridging the gap between business intent and underlying infrastructure. But Day 2 network operations paradigms are still largely reactive. Network failures are often accepted as part of IT operations, costing companies money, time, and even consumer confidence. By providing continuous verification, Network Assurance Engine ensures that the network is doing exactly what it's intended to do.
Cisco IT has been at the forefront of software-defined networking and automation. We have deployed over half of our application portfolio spread across 17,000 endpoints in our ACI environment using automation.
By continuously and proactively modeling the network, the Assurance Engine provides instant visibility into our SDN network and predicts where failures are likely to occur. We can now remediate any issues before they impact our clients, ending our reliance on rudimentary operational tools and low-level troubleshooting techniques.
Rather than relying on custom scripts to identify network faults, Assurance Engine provides us instant validation of the entire network, all the way down to what's actually programmed on the hardware. The appliance itself took just minutes to deploy, and within the first hour, we uncovered numerous network faults previously undetected using standard monitoring tools. We've cut down the time to identify and isolate problems, driving down our overall mean time to restore. Today, the Assurance Engine is the first place we go for problem management to validate that the network is behaving as we expect.
With NAE, we have transformed how we execute network changes. We use NAE to validate all network changes to check if new alerts are generated. This validation goes beyond checking for human errors, assuring us that no stale configurations are left on the network. This drastically reduces the risk of an outage when changes get deployed.
Since NAE deployment, Cisco IT has seen an overall increase in our operations efficiency and productivity. We have reduced our mean time to restore by 2/3. We see 20% shorter change windows, and we're able to remediate bad changes faster. And the predictive model is the only way to evolve and remain competitive. The Cisco Network Assurance Engine is the key component to this new worldview.
Cisco Network Assurance Engine. Disruptive innovation that gives you the edge in running network ops.
The only constant in life is change. And so it goes with our networks and data center infrastructures. Change is good. It means the business is growing, that new opportunities are being created. Change can also be risky. It can add complexity. It turns out we become apprehensive when we can't see what's about to happen. No one wants to be that guy who fat-fingered a subnet, misconfigured a switch, or programmed the conflicting deny policy that brought down the application. But what if you could predict failure? What if you could know the impact of any and all changes before they were made? You might be less afraid. Cisco's Network Assurance Engine mathematically verifies the entire data center network for correctness. It continuously builds the most comprehensive and mathematically accurate models of the network across intent, controller policy, the configuration and data plane state of every network device. And then it runs thousands of checks based on over 30 years of Cisco's operational domain knowledge. And with this, the engine can instantly pinpoint any deviations from expected behavior across the entire network. Here at the top is a timeline of the system. These dots represent analysis points against the network so that you can look back in time, like a DVR. And just below this is a dashboard of issues that the engine found in the fabric. Now, if we look at the change management section, you can see all the change-induced errors across forwarding, the security policies, fabric configurations, and more, both syntactic and semantic errors. These errors manifest as smart events. In a single view, the smart events pinpoint exactly what went wrong, where, why, and how to fix it. Simply put, it's a virtual expert, an incredibly smart one, watching your back and giving you candid feedback continuously. And so instead of eyeballing your changes, doing spot checks for weeks in the lab, hoping that these changes are correct, you can now have the assurance, the confidence that your changes are correct and consistent with your intent instantly. More assurance means less anxiety for that to-do list. Get faster change approvals due to exhaustive checks against your policies. Reduce risk for changes made in production. Simplify audits with a trail of what changed and how it impacted the network. Reduce uncertainty in migrations. And eliminate stale configurations and policy drift. Funny thing is, none of these concepts are new. Software developers have long had a rich set of tools, from IDEs to version control, functional testing, build testing. It's no surprise that DevOps has been so successful. Well, the Cisco Network Assurance Engine promises to bring that agile development paradigm to network operations. Now, you can take the guesswork out of networking and embrace change, because change is good.
So we're here again in the World of Solutions in the data center area, and I'm joined by John Ng. Hey John, how are you?
Great, how about yourself?
Yeah, I'm great, thank you. I really enjoyed having a chat just then with Thomas, and we were talking about Bosch. He was talking about the value of NAE, and so I'm really excited to be here to actually see the demo. So what have you got to show us?
Yes, so what I'd like to show you today is the Network Assurance Engine, and this is what Bosch has been using and showing all the values that's been providing to them for the operational modeling. So here I have network assurance. What we have is the ability to detect, problems, identifying if you have critical and major and minor errors, so that you can see at a glance what's happening in your network. So with this, you could drill down to specific problems in your network, being able to identify connectivity and understanding how everything is interconnected. Here, using NAE, we could tell you quickly exactly how your network is connected. We are able to identify, ask you using a natural query language, using our NAE Policy Explorer, to ask questions like, can this endpoint talk to anywhere else in your network? And quickly, if you type this, you would be able to get this view that shows that particular IP address belonging to this ACI endpoint group, how the different endpoint groups are able to connect to each other. And then quickly, using this, you could also show at a glance all the different subnets that could talk to each other in. So giving you full visibility into connectivity into your ACI fabric.
I love the visuals of it, right? Because it's like you can get a very big picture view, but also granularity.
Yes. Using visual processing, you could quickly see that the green lines here is all the things that's going right about this network. And here, being able to identify exactly this particular line here, that there's some issues with this. Although there's connectivity, you could ask questions like, how are they able to connect it? And then quickly, you go down and see that, although these two things are able to connect to each other, but then we are able to see that there are still some connectivity with adjacency issues into your network, and then quickly you could just click on it and see. So this is part of our assurance product. In addition to that, we also have our network insight. Our network insight gives you the ability to see operational data, what's happening in your network. So at a glance, you could see all the critical issues, all the inventories about your leaf and your spine and your controller. Using a resource capability of network insight, we're able to come in here, identify flow anomalies so that you could quickly see if there's packet drops and the reasons for these packet drops. Is it due to lack of buffer issues? Is it lacking some type of policy that somebody forgot to add in? Or if there's actually latency issues. So all these things just come into play, and then you could easily click into it and further analyze your network to see what's going on, to give you full visibility into your network. So you can see, full functionality of your production network about the traffic flow, to show you what the source address is, destination address, the start time, the end time, and giving you exactly the full view of your fabric from the source to the destination, where the potential drop is. Here in this particular case, we can see this scale leaf 209. It's showing some drop as an egress port. Giving you really full visibility into your network.
I think we've got about 10 seconds left, but I just want to quickly ask you before we head back to the studio, what's the big thing that customers have taken away from this?
People are just seeing that Cisco has a solution to help them operate their day two operation and give them the visibility they need and the troubleshooting tools they need in their network.
Amazing. Thanks for that great summary. Back to you in the studio, David.
Thank you for that, Nish. Looking good out there, and that brings us to the end of the DCN part of our show, unfortunately. If you are interested in learning more, please visit cisco.com/go/sales. Now we're heading to our final innovation talk of the day, Alistair Wildman, Head of Customer Experience for EMEA.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Innovation Talks Theater. My name's Toby, and I have the pleasure of being your host today. A big warm welcome and thank you all for coming to Cisco Live 2020. It's good to see you. There's a lot of us here, but together we're going to build the bridge to get you to where you want to go so you can make anything possible. Now, here at Cisco Live, you'll be inspired, learn new things, and of course, create the path to endless opportunities. Now, we're going to have 14 innovation talks here in this theater where we'll share with you our latest solutions, innovations, and of course, best practices. Now, as customers and as humans, we're becoming more demanding. Customers want it faster, bigger, better. As humans, we crave connections to give us what we want and when we want it. In this session, we'll show you how Cisco CX works closely with its customers to deliver global capabilities that will help modernize, monetize, and drive business transformation so that they can provide the ultimate customer experience. Specifically, we will share how industry leaders Cisco and Expo 2020 Dubai partnered to showcase the future of network technology and the incredible possibilities it presents, but also shape how we all connect, communicate, and collaborate. So to tell us all about it, please welcome to the stage Alistair Wildman.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. What an amazing entrance. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome to our innovation talk, myself and Tony and the team here from CX. Before I start, I just want a quick show of hands. Who was here last year, who saw the CX session last year? Just raise your hand. A few people. Okay, so I'd be very keen to get your feedback later on to see how we've moved forward, because I think that the main thing for me is that as we think about what we're doing here and what we're doing as CX as part of the Cisco machine, the number one imperative for our company has not changed. We must, at all costs, make our customers successful no matter what. Is that not right, Mighty? Always, always. The number one imperative of our company is to make sure that our customers are successful. Some of those customers are challenging and some of the projects are challenging, but we must come together to make sure. So what I'd like to do now is I'm going to start by showing you this incredible video of an incredible challenging project we've been working on with the most incredible team in the Middle East. Could you please roll the video on Expo 2020?
When the world converges in one place, the stakes are high. For 168 years, the World Expo has grown from Fair of the Future to the world's greatest show. But through all the advancements in spectacle, there's always connection. But when you're expecting 25 million visits and up to 250,000 users each day, all within a 6-month event, how do you ensure those connections can happen? By partnering with Cisco to create one of the most technologically advanced expos the world has ever seen. And with Cisco Customer Experience, the expert in making it all happen.
Without the expertise and dedication of Cisco and their customer experience organization, so much of the tech and innovation powering Expo 2020 Dubai couldn't have existed. It's a mega project that only a partner like Cisco could have provided. They have a system integration and partnering mentality at their core. And together, we have created a secure end-to-end digital network architecture, truly bringing the Expo 2020 Dubai theme of connecting minds, creating the future to life.
8,000 Wi-Fi access points, protection with security first, communication with Cisco Vision, and collaborative solutions fit for an office of the future. These connections are built to last. What is shared in Dubai will amplify around the world, and what begins in 2020 will last for a lifetime. What's a World Expo if it isn't shared with the world? Cisco Customer Experience.
So let me start by first of all congratulating the team that are here today who are working on Expo. Well done, everybody. It's an incredible project, an incredible customer, and an incredible set of challenges. Now, we see these challenges many times in the marketplace. We just don't normally see them as acute as here. 25 million people will visit Dubai in a 6-month window starting from October this year to experience what is being billed the world's greatest show. But when we started working with the team in Dubai and Mohammed, it was very, very clear that they had a couple of really big issues. Number one, they had an opening date of October 2020, non-negotiable, that they had to open. It was already booked. Secondly, complexity. They've built 191 buildings in the middle of the desert, 25 kilometers from the center of Dubai. And on that desert, they had to build everything, the foundations, the electricity, the power, the utilities. And not only that, but they had to make it the most technically advanced show on earth, because we saw what happened in Beijing 10 years earlier, in Italy 5 years earlier. Dubai, this was the flagship project for the country of Dubai, United Arab Emirates. The whole world is watching. And they picked Cisco to partner with them. And I'm really proud of what the team did there, but the complexity is off the charts. And we're not there yet. We still haven't opened yet. We've still got a lot of work, but I'm absolutely, really confident that Adeli and the wonderful team there have got it in hand. Well, the other problem we found there is the skills gap. So, I mean, we have about 250 people in our office in Dubai. Guess how many people who work for Cisco are actually natives of the United Arab Emirates, okay? The UAE. Anyone want to guess? One, exactly. So we have to, so not only have we got the skills gap, but we've got to bring everybody into Dubai for these projects as well. And again, we've managed it successfully. And we see this a lot with many of our customers, and we see it a lot in the marketplace today. Because as we all know, it cannot be business as usual. That project was not business as usual. The projects that many of you are thinking about, it is not business as usual. There's an implicit assumption as you move to services and subscription and software and subscription that you will need to change and map your entire business process to the life cycle. Now, you'll hear this word life cycle a lot. We have life cycle of hardware, life cycle of software. We are now talking about the customer life cycle. So your life cycle, how you engage with the solutions that you're buying from Cisco and our wonderful partners, and how we can help you on that journey. And what I'm going to talk about today is I'm going to show you the future. I'm going to give you a glimpse into a window of where we're going. And the reason why we need to get the life cycle right first is it's really, really important we get the life cycle right first. And it's really hard, and we have to do it together, and we have to do it at scale. We have 600,000 customers, okay? That's a lot of customers, and we need to map every customer to this life cycle. Because if you don't have a life cycle, you're never going to get to value. So one of my colleagues in America, John Bundy, actually mapped the life cycle journey of an actual customer, and it's the top diagram there. And this is exactly how the engagement worked, because we didn't know where the customer was at that point in their journey. If you look below, we have this idea of a figure of 8, okay? And we call that the customer life cycle. This is not a Cisco slide, by the way. This is an industry slide. We didn't make it up. The industry used it. By understanding where you are on your particular journey, we can then engage with you and bring the right resources to bear with the right telemetry and data and insights to make sure that as we drive forward, we can have an incredibly seamless journey. So that's a little bit about the life cycle and why it's important. Now let's talk a little bit about the Cisco CX Success portfolio. And again, you'll see that we've renamed our portfolio from services to success, because our aim is to really help you be successful. So first of all, we've got our incredible support portfolio, which is just an amazing set of services with there. And what's new and what we're announcing at the show today, and I think we announced it a couple of months ago, is that we now have solution support. Where is Sanjeev? Sanjeev, you here? Okay, Sanjeev did a session about 2 hours ago across there where we talked for over 30 minutes about solution support. Solution support is incredibly important because for the first time ever, we're adding software and subscriptions into solution support, which means that if you want help from Cisco, you can have a single point of triage for all your issues, whether it's third party or Cisco. Solution support is absolutely vital for those customers that need that extra layer of support in this ever-increasing complex world. In the middle section there, when we focus on your perform and your transform, we are launching today our flagship service offering, which is business critical services, okay? So the best way to think about business critical services is as you as a customer embark on that digital transformation, and every customer will have a transformational journey. You'll all do it in your own way, no matter what sector, whatever industry, or whatever geography. Everyone is transforming. You will need some help and some skills to help to augment your teams. The business critical services are there to help you underpin your transformation. We've changed the way we take this to market. We now bring this in what we call personas. So we have a set of services for the architect. We have a set of services for DevOps. We have a set of services for SecOps. We have stop looking at me, a set of services for NetOps and then administration. And what that means is that we can actually customize and package together the meaningful services. And they are what we call our base foundations. And there are 3 different packages you can take with Business Critical. And then, if you require extra help, and many people will, Cisco and our wonderful partners will step in and we'll provide either Scrum services or we can provide dedicated experts. So again, what's important about Business Critical Services? It's new, it's focused, it's sold by and scaled with our partners, which it never has been before, which is an amazing thing. And then finally, we've listened to you as customers, and you've told us you need help with some of the more areas of managed service. So as the show today, I'm really pleased to announce that we've got 3 brand new offers we're bringing to market. And these are only available through partners. You cannot buy them directly from Cisco. You must talk to your partners. The first one is our managed detection and response, which is a package solution around the Telos Threat Detection Agency. The second solution is a secure SD-WAN. And the third solution is our UCM Cloud. Now, many of you, I'm sure, will be interested to know a lot more about these solutions. If you go to the very back of the hall, we have our demo booths, and we're doing full demos on everything in the portfolio. So if you're interested in solution support, please go over there and see the solution support team. If you'd like to understand more about business-critical services and how it may help you with your digital transformation, we have a stand there. And finally, all 3 of the brand new Operate offers are being demoed at the back there. So please, feel free. After you finish, don't go yet, wait, let me finish. But at the end of the presentation, make your way over there, and please learn more because we're here to help. Now, as we look at the future, we're going to simplify the way that we provide our support and services to our customers. And we're going to move to a brand new model. And so what I'm showing you now is very new, okay? So I will take a few minutes to explain it. We know that every one of our customers will need a different type of engagement with Cisco. We know that some customers have really good skills in their own teams, and maybe they only need a level 1 support. So they need some help from Cisco, but they really want to be guided. Then we know that other customers, though, probably need a little bit more help, so maybe they go for a level 2 support. And some customers need a lot of help because of the new complexity in our software products for level 3, and level 4 is a managed service. So in the future, as you engage with Cisco, we will basically bring you our new success tracks, and then you can decide with your partners what kind of engagement you want with Cisco, level 1, level 2, level 3, or level 4. Now, that's a great way of simplifying all those very complex solutions we have in the market, which will make it very easy for Rich's team to be incredibly successful. Exactly. But to augment this new portfolio, we also have this most incredible new customer experience solution, which is a set of portals that my good friend Tony has been building. And what we'd like to do for the remaining 15 minutes, which is exactly half of this presentation, is we would like to show you the exciting future that we're planning. And hopefully you can get as excited as I am by the time we finish this presentation. So Tony, what have you been doing this year?
Just a little bit. We've been working on what we're calling the Collaborative Intelligence Platform. This has been a lot of work by designers that are sitting here, a lot of engineers back at Cisco, really trying to think of how do we have that single entry point into our products. So what does CX provide? We are, from the time that you look at a manual or a brochure with Cisco, all the way through the usage of our platform, that is the customer experience. What we're driving is a digital experience, first of all. Second is tying all the telemetry together. So regardless of what product you're going to have with Cisco, we want to level that and put that in a single location. It's also use case driven. There's tying learning, and then there's a bunch of AI and ML.
Okay, so Tony, this is just a slide. Do you have a demo or a live version that we could show the audience today?
I think we should.
Would you like to see the live version? Come on, Tony!
Awesome. So when I joined Cisco, the first thing that, when Alistair and I spoke, I said, so great, I understand the life cycle, but where's the digital version? How does that help me and help our customers as we walk through this? So I want to orient you on the screen, and essentially what you're seeing here are 4 tiles in a carousel. This is modern web design. This is using everything that you're likely used to in your consumer world and your daily lives of using a product. What we've brought here is how do you take that digital lifecycle experience inside a portal? So for example, I just highlighted and hovered over, and now I can actually see where I'm at as a customer. So today, in the onboard stage, I'm at 11%. My goal is to get to 100%. In order to hit that 100%, I have a checklist. So it's simplifying the entire lifecycle of what I'm doing as a customer. As I move along the lifecycle to the various pit stops, you'll notice the content is actually changing on the right. It's all dynamic. And what I'm showing you here is just some of the features that we have today. So for example, I'm going to go back to onboard, because right now I'm at the network device onboarding step. Because right now I just purchased the DNA controller, and I'm just learning on how to roll it out. But I need a little bit of help. In order to do that, I can access my success community, which is based on other members within the Cisco ecosystem, whether they're partners or customers, that are in the same step of the life cycle. Here, I can actually go and engage an expert. So Cisco has these beautiful recordings on WebEx. I can actually attend a live session, so I can actually go and view what sessions are available. These are real Cisco experts, so you can Google these names, you can look them up on LinkedIn. They're Cisco employees who are delivering this content. As you can see, they're doing this on a daily basis, and they're time zone friendly, depending on where we are. If you don't want to actually attend a live session, you can go ahead and click Watch Now, and it'll show you an actual video. These are experts that will walk you through what you're doing. So now that I'm educated on the life cycle, now I'm educated on DNAC, now I'm educated by communicating with others, you know what? I actually want a one-on-one session because now I'm personally ready. I want to go deploy this device. I want to go set it up within my network. So I'm going to go request a one-on-one. Guess what? Now we're actually going to help you and schedule it for you right then and there. What's your preferred time? Do you want yourself or do you want a team? Do you want a group? Do you want multiple sites? These are all things that, as you can see, it knows who I am, it knows all of my information, and then why am I interested? And then, do you want to bring your own environment, or would you like us to provide a Cisco Lab environment? These are the sort of features that we're developing that, if you think about the date or the day of, which is the current state of, you're probably calling into Cisco multiple times to try to get this information. You're going to different websites. We've sat with our customers and found their favorite thing to do is Google this information. So now as I continue to go through, I can actually start seeing, okay, I'm ready to deploy, but let me look at all the devices within my network today. So I can see all the devices I own and which ones are covered by a support contract. So I'm going to go ahead and just click one of these devices. And this is sort of when we get the wow factor from other customers that we show this to. Not only does it show me what I own, it shows me what software is running, what's the operating system, and guess what? Where it's actually located. So the actual deployed location, not just where I bought it and where it's stored, but the physical location. Now from here, I can actually go and see something else that many of our customers have been asking us for. All of this content is readily available, but it's not easy to find. Now I can see in one location all of my P-certs, all of my bugs, and all of my security advisories, all related to the actual device. So I can see here I've got this critical issue, and I actually want to go and understand it more. And this is an area where I can now send this to a partner. If you're working with a partner or you're working with your own internal organization to solve this, right? And what we're doing is linking this data back to the actual appliance. So if I want to go fix it on the spot, let's say it's a critical bug and we need to update it, or this issue we have, we're going to have a launching point to the different devices and controllers themselves where you can actually solve this problem on the device right there and then, and it'll immediately disappear. The other piece of feedback we've heard from our customers is, this is a beautiful view, but guess what? I don't always want to take Cisco's recommendations. So just give me the ability to acknowledge it. So we're going to build the ability to have built-in collaboration where you'll be able to actually go and communicate with others via WebEx Teams throughout the entire experience. And not just with your own employees, but also with Cisco. So today I can see my Cisco team. Right now, my SPM is Roger. So I can reach out to Roger at any time if he's available and actually communicate directly with him for some help on the fly, on the spot. The other last two things before I hand it back over to Alistair is we have rapid problem resolution. This is an area where it's heavy AI and ML. We're aggregating all the attack cases from the last 35 years and actually providing some insight before you actually open a case with us. If you have to open a case, we will obviously store them here. And we're also integrating with your partners. So our partners, sometimes you have a partner as your level 1 support. All of the cases, not just ones open with Cisco, but even with your partners, will be visible within this tab. And then the last thing, and it's great because I'm using an actual Cisco Lab environment, there's 0 insights, mainly because I have no issues with my network. But this is an area where we will actually send you an SMS and say, guess what, we're predicting a crash. Based on the 600,000 customers that Alistair talked about, we have a treasure trove of data within Cisco. We're getting telemetry. We're scanning that for anomalies, and we're producing that in a single user interface to now predict RMAs and predict crashes. So this is just some of the early work that we're doing, and it's just going to continue to flow. We've just launched this with 5 customers, and we're going to continue to sell this and position this as our go-to tool for CX and Cisco going forward.
So Tony, what happens if I want to search for something?
It's a great question. So here, I can actually go and search anything within the tool. One thing we've done is we've started to crawl similar to Google. We're essentially looking at data from all different sources. So if I want to search on a document, so if I start searching SJC and one of the devices, it's going to start showing me, and this is a live environment, so that's the only danger of doing a live demo, is essentially what we're doing is we will aggregate all of the data from all the different sources, whether it's externally to Cisco or internally to Cisco, whether it's previous attack cases that someone on your team has opened. So think of this as a search experience that's very similar to Google, where it's actually pulling data and indexing it, not just externally, but internally. A community post is a great example, Alistair. Someone posted something on the community recently, it's automatically available in the search, so you're not having to go link out to the community unless you want to ask a specific question.
Brilliant. So Tony, can you go back to the lifecycle tab? So Tony, what actually happens when I check that third box there? So I'm currently a customer. I've bought the IBM solution. My use case is network device onboarding, and I've gone through the first 3 checklists of things that I need to do. So tell me, what would happen if I complete this checklist now?
So one of the beautiful things about this is you can actually check some of them, but then the other ones you cannot check, because we're building in logic to say, you can't just say I've completed my DNA center installation. As you can tell, I'm not given the option to actually check that box because I actually haven't done it. So one of the things is the communication back and forth between our systems and the interface are real-time communication saying, you know what, I understand you want to check this box, but you actually have to complete a few more steps. And we'll walk you through those steps as you go and select through and actually want to understand. These are all the things I have to do in order for that box to be checked for me. And as I continue through the life cycle, as Alistair mentioned, or maybe let me pick a different use case, I can actually see different data and different components within the pit stop. So here you'll notice a different checklist, and I haven't completed any of these items or areas within that checklist. So again, just the powerful data that we have around all the successful best practices of customers who have successfully completed the implementation of these services and how we make our customers successful.
So customer success is not new. It's been around for about 12, maybe 13 years. But what is new is that this is driven on the life cycle with a use case, okay, which is really important because we can now pinpoint exactly where you are on your journey. We can pinpoint the help that you need from Cisco or our amazing partners, and we can then help you move to the next point of your journey. So we're taking all the telemetry and all the data from out of our wonderful products, and we're giving you a digital-first experience, which will put you with our partners in the driving seat. This is the future of customer success and customer experience. I'd just like to pause for 2 seconds and just thank Tony and his amazing team for all this amazing work. So thank you so much, Tony and team. So I want to go back one. So, at the show, that's it. At the show this week, we've been obviously talking to a lot to the analysts and to the press and obviously to our customers. I think now we must be hitting around 500 or 600 demos that we don't understand of collaborative intelligence. How many requests? We've also got a second stand, which is to the right of our customer experience stand, where Pat and the team are actually taking feature requests from customers and partners. So as we show our customers and partners this portal, this amazing technology, if you think there's something missing that you'd like to see in there, if you'd like to visit our customer experience dev team, they're to the right of the main stand. They're actually doing a feature wall to understand exactly what you need. And before I came here today, I asked Pat, so what is it that people are asking for? And Pat told me, I've not got it, it's I thought my phone was there, mobile. So you're now telling us that one of the biggest requirements we've taken from this week of being here with our customers and partners is you want this on your mobile. So Pat, are we building a mobile version? Yes, Tony, thank you. Next week? No, joking. Yeah, so again, this is real-time collaboration, this is real-time feedback. I would encourage everybody here, if you've not had a demo, because, please go over to the booth. We've got 4 or 5 demo pods. There is a version for customers And there is an incredible version for our partners as well, where partners can actually add their own accelerators and their own content to monetize it as well. So please, if you've not seen Collaborative Intelligence, don't leave Barcelona without seeing this, because this is the most exciting thing at this show this week. That's my opinion. So finally, with that, I'd like to thank all the team here today. I'd like to thank you for being here, and I hope you have a great time, and thank you so much from Cisco Live. Cheers.
Another hand for Alistair. Thank you. And
great insights, great innovations, great concepts from Alistair Wildman and the entire Cisco CX team. We always love to talk about CX, and we're going to keep doing it right now. I'm Steve Milter. We are glad to have you back with us live here in the Cisco TV studio. We've been talking about this for a while now. The Cisco customer experience has become such a premier offering here within our organization. There are a lot of people who have been working a long time to make that happen. And it's really no wonder, because consumers have got such big demands these days. The more that we promise, the more our customers tend to expect. And by the way, we're completely fine with that. That's the entire point. We want them to have big expectations. But when we go out there and we talk to our customers, the message is crystal clear. Faster, bigger, better, more. We crave connection. All of us crave connection. It's a big part of what we do here at Cisco and a big part of our culture in general. Connection and access, they are the elements that define customer value today, and it's what CX is out there working to deliver. So Alistair described how Cisco is delivering on predictive insights, digitally connecting our customers so they get the right expertise at the right time with the right levels of engagement. And that's very exciting to hear about. Mohammed was talking about his partnership with Cisco in Dubai. We're going to see a video in just a couple of moments about that partnership and get some details, but it's about securely segmenting their network infrastructure so they can connect people better, connect devices better, connect applications so that a better customer experience is the payoff for everyone. And ultimately, that's what we're going for. We're going for that better, stronger user experience. In just a moment, we are going to head out to Nish. Nish is going to have an interview with Alistair, but let me kind of give you a little quick preview about what's going to be coming up tomorrow, because we've got one more. It's hard to imagine that we only have one more innovation talk in the series, and I want to preview it for you. It's going to be at noon tomorrow, Thursday, Barcelona time, of course. Sandeep Mehra, our VP and GM of WebEx Devices, is going to be with us, along with Amit Barav, Senior Director and Head of Product Management for WebEx Meetings and CMS. Again, they will be with us at noon for our final innovation talk. And we're going to discuss workplace transformation. How do we allow users to work in the way that they want? Enabling the user, again, it's core, it's key. It's so much a part of who we are and what it is that we do. I want to remind you to keep reaching out on hashtag CLEUR. We are always listening. We are always watching. I don't know if you can see it back, but right over here on this side, that is the social media pod. I love it. As soon as you walk into the hub, we've got this big, beautiful spaceship that is social media. And that's where they are listening to everything that you say. So whatever you post, whether it happens to be a video, or you put out a tweet, or you put out some ping on Facebook or on LinkedIn, whatever it happens to be, they are out there listening and watching. They want to hear from you, and I promise we're going to respond back to you on every single thing that you do. All right, it looks like Nish is ready out there with our star of the hour. Alistair, can you hear me, my friend?
I can hear you. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I'm here with Alistair Wildman. Alistair, you've just finished your talk. And also Farah Ali Hassan, you're an enterprise architect here with Cisco CX. How are you doing?
I'm great, thank you.
Alistair, how do you feel after your talk?
It was a really great talk. We were able to talk about the new customer experience solutions that we're bringing to market, Collaborative Intelligence. I think the audience liked it, and I think we've got a lot of people going to our stand. We've had over 2,000 customers and partners who've had demos in 2 days. So I'd say that it's definitely a topic that people really want to talk about.
I'm trying to figure out what that is per hour and per minute, but that's a lot of demos, right, over the last 2 days. So you mentioned collaborative intelligence and what we're doing in that space. How is that different to what other vendors are doing?
So customer success is not new. The cloud companies invented it 12 or 13 years ago at places like Salesforce and Adobe. But what is different is that Cisco's approach is partner first. So we're going to scale our customer success motions with our partners together. So we've built this beautiful digital interface, which you saw on the screen behind me. And what that will do is allow a customer to have a customized journey. So the portal itself renders on the solution the customer bought, on their particular use case, and where they are on the journey of their life cycle. And then all the content is very dynamic, and it refreshes. As the customer goes on the journey, the content changes. And then we have our amazing experts, like Farah here, who will actually go on site with customers and help them to be successful as part of that engagement.
So Farah, when you're out there with customers, what are some of the things that keep coming up time and time again?
So I must say that we're doing magic with our customers. Being on site, I can see how passionate they are about having Cisco part of their teams. Basically, they introduce us to their vendors as an extension of their team and not like any other vendor, which is something amazing. I go to their site, I have the pass of my customer, also, which is like something you don't see every day. So I'm so excited to work for Cisco and then to represent Cisco at my customers.
Sounds like you're kind of part of the extended family of some of your customers, right? So what would you say are some of the kind of key challenges or key topics that keep coming up?
At my customer side, so basically the customers are always looking to have us answering basically their challenges, looking to make them successful, and this is what we try to do every single day, basically on their network or technology side. So we bridge the gap, and we're trying to answer it when it comes to business, on the business outcomes. So bridging the technology to business outcomes.
Got it. And here at the show, we've got over 17,000 people here. Very exciting stuff. A lot of those are partners, right? So talk to me a little bit about customer experience and partners, and how are we basically scaling through the partners?
Certainly. So Cisco has made a commitment to our partners. If you're a partner and you sell a solution to one of our amazing customers, you will lead the customer success motion and we will support you. You will lead the renewal motion and we will support you, and we will incentivize those motions to make it worth your while, and we'll also give you all the great content and enabling you to help you if you are certified in that level. So if you want to get engaged with us and you want to come on this journey with us, we're absolutely going to do it together. Cisco is moving from a hardware company to a software and subscriptions company very, very quickly. And we've moved our business model, and we need our partners now to come with us on that transformational journey.
Got it. So in your talk just now, Alistair, you mentioned the skills gap, right? So Farah, how have you expanded your personal skills and knowledge as you move through your CX career?
To be honest, what I love about being part of CX is that they focus on our strengths, which is something you don't see also everywhere. So we really focus on what we do best, and they try to also expand it. Apart from that, we focus on our certification. So I've got my ITIL certification, also my CAPM certification. So I try to be more relevant in front of my customers.
And what are some of those certifications? Give us an example of kind of some of the content and why you chose to do those.
Sure. So I started my career in Cisco as a project manager. So I had to do my CAPM certification to be a certified project manager, also which puts my relevance in front of my customer. And my other certification is the ITIL version, the foundation one. Also putting my skills one step higher, talking about processes, and again, it's all about relevance.
CCIE, when are you going to get your CCIE? Come on.
Hopefully it's there. Definitely encourage everyone to take that.
I'm sure that's not too far away for you, Farah. You seem to be doing very well. So here we have a CX big presence at the show. Tell us a little bit about what's going on in the world of customer experience.
Yeah, so I mean, we created a customer experience organization 18 months ago. Our single mission, and the mission of the whole of Cisco, by the way, is to make our customers successful. So by bringing all the post-sales organizations together, we can really help customers as they move faster towards the value. So customers spend a lot of money on our solutions. They need to make sure they can use them and they are successful. So on the show today, we're showing the new technology platforms that we're building where customers can get amazing insights and data on their install base. We're also working very closely with our partners to make sure they can scale all the motions. So it's not just Cisco, we're going at it through the ecosystem. Plus, really exciting, the big news, DevNet. DevNet is now part of the CX family, okay? Susie Wee and that amazing team have brought DevNet into CX and to create the DevNet and CX ecosystem. And Susie's doing an incredible job pulling together all our learning resources, all our communities. And look at the show here. This show is for developers. And so having DevNet and CX together is just total sense for everybody.
Amazing. And I know going through Cisco and externally as well, we talk a lot about the CX centers that we have in EMEA, lots of amazingly talented employees. So what happens at those centers and what should customers know?
Yeah, so there's about 6,000 people in EMEA who work for the customer experience team. It's probably the largest organization in EMEA. About 3,000 of those incredible people are working in their support organizations. And what we see there is we see people who are coming into their careers, who are learning their craft. So we bring people into Krakow, to Brussels and to Lisbon, and we train them very heavily. They understand our portfolio, and they can make a decision then on what their journey is on their career. They may stay technical and go into our technical areas. They may stay in support. If they like it, they can move to professional services. They can become in the advisory team, they can move to customer success or even to sales. So yeah, if you think about the CX centers, not only do we support all our customers from our support centers, but actually it's a way of bringing 300 to 400 new young people into Cisco every year and making sure that we get relevant skills into our workforce.
Awesome. So I'm just going to wrap up. Do you have one sentence to kind of describe a key takeaway that you want people watching to take?
I do. Do you? Do you want to go first?
So about Cisco Live or CX is about like passion. So definitely go after what you love. Come to Cisco and experience it for yourself and see how passionate we are about our customers.
Amazing. And how about you, Alistair?
So I just want to say that everyone works really, really hard, particularly at Cisco, okay? Just take care of yourself. Be aware of your environment. Be aware of overwork. I'm worried about stress and I'm worried about burnout, okay? Because we all want to do so much. So just take a minute to breathe and reflect and think about yourself, please, because we can't do it without you. Thank you.
Amazing. So all about customer experience here. Now, my good friend David is about 3 or 4 meters away from me. Who have you got over there, David?
Yeah, thanks, Nish. We're continuing here with the theme of CX, and I'm standing here with Danny Trevitt, who's a Vice President in Partner CX, and also Kerry Partridge, a Director in Partner Enablement and Transformation, both at Cisco. Thank you so much for being here today, guys. So I'm going to launch straight into your questions. Danny, the first question for you, you're here talking about how partners need to modernize their services and to better help drive customer success. Can you explain what you actually mean by that?
Yeah, let me tell you what we mean. Actually, here at the show, what's exciting is lots of the partners come up to us and say, Denny, we're all in. We truly believe in customer experience, but we don't really know what we can do to accelerate customer outcomes. So often what I say is, well, let me tell you what we're doing. And what we're doing is we're finding that we have to modernize our services. We have to create new offers with new packaging, find new ways to engage our customers at every single step of the life cycle. Do this with new insights, new learnings, et cetera. And as I tell that story, a light bulb goes off with our partners, because what they realize is that they also need to find new ways to modernize their approach, new offers, new packaging, new engagement. So there's like a lot of synergy about what we're doing and where our partners need to go to deliver true outcomes to our customers.
And just to be clear, we're not expecting the partners to do this all by themselves. How is Cisco actually helping our partners, and what flow-on benefits does it have for the customers of those partners?
Yeah, it's a great question. So what we're trying to figure out right now is, what do our partners need? So in these early conversations, as we're painting the picture and we're sharing our best practices, they say, this is exactly what we need, Denny. If you can tell us what you've done to change your offers, create new packaging, how you're engaging your customers, tell us about the roles and interactions, show us the tools that you're building. You know, just us sharing our insights and our best practices are opening their eyes. But then they turn around and say, hey, Denny, this is great. What I want to do now is to create my net new offers. How do I build fixed price, right size workshops mapped to every single step of the racetrack? So I tell them how they could do that, and then they say, I want a learning partner. So we're here at the show also talking to our learning partners and our consultants to find new people that can actually help engage with these folks. Now, you also asked, what's in it for our customers? The great thing about customer experience is it is about accelerating outcomes with our customers. So we only win, Cisco and our partners only win, if we deliver incredible experiences to our customers. So if we accelerate their outcomes and accelerate their ROIs, we win. So we win when they win.
Absolutely. Sounds like a win-win for everyone if we get everyone on board the train, I guess. Kerry, moving over to you. You lead partner transformation in the CX organization for partners here in the European Union, or Europe in general, I guess. Why do the partners actually need to transform, and how can customers find those partners that have actually invested in their transformation and are in the forefront of customer experience?
Okay, so let me answer the first question. So our marketplace has fundamentally changed. The way that our
customers consume technology, the way they want to use the technology, the way they want to contract to the technology is totally changed. It's no longer just about us giving them a great networking device. It's around all the software that runs over the top of the networking device, their experience over time, and some of the great partners that we have here in the showcase at Cisco Live. So it's how do we all bring that together in the new ways that our customers want to consume our technology and the new things they want to do with that technology. So part of that is, everything is around how they use that technology over the lifetime of the product. So things like CX, customer success, become really, really important. It's no longer just about installing the product on day one of buying it. It's around how do I get value from that over the lifetime of the product. So really, when you look at what should the customers do to get the best from Cisco and their partnership, at the risk of being really obvious, they should just ask. So ask their AM, who are the partners that can really deliver this solution and the business outcome that I'm looking for? Ask if they're certified with CX, they're certified on the product, so that they're in safe hands with that. And if they're engaging directly with the partner, you ask them, once I bought this product, what are you going to be doing for me over the lifetime of the product? How am I going to get the maximum value for that? And how are you going to be working with me, not just in the short term, but over the long term? And I think, when people start asking those questions, the partners are willing to step in, Cisco is willing to step in. There's a lot of good things that flow from that. And again, everyone wants to have that value.
Perfect. And a question to either of you now, because we've got a little more time to chat. What would you recommend to partners who are kind of unsure about what the next step is? What's the best first step, I suppose, to building up a CX practice?
Yeah, I'll take a shot, then you, Kerry. So first thing any partner should do is go to successhub.cisco.com, because out on successhub.cisco.com, we've posted all of our best practices, white papers. We've actually created videos of all of our internal role-based training, so training for customer success managers, renewal managers. They can actually send people to classes and get CSMs, so customer success managers certified. So we put a wealth of different content out there to truly arm them to start that journey.
So you always take the best answers. So the second answer would be to talk to your partner account manager, talk to your distribution account manager, ask them how we do that. So by all means, review everything on the hub. I think that's a really great step. But then start talking to us. We're willing to step in and help. We've got a lot of collateral and assets, a lot of intelligence in the business that can really help the partners and distributors accelerate in this space, and set them in the right direction on the journey.
Perfect. And in terms of the sessions that have taken place already at Cisco Live, or maybe are still to come, what would you recommend? Is there any particular sessions that you'd recommend to partners that are looking to learn more? Obviously, we just had the talk in the Innovation Hub, but breakouts that are recorded and things like that?
So we did a breakout earlier on, how partners can take advantage of CX, so that should be recorded and available. We did that in the World of Solutions earlier. There is a ton of other collateral, but again, CX Hub would be the best place to go because most of that collateral will probably rotate around the CX Hub, so it's always going to be your best source of the latest information.
Yeah, and if they didn't catch the last session, what was great with the last session is they did the demo of the customer portal. And this really highlights how we're going to digitally connect Cisco, our partners, and our customers in new ways to truly accelerate customer success. So it is a game changer and a key part of our strategy.
Perfect. So if you are just tuning in now and didn't get a chance to catch the CX innovation talk that just happened, please do have a look for that on CiscoLive.com. We've definitely got a lot more content around CX, and as the gentleman just said, cxhub.cisco.com, is that the right? Successhub.cisco.com, a great source of content for you. I'm not sure if Steve's in the studio for us. Is that where we're heading now?
Steve is so much in the studio for you. I hope you can hear me out there, my friend. Fantastic job as always. David, you've just been killing it all day long. Really great, my friend. Great interview there, and really excellent storytelling coming from both Danny and Kerry. A lot of this is making sure that customers actually understand what is available to them. We can tell great stories here at Cisco all day long, but if people don't see how it connects to them, how it makes their business better, how it creates better connections between their organizations and their customers, then it's all for naught. So we always love to hear those great stories. Thank you to all three of you guys. Cisco CX really takes a unique life cycle approach, and we can't hit on that enough. It's about performance, it's about transformation, it's helping speed up that path to better business outcomes. So when you look at support and performance and transformation and operation, once it all pulls together, that story becomes absolutely electric. And I want to look at one of those stories right now. We're going to see how everything is working out at Dubai Expo 2020, a fantastic customer with us here at Cisco. So check out this great video. We are going to see you right back here in the studio about 90 seconds from now. Here we go.
When the world converges in one place, the stakes are high. For 168 years, the World Expo has grown from Fair of the Future to the world's greatest show. But through all the advancements in spectacle, there's always connection. But when you're expecting 25 million visits and up to 250,000 users each day, all within a 6-month event, how do you ensure those connections can happen? By partnering with Cisco to create one of the most technologically advanced expos the world has ever seen. And with Cisco Customer Experience, the expert in making it all happen.
Without the expertise and dedication of Cisco and their customer experience organization, so much of the tech and innovation powering Expo 2020 Dubai couldn't have existed. It's a mega project that only a partner like Cisco could have provided. They have a system integration and partnering mentality at their core. And together, we have created a secure end-to-end digital network architecture, truly bringing the Expo 2020 Dubai theme of connecting minds, creating the future to life.
8,000 Wi-Fi access points, protection with security first, communication with Cisco Vision, and collaborative solutions fit for an office of the future. These connections are built to last. What is shared in Dubai will amplify around the world, and what begins in 2020 will last for a lifetime. What's a World Expo if it isn't shared with the world? Cisco Customer Experience.
How cool is that? World Expo 2020 in Dubai. Amazing things happening over on Sheikh Zayed Road. Great connections between CX and what's happening all around the world, bringing people together in unique and powerful ways. These are the stories that we love to see, and I think it really helps to tell that CX story and why it's so important that everybody out there begins to wrap their head around it and take advantage of what's possible. And that's what we're going to spend the next 7 minutes or so doing right here in the studio. I've got a couple of great CX advocates here with us. I'm going to start closest to me, Ilham Darqawi, Success Programs Manager at Emir. Welcome, Ilham.
Thanks, Steve.
And then over on the other side, Mario Sebastian, Head of Customer Experience, GSP at Emir. So glad to have you here.
Hi. Hi, Steve.
You guys have had a heck of a week already. Every time I walk by CX over here in the world of solutions, it's jammed to the hilt. You guys really are a hotbed. Really the digital heartbeat of Cisco Live, as we keep saying again and again. So Mario, let's start with you. Tell us about your experience so far here at the show, this really strong CX presence. What are you experiencing?
Yeah, it's been a terrific week so far. We have had more than 2,000 SP customers attending, more than 500 SP customers attending the reception event. Amazing. The announcements we have for our service provider customers this week are outstanding. From the 5G and how to deploy 5G on the infrastructure, the 8,000 router, the fastest router in the world, 10 terabits per second, unifying the silicons with the optics, with the software. That's a huge improvement for our service providers customers. And when you glue that with CX, that's make it real to our customers. So big excitement. But what I would recommend is don't miss stopping by the CX booth and get an experience in one of the 6 demos that we have, from how to help customers migrate, to the customer and partner portals, to the enhanced and enriched portfolio that we have around support, transform, and launching new customer solutions managed by Cisco, SD-WAN, incident response, and UC as a service. So I couldn't be more happy about how the week is going.
No doubt, and right away, by the way, right out of the gate at the keynote yesterday morning, all of the new technologies and capabilities, and again, we've been trying to break it all down for everyone because there are so many great new announcements and so many of them around aspects of what's happening over at customer experience. So Ilham, you're a success program manager, a CX success program manager. Tell us a little bit about your role in helping customers turn their technology investments into real tangible business value.
Yes, thanks. So first of all, it's all about our customer. Their customer needs, we listen to them, we really understand what are the barriers that they're having on a daily basis. After we've had that first discussion, we come back, we sit together with our customer success specialists, they are basically our engineers, and we deliver ATXs, which are web-based learnings, as well as accelerators, which are more customized one-to-one sessions with the customers. This is to help them accelerate through their life cycle journey. We stay side by side with them to make sure that they come to the business outcomes that they want. It's not only direct with the customers, we have a very important partner ecosystem, and it's also enabling them to get on that journey with us.
Excellent, really exciting. And Mario, in terms of everything that's built up over the years, what is so exciting about this year? I feel like CX has really fully come into its own right now.
Absolutely, it is real, and I like to share with the audience an example where we bring the customer business needs with what the role of CX in enabling our customers achieving those business needs. And this is with Telefónica International. We have helped them automate their entire network on the way how they provision, replacing a lot of human intervention by NSO and programming, and making it fully automated functionalities, so that as a result of that, they have improved by 5 times their provisioning in their network. Fully automated, no human intervention, no human error. And as a result of all that, 25% OpEx savings. That's real, true value to our customer.
Absolutely, absolutely. What about people who want to take their first step towards CX? They've never done it before, maybe they don't even know anything about it. First of all, why do people need to get to know the customer experience? And then maybe we'll add on to that, once they do know about it, how do they get started?
Okay. So it's, as I said earlier, it's all about the customer. So at Cisco, we put the customer front and center. It's all about your needs. It's about helping develop their business, increase their revenues. We work with a very large group of experts. We basically bring the human touch and the digital experience together for the customer. So we share our use cases, best practices, learning, expertise, so that the customer gets in the front seat and runs their network as quickly as possible, as optimized as possible, and get them to their business outcomes faster. And we stay side by side to them, together with the partner, as I mentioned. And the main thing that we want to achieve for our customer is an increased return on investment and get them to the market faster than they were able to do before.
Absolutely. So what is that first step? How do we get started?
Okay, so we typically work with our customers on a first discovery workshop, if you wish, where together with our peers from sales, the customer and CX, we help the customer identify, okay, what are their business needs, and we help them translate those business needs into technology. And with CX, we glue business and technology to a business outcome. So not only that's the first step, I would say. Then once you have designed, okay, what's the journey, what's the life cycle journey that you want to follow with your customer, then you, if they want to go with us in that journey, you take them through the different pit stops and making sure that they realize the value for the technology they have purchased, and they get the business outcomes that they wanted at the very beginning.
Absolutely. I want to ask both of you, or either of you, whoever prefers, tell me something about the conversations that you've been having over in the CX booth. Has anything surprised you that people have been asking. I know there are certain questions that we prepare for, certain things that we expect to talk about. Have we gotten any questions from our customers or attendees or partners here at the show that have really thought to us, oh, well, that was, I wouldn't have imagined that that would have been part of our conversation?
So the question that came up a lot, especially after Alistair's keynote, where he mentioned about the digital experience, digital innovation, is about the customer portal that came up. So that's the one where the customer gets in the driver's seat, they get to see their entire network, the health of their devices in their network, all the learnings, all the documentation, so to teach their own engineers as well. And the big question that came up there, when can we get this? We really need this. This will help us in our journey to accelerate our own business outcomes. So there's really an appetite to get into that driver's seat and have everything automated.
What about on your side, Mario?
Yeah, on my side, I could say the collaborative intelligence portal that we announced, how to connect the Cisco experts with the customers and the partner experts and into the AI and ML that we enable the technology with. So when you combine the two, that is creating a lot of excitement on our customers because they see the potential of what's possible when you connect the two elements and you get the scale of implementing those two elements together. So that is a wow, and customers definitely want to know more about our collaborative intelligence portal.
Because we have a couple of extra moments, I want to really take advantage of it together. What about our organization size? Are we noticing more success, less success in organizations based on the sheer scope of that particular group? Are we seeing more targeted effects for a smaller organization, longer roadmaps for a larger organization? Is it just the reverse?
So we clearly have a segmented approach to the business. Initially, we have focused on the top tier accounts, but what we are trying to achieve with the portal and the digital experience is also covering the mid and the low tier of the pyramid. So initially, the first impact we're going to see on the top tier of our customers, mainly service provider customers as well as top enterprises, but very soon with the scaling of the partners, we are going to attack the entire market through our digital portal and digital experience.
Very exciting. I also wanted to ask about who that first point of contact tends to be. First of all, who drives the kickoff of that connection with Cisco Experience? Who is it within an organization that really takes those reins and drives things forward?
You want to comment about the customer experience role and the SPM?
So we've got typically so far, the real relationship between the customer and Cisco has been the account manager. But with this whole new customer experience journey, we've also introduced those two new roles as well. So the customer success executive, who's basically side by side with the account manager. So he or she is also the main point of contact for the customer, and the success programs manager as well for the customer and the partner. So it's really, it's the life cycle journey, and it's basically also cutting silos. It's working all together, an entire team, the account managers, the sales engineer, the service delivery managers, the people that implement, the technical engineers, the architects. It's the whole company that comes together to help the customer go to their end goal. So it's really a joint effort. No one is taking one part. It's really one Cisco to get everything on their feet for the customer.
I absolutely love that. First of all, I love that it has driven a new role within organizations, that role is being rapidly embraced because people understand the need and the demand for the capability. We cannot, as you just said a moment ago, Ilan, we cannot remain siloed. And I feel like so much of the technology that we're talking about is if people are not communicating with each other, or divisions are not communicating with each other, we know that's been a problem. Now we start to talk about applications communicating with one another as well, that even our apps can no longer be siloed. They have to learn from one another, they have to grow together, they have to build on one another, and it sounds like that's what we're hearing within companies today.
Exactly, that's the point, and that's what we're trying to achieve with our collaborative intelligence portal, is combining the expertise of Cisco with the machine learning and combining those two together for the better of the customers.
Fantastic. It has been such a pleasure to talk to you both. Thank you so much, Ilham, Mario. Congratulations again on the work you're doing at CX, and I'm so glad you came by the studio today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure, guys. We have had such a brilliant Wednesday. Great new announcements, new technology. We've heard about the Internet of the Future. We've been talking network integration. I wanted to go back to something Jonathan Davidson talked about yesterday in the keynote. $1 billion investment in building technology for the next phase of the Internet. That our data grade is growing 30% annually now, 50% annual traffic growth, and for every $1 of CapEx, we've got another $5 going into the infrastructure. It's amazing. Guys, we're about to move into our daily wrap show. We are coming to you live from Barcelona. We're going to be back in 45 seconds for that daily show. Do not go away. Thank you so much for joining us here on the live stream. Welcome to all of you across Europe and around the world. We are so glad to have you with us on the live stream, and it's hard to imagine we are just 30 minutes away from the end of our Wednesday. Only one more day to go here at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020. We have been having an amazing time. Energy remains high, the music is still pumping all the way around us. The drinks are flowing, the food is flowing. It's a lot of fun, it's a lot of tech, it's a lot of talk. Exactly what we love a Cisco Live to be. Everywhere you go here on the show floor, what are the words that we're hearing? Connection, conversation, inspiration, education. That is exactly what this event is all about, and it's why we always encourage all of you to get to a Cisco Live. If you've never been to one of them before, we want to see you either here in EMIR, we want to see you in June in the US, wherever is closest to you, most convenient, or least convenient, you want to take a nice trip, we want to make sure that we see you all there. My name is Steve Moulter. I'm one of 4 great hosts that we have here at the show, and you're going to meet the rest of them during this segment as well. Please remember to continue reaching out to us on all forms of social media using hashtag CLEUR. This is the social media hub directly next to me, and they are listening to everything that you say, watching all of your photos, all of your posts, and we want you to keep connecting with us, and we will connect back with you. We're going to kick off our daily wrap show here with an interview that we recorded. Our own David De La Cruz had a chance to sit down with Anthony Grieco and discuss data protection. We're going to check that video out right now. We'll see you right back here in the studio in just 7 minutes. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm here today with Anthony Grieco, who is the Trust Strategy Officer and part of our Security and Trust Organization, or STO for short. And because the security landscape is getting so much more complex for both Cisco as well as our customers, you know, the threat landscape is getting harder and harder, but also the things that we're trying to protect are getting more and more complicated as well. So I'm here with Anthony today. Thanks for joining us, first of all.
Pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. So I kind of teased it a little bit in the intro there, but why is trust as a concept so much more important now? With all the new technologies that are sort of coming into play, what's really changed the game, I guess? Yeah,
I think we're really at an important time. There's an inflection point happening in all of our customers' environments and governments all around the world. Chuck said it at Davos this week, or this past week, talking about how technology is a strategy, right? It is the future. And that core dependence on technology means that businesses and governments and the whole world is going to depend on technology in ways that it hasn't in the past. So whether it's 5G or critical infrastructure or financial institutions, ultimately you're going to have to trust that infrastructure. And the critical components today, based off of us kind of talking to our customers around the globe that impact their trust in that infrastructure, their ability to deliver those capabilities, is security and privacy. And so ultimately what we see is this confluence of events. People are waking up to the importance of technology and how critical it is, not just as an adjunct to their business, but their business. And as a result of it, they're going to have to trust it. And that's really what the future is going to lead to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even as a private person, right, so much more of your life is online, is digital, and you have to have faith in those organizations that you're entrusting with your data. You mentioned before, when customers are trying to choose a partner to work with, when they're making those purchasing decisions, do you have sort of some guidelines or criteria of how they can evaluate if they're sort of a trustworthy partner to work with?
Yeah, I think this becomes the next generation of conversations that customers are having today and will continue to evolve. I think about it in three ways. Fundamentally, we think about being trustworthy, transparent, and accountable. If you think about that framework of evaluating your partners, of who's going to help propel your business and your strategy going forward, I think that's the right way. So we think about trustworthy, we think about the things that the company or organization is doing with technology to make sure security and privacy are baked into their fundamental operations of their business. So that's things like secure development life cycles. That's things like making sure you've got the right trustworthy technologies built into the products and services. Make sure that you're ultimately controlling risks that may come from the value chain or supply chain of the organizations. There's a whole suite of things that really are the actions you take to be trustworthy. That's one thing, so trustworthy. The second thing is transparent. A lot of what customers want to know and need to know today in order to understand the risk of doing business with a company is to really understand what's going on behind the curtain. So they need to understand what the relationships are between, say, customers and governments or technology partners and governments. How do they treat data? How do they treat privacy? How do they otherwise design these things into their business? That transparency in those areas is essential. And the third category is accountability. That's, in many cases standing up and saying, we didn't get it right, here's what we're going to do about it. Oftentimes vulnerabilities show up in that way. And so we think about accountability as a critical bit of it because none of this is perfect and we've got to really think about how you're accountable for and improving on this discussion. So really it's those three things, being trustworthy, transparent, and accountable.
Absolutely, and I think trustworthy is a great key word to hone in a little bit more. We've heard the term Cisco Trustworthy Systems mentioned a few times during the week. This is like a service that people can get from Cisco, or can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, it's, I'll tell you, when we launched the next generation of the internet just before Christmas, Jonathan Davidson stood up on stage and said, in the SP portfolio, we've built trust and security and trustworthy technologies into those platforms. That is an incredible, momentous state for us to be in. Across 200 product lines inside of Cisco, we have things like secure anchors and trusted anchors for things like making sure the integrity of the product is robust and secure. Because increasingly, the network, the infrastructure itself is the point of attack. It is where adversaries are going because you can disrupt so much from there. And so the trustworthy technologies are not features or functions that you turn on or buy. They're built into the product, the core of the products, and they're available and anyone that's buying our products is a part of those products. They're not something separate. You don't have to turn them on, but they are there to ensure the integrity of the products themselves.
It's like a badge of trust that we put onto our product, etc. Yeah, awesome. And obviously we're in Europe here, the home of the famous GDPR. I feel like pretty much every single one of my conversations with customers comes up at least once. What are the things that we do that demonstrate that Cisco can be taken seriously when it comes to privacy and trust?
Yeah, privacy is a critical component. So first and foremost, for privacy, you got to have security. So we talk a lot about what we do to secure our enterprise and the things that we sell to our customers. But then on top of those security components, we really think and operationalize things like where is the data, how is it protected, who has access to it. All of those fundamental things that sound really easy, but are in many cases difficult. And when it comes specifically to privacy, we spend a lot of time both being transparent with our customers by producing things like data privacy sheets that describe how we use data in our offers and how we treat it and who's protecting it and those sorts of things. But then also we have a whole practice around privacy engineering so that all offers that we're producing, all the stuff that we sell, has been through a process where we think about privacy from an engineering perspective.
Absolutely. And I guess for the last question, just we've got a little bit more time. A lot of customers think, security policies, security projects slow down the organization, but I've heard that your opinion is that that's not the case.
Well, I think the ultimate thing that we've got to get our heads around is when you get security in at the right place at the right time, you think about trusting what you're going to deploy and understanding the risks, you can go faster. Classic, I mean, the data proves this out. We did a survey of 1,000 senior IT leaders across the world, across a bunch of different verticals, and almost 40% of them had to stop a major transformational initiative that was going to transform their business, a digital transformation, because they hadn't thought enough about security and privacy. That's slowing down the business. So when you think about security and you trust what you're doing, ultimately because you've thought about security and privacy appropriately, you can go faster. And it's slower indeed if you forget.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your insights, Anthony. You heard it here first. Cisco should be your #1 partner for security. So thanks for joining us, and we're back soon.
Another fantastic interview from David de la Cruz, who, guess what, is standing directly over here to my right-hand side. I just have to turn my head to the right, and there you are. Well done, David. You've really gotten some good information throughout the course of the day, but nice interview there with Anthony, and it sounded like he really was able to sort of take this story and bring it to the next level in terms of understanding.
Absolutely, Steve. And continuing the conversation on data privacy, I've actually, well, it's very much current events because just this week, in time for Data Privacy Day, we released the 2020 Data Privacy Benchmark Study. And standing next to me, two gentlemen who are very much involved in the creation of that report. So I've got Harvey Jang, VP and Chief Privacy Officer, and Robert Waitman, Data Privacy Director. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Perfect. So thanks so much for being on the show, guys. We've got a couple of questions we want to talk about today. Firstly, Robert, this is the third year that Cisco has published this report. This year, what are the main insights that we've gained from it?
Well, it's been very exciting to take the research that we've done over a 3-year period and really be able to culminate about what is the value of privacy investment for business. We've looked at things like reducing sales delays and better security outcomes. And this year we're able to take responses from over 2,500 companies out there and figure out actually what the benefits are. So we've calculated, the first big finding of this is that the return on investment on privacy is 2.7. So for every $100 you spend, the average company spends on privacy, they're getting $270 back. Or 100 euros, you get 270 euros back. We're in Barcelona after all.
Yep.
So that's a big thing for companies to say, this is a very good investment. One of the best investments they probably can make is in fact in privacy. The second thing we found is that those companies who go a little more beyond the minimum, that are beyond just the compliance, are getting even better benefits. They're getting security benefits of having fewer breaches and less records exfiltrated, and they're getting higher returns when we look back to that ROI. And the third thing we found, which is brand new for us, is the value of certifications. And we're finding that privacy certifications are an important buying factor in the market, and companies that have them are streamlining their process and making it easier to do business with them.
Perfect. And shifting to you now, Harvey, obviously as Chief Privacy Officer, you're responsible for privacy at Cisco. Right. Can you share some use cases of how these insights that you've learned from the report are actually being applied in Cisco?
Right. I mean, this report was actually very helpful in validating a lot of the assumptions that we had. We took a major shift. You mentioned GDPR and everyone putting a lot of effort into compliance, but we took a shift to say, look, it's not just about compliance alone. Privacy is a business imperative and even an ethical responsibility that companies have to take on. And so being willing and investing beyond the bare minimum to be defensible legally, we decided to go further and mature our program as far as we could. And Robert mentioned certifications and the importance of certifications. What we did was we aligned our privacy program to global standards and frameworks, not just the European ones, but the Asian privacy laws as well, and America's. So totally global because we operate in 170 countries, and there's about 120 different jurisdictions that have privacy laws on the books. So taking these certifications that cover 50 of those jurisdictions, the EU's binding corporate rules, APEX cross-border privacy rules system and privacy recognition for processors, and the EU-US Privacy Shield. And with those certifications, we're getting validation from the regulators themselves and accountability agents that were authorized by the regulators to look at our program and confirm that we've aligned to their principles and their values in setting up our privacy program. And so using that as demonstrable compliance to show our compliance capabilities has really paid off in the marketplace, as it's important, as the studies show, to our customers.
Perfect. And one last question, we've only got a little bit more time, is have you got an example, Robert, you mentioned ROI and the benefits that customers can get. Have you got a concrete example of a customer that's been able to benefit from implementing these findings?
Well, there are a few things. We've saw it over thousands of companies, the fact that if they've invested a little bit more, they are much more likely to see those security outcomes. We've heard it anecdotally from customers as well, who now have, if they've gone through the process of putting their data house in order, that they are seeing the tangible benefits of either competitive advantage or being able to do business. In fact, in many markets, our customers, any company, can't do business unless they're able to answer these questions about privacy. So it's not really something that's a nice to have. Maybe in the past it's been a good thing to sort of get done. Now it's really a critical business enabler and something that is on everyone's mind from board level down to every single employee about what you've got to get right to make sure you've got the customer experience, the brand and the loyalty of the people you're working with. So it's a really critical part of doing business today.
Yeah, and to truly leverage the ROIs, leverage the existing programs you have in place. As Anthony mentioned, security being foundational, and we just built upon our security foundation of secure development lifecycle and added our privacy impact assessment in there. And that really helped in the process.
Perfect. Well, thanks so much for your time, guys. Privacy, obviously a critical topic for many, many of our customers. If you do want to learn more about privacy or perhaps download the report that was just talked about, please head to our website, cisco.com, and you'll be able to find out more. But I think we've got a last segment to close out the day, and we'll be heading over to Steve for that.
We will indeed. Harvey, Robert, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you being on set with us. David, great job once again. All right, now we get to bring you one of our very favorite segments of our show, something that we call the Startup of the Day. Cisco is one of the largest VCs, venture capitals out there in the world. We offer our customers and our partners a really interesting lens into cutting-edge startups and tomorrow's disruptive technologies. Here at the show, we have got 8 of the most prominent startups in the industry. They're over in the Cisco Investments Village, and that's where we're going to head to right now with my buddy Zane. Zane, who is our startup of the day?
Thanks, Steve, and look, we have a really interesting t-shirt for you there. Look at that. Always surprises over here at the Investment Village. This is my favourite place. It's just full of energy. So look, let's look at what we have today. We're with the startup Rookout. Liran, great to meet you. So we're with Liran. He's the CTO of Rookout. Introduce yourself.
So my name is Liran Chamovich. I'm Rookout's co-founder and CTO, and it's my first time here at Cisco Live.
Fantastic, Liran. So Liran, when you started Rookout, what's this workflow that you're really bringing? What are you doing for your customers?
So the first and foremost workflow Rookout brings is remote debugging. Well, remote debugging has been around for ages. It's traditionally been a very cumbersome and fragile process, requiring a lot of skill and effort, and most developers couldn't use it for most real-world use cases. And now with Rookout, everybody can easily remote debug anything they want.
Brilliant. So it looks like you're giving users more visibility into what they're doing. Now, I heard that you're doing some work with App Dynamics. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So App Dynamics have a very proven track record of monitoring overall system health, identifying issues, and providing with actionable insights. Using Rookout's dynamic collection capabilities, users can now dig even deeper into the code level and figure out why is their code behaving the way it does, solving issues even faster.
Fantastic. So what would you say the biggest benefits are then that customers are seeing who are using App Dynamics? What does Rookout really give to those customers?
So by bringing better observability into running application, Rookout increases developer productivity, reduces developer burnout, and shrinks the time to resolve issues.
And I think this is so important, Liran. We're always talking about applications. If anything goes wrong with the code, it's the end users that suffer. Now, I've just caught my eye there on the logo here, the Rookout logo. Can you tell us what's the inspiration behind the logo? Like, how did you guys come up with the name?
So Rookout was named after Rook, which is a very clever kind of a crow, which is known for solving puzzles. Rookout is essentially like having a very smart bird inside your application that can easily get you the data.
Of the speakers from all across Cisco Live Barcelona 2020, so check that out.
Cisco Live is a great place to get one-to-one advice from Cisco experts. Throughout the conference, we're going to sit down for in-depth conversations right here live in the Cisco TV.